only black
so
people
white.
get
I don't
shot.
know if he's so white like that you think he is. You know what I mean?
It doesn't matter. He's probably libtard down to the bone.
Well, clearly he is. Yeah. Where you've been like on the edges of conspiracy theories tonight, and that's fine. I'm just kind of curious. So, what is the psyops on this? What's the end game on this particular piece that you just mentioned? I'm just kind of curious where you're going with that.
Yeah, I think it's one of the key things to distract from anything Israeli or Iran. You know how right after being shot at, he's talking about nuclear weapons. Like, is that something you talk about right after you try to get sniped at? You talk about Iran and nuclear weapons.
When did you do that? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. I was listening to it.
He also said he was going to disclose the alien documents, and that's
okay. But he didn't say that tonight. What about after tonight?
Where's all that coming from? That's what I'm trying to keep you a little contained because I don't know what you're talking about. You're making connections that don't.
He's making connection. So look, he's saying that he said he had released these files. I'm guessing he's going to say Epstein. Then it's going to be the aliens.
Epstein's not even talked about anymore.
Sure. Then the aliens. They've been teasing that. I get it. But after tonight's incident, okay, I didn't hear him mention nukes. Maybe he did, and I didn't hear it. But that
audio that when I got in here, he was talking about nuclear weapons in Iran.
He did.
After a reporter asked him a question,
right.
I did hear him bring up Iran. Hold on. After a reporter asked him a question, I heard him bring up Iran. He was not bringing up Iran before a question about Iran was asked. So look, I have my own beef with Trump, but he did not meander onto this. He was asked this question.
This is what you get, this anti-Israel shit. Yeah, it wasn't like he was just speaking his mind all of a sudden. It was a question. I mean, obviously, he's going to answer it the way he wants. But real quick, I think the closest thing you can come to, maybe, is this whole Southern Poverty Law Center stuff. I mean, if you really want to go down the race and the color of the person wears, don't you think that's a better fit? Like, all of a sudden, this guy probably maybe teed off.
Well, I mean, there's always a narrative with who the shooter is. So the first time it was like a white incel, and then it was a leftist, crazy, what's his last name?
The white guy, yeah.
Then you have and now it's a mixed shooter. So it's always, you're having this diverse amount of shooters. In the last year and a half, which is awesome.
But why is his color relevant? Because, I mean, the fact that he's black, I don't think that... Yeah, but the fact that he's black, I don't think that even us that are on the right.
He's not black. He's mixed.
Okay, that's fine. I don't really. He looks black to me.
Hold on.
Okay, no. But what I'm saying is though that we are not. Okay, our go-to position is not that he did this because he was black. Okay, it would be that he did this because of an ideological difference. He somehow thought Trump was like a super horrible person, not because he's black. In fact, I don't think most black people even think that way. Even those who hate him, they look at him as just another politician.
That's why I was trying to roll him back a little bit because he's on the edges of conspiracy.
No, it's just random.
I just tried to help him out a little bit. I mean, let's face it, if this guy looked like he's Arabic, we have a reason to be like, wait a minute, okay, we're in the Middle East right now, so... I mean, there's reasons to do that, but like the fact, I don't know why you're blaming.
Yeah, the fact that he's black, it does not like.
No,
it doesn't signify anything.
Hold on, Pee-Pee, hold on, relax.
Don't say it, Wes. You better say it.
So first of all, you fucking ape. Don't call me Pee-Pee. Look, I will take it from people when I'm trolling, but if you're gonna fucking chimp out by fucking calling me Pee-Pee, I'm literally, you fucking silverback ape. Shut your fucking filthy monkey mouth. Do not talk to. Shut up.
You're not talking.
Shut your fucking mouth, Mikhail. You fucking faggot. Okay, get AIDS and go into hospice already. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you. Go into hospice. Amazing. You're gonna get the anally injected death sentence. In other words, AIDS.
Okay, come on, let's get back on track. Just a little bit.
Okay,
It's only 8
so,
o'clock in my
what I was saying was
hold on,
the
let's pass the mic around.
assassination.
All right,
Let's-
you can defend yourself in a second. Let's let a little bit more of the mic go around. Othello, you want to go, and then so
Yeah,
you want to go. Yeah.
and I'm sure I've heard Pepe speak to this about like, why, almost like, why certain demographics commit certain crimes, and I've heard him speak to, why there are more, kind of random white mass shooters, and why there are more like black killings amongst people that they know, and it seems that I forgot my goddamn point. Go ahead, guys.
But no, you said it seems that like I wasn't trying to blame it for him being black. I don't think
Yes.
him being black has anything to do with why he would end up targeting
I don't
Trump.
see any correlation right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like, and trust me, I'll shit on black people when I get the chance. But when it comes to something like trying to assassinate the president,
Right.
I see zero correlation with why black people would want to do
And the
this.
only one I
And
can
that's
think
why I
of
said,
is
yeah, I agree.
I'm saying I've seen you recognize Center, Othello. Don't you think that if anything, it would be something to do with that or something? You know, where the guy's like, "Oh, now your guys attacking, the Southern Poverty Law Center." I don't know. He just goes bananas or something.
Yeah, it could be that.
That would be the only thing I could think
Because
of.
but I was more so saying that, like Pepe understands that. Honestly, this is not how black people move. Like,
Right. Assassinating the president takes forethought and planning, and that's really not their MO. They're more impulsive, and they just react and shoot.
well, no. I was saying this is
What the fuck?
you know what I mean? Like,
That was
I don't know
racist.
what you're talking about. I'm just saying, like, we're not gonna do no dumbass shit like this.
Yes, you are.
No,
Our dumbass shit looks a little different. This guy,
we're not
he
gonna bum
tapped into
rush
his
him.
white side, and
Bro,
this is
stop with that racist shit. And yes, you are racist, even though you're
We're
black.
not gonna bum rush the White House with a fucking shot, guy.
Where's like, what's the difference between if you
but-
bring up him being mixed, Pepper, and him being tall or short? Like, why are you jumping to the race? Not his height, not his
No, none of us are. We're pushing back
No,
against this guy.
where's
No. There's a guy. Who was the guy that was trying to argue against me?
I believe.
Where
So look.
No,
Okay.
once again,
we're trying to-
I didn't say this because
We're trying to say this has nothing to do with it. Now, black
There you keep
people.
talking.
Okay. Yes. So black people. Okay. So when it comes to homicides amongst them, you have a small portion of the black community. It's under 1% usually that are hyper violent. They run in circles. They kill each other off. And that 1% absolutely makes everything very bad wherever they live. And it's them killing the ops.
shut up, kike.
Now, when it comes to them doing these
They learn from the white man.
politically motivated, you have had people who've done that, like whites. You've had white people who will try to kill over political ideology. Like, we can look at the first two people who tried to kill Trump. It was over political ideology. They're both white. But with that being said, these are a very small majority of white people that would ever think that's okay. And I would say even in the black community, that the political assassinations are not... That's not their motif in the United States. It's never been. And so him being black is like irrelevant in regards to why he did this.
So real quick. Did someone explain that this was a spontaneous event, or was it planned or not? Because I heard giggling on that when Weaver mentioned it. Do you guys think this was planned, or was it just on?
It wasn't planned well.
It was definitely tried. It was definitely planned. You know, these Democrats, the devil has got into them. They just want to shoot everything everywhere. They want gun control, but not for them. I don't know what's going on with their body. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
But I would say this: the fact that he got the firearms into D.C. shows that they're. I don't think he flew on a plane with them because
he just drove up. Pepe, do you think he just drove up, got out of the car?
probably because if he has an airplane, you would not be able to pick up your bags in DC with those weapons. They'd take them away. And so I think that he did drive. There's obviously, he's at least been thinking about it for the last week or so. I don't think this was just like a super impulsive thing.
I think it was a 3 or 5 day planning. It wasn't like Thomas took probably a year. I think they even said that of planning of some sorts. You know what I mean? Like that was a serious planning. Like this was probably maybe a 3 or 5 day because he's just like, okay, this is a correspondence center. I got my car. I got this route I could do.
No bombs.
I got the weapons necessary. And I'm just gonna bum rush it. I mean, that probably didn't say too much on that. You know.
Well, he might have been. If I had to guess, he's wanted to kill, or had.
He wanted to get in that ballroom.
He probably had it from.
You're right, man. He wanted to get in that ballroom.
And you guys, he would have fucked shit up.
Yeah.
That massacre would have been insane. Not just Trump would have been okay, but I'm talking about the people there. I mean, I don't know if this was it's kind of interesting. If this was a Republican that bum rushed it in order to shoot all the news people, like all the reporters, that'd be kind of an interesting twist too on that one.
Yeah, the difference would be is that the Democrats, okay, I understand some of you Republicans, especially post October 7th, a lot of people from a certain tribe are very big on the wokeism bullshit and you won't let it go and cancel culture. But I would say the biggest difference is that if this was to have happened to Biden during one of his correspondent dinners, there would have been like this massive call to shut down hate speech and disinformation, and they would have basically forced the hand of social media companies to do this, where it's like, I'm saying, no, that is bullshit. You should not do that. That is where I'm very different from the hypocritical left. Like, you can say what you want. Now, if you are planning on killing a president or committing a terrorist act or harming an individual because they disagree with you or they're part of a group that you don't like, I mean, you saying it can land in hot water. I mean, that's just the way it is. But I think we have a legal standard, and it should hold. I don't want social media or large corporations dictating what it is that we're allowed to fucking say. It's like I sound probably super libertarian, but we can literally say whatever we want without crossing the threshold of making an actionable, threat or terrorizing somebody through our words by, saying like, I'll kill you, bitch, like whatever. And that's the line. Other than that, we should be able to express whatever we want. It can be as anti-Trump or as pro-Trump as you want. It can be far lefty and far right. It can be whatever. Just as long as they operate within the legal guidelines.
Very communist. That's so commie. God damn, that's communist that way.
That's what?
That's communist about it. I agree with Pepe.
I'm joking. I'm just fucking with him.
Oh, okay.
So Coco, what do you make of all this? What's your thoughts?
I think it's sad, honestly. I'm getting really tired of the violence in our country, to be real with you guys. It's really tiring. This is not the country that I grew up in, and unfortunately, in the 90s.
Okay, yeah.
But, yeah, so, this kind of shit, like, I don't want this to be normalized for my kids' generation, or, any kids in the United States. I don't know. I don't like this normalization of violence in our society.
To be fair,
And
violence was way worse. So you were born in the 90s.
Yeah.
In the late 80s and early 90s, violence was far more commonplace in the United States than it has been in your lifetime. Yeah. 80s. No, actually, I'll be more specific. From the late 70s to the early 90s, America was by far more violent than it is today.
But that's kind of irrelevant, dude. She's talking about civil and the division politically, really, not like crime rates.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Hey, Coco, you should have been around. You should have been around for them early 1980s, late 1970s Democratic conventions where they was fighting. They used to fight at those Democratic conventions in the late 70s, early 80s. You missed that.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll watch some videos on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I was born in the late 90s, so no, I wasn't around for all that.
I wasn't around either, but the videos are out there.
I'm a little bit concerned for even me being somebody who didn't vote for Donald Trump, and I don't like Donald Trump. I am a little bit concerned for his mental health. I understand what it sounds like or what it feels like after you've had an attack on your life. I have had an attack on my life before. I've survived gun violence. And I just noticed in his voice when he was speaking at the beginning of his speech he just did, an hour ago, his voice was very shaky. He kind of has like the shell shock sound going on.
I didn't hear that at all.
And that's concerning for me. And I think he'll be all right. You know, we got the best of the best for our leadership in this country. But at the same time, like, this is not something we should just...
But I don't think that when the gunshots were happening, at least in the video that we could see, they were not registering in his brain. I get it, he's a draft dodger and he doesn't understand what gunshots sound like. But one of the things that I thought was like ridiculous that he said is like, oh, perhaps the most dangerous job in the world. No, you fucking faggot. The people have a much more dangerous job than you. We're your Secret Service agents who have to confront the people that literally want to do you harm. And one of them ended up getting shot tonight, not the fucking president. And they ended up taking out the fucking threat. And, having to listen to his narcissistic bullshit, once again.
But he addressed that,
Coke, are you done speaking or no?
I don't think that.
Yeah, I'm done.
That was
right off of...
That man's super narcissistic.
Wait, what did you say there?
Oh, I said, are you done? I don't think you were done. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. Yeah, but I will address that. I don't think everything that he said tonight was something that he thought of on his own. I mean, in general, I don't think that for majority of the things he says, when he does give his, nationwide speeches, whatever. But especially after just an hour or two of almost getting, I don't think that majority of what he stood up there and said was his own thought. So, there's that. But the other thing I was going to mention, I don't remember anymore, actually. I don't remember because so many people came off.
I know. I'm sure you'll think of it the minute someone else comes off.
Trump's not a weak man.
Doctor,
He's going to be fine.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry if I came off the mic. I think there's a couple things that interest me. One is the fact that this was one of the more secure events because all the protectees were in the house tonight. So that's one thing that's alarming. And then I just saw the footage of the perpetrator rushing through the screening stage. So that was alarming to see. I don't know, y'all should watch that. I don't know if I saw it on Fox or where I did. But the other thing is, I don't know what the guy's motive was, but two things. One, Trump's approval ratings are terribly low, right? So that explains one reason why and good for him, he used the opportunity when he spoke tonight to try to bring people together. I think it was very much a defensive and opportune moment to do it. I don't agree. I'm not a Trump fan, but I think that's why he did it. And he's really he really finds those opportunities, which is probably one reason he's managed to land on his feet every time he does something really unbelievable. But the second thing is, and I don't empathize with the shooter, of course, but when the wealth gap is the way it is, you can call him the blue-collar billionaire, but to most people, he represents the billionaire class. And when the wealth gap is at the point it is, you know, people can say in the room that they're not hurting so much, but there are people that feel the economy is not serving them. A teacher in Torrance, which is just south of LA, well, it's really kind of in closer to the beach cities, near the airport, quite frankly, LAX. I suspect that, you know, who knows if the guy got laid off or whatever. It's not an excuse to do what he did.
Yeah,
I think the wealth gap is unbelievable, and so most people who realize the disparity of the billionaire class, the Kushners, you know, people like to hate on my tribe for being among the billionaire class. I mean, I see where the animus may be coming from, and we don't even know that that was the target.
Do you think this is another Luigi on our hands, Dr. J? That's kind of where you're going with this?
That we have a what?
Luigi. Remember Luigi? The guy
Yeah, possibly. Possibly.
Oh, come on. And how did that serve Luigi?
I don't go that deep into it. Yeah, I'm not there with you.
Yeah, I don't know about the Luigi thing.
And I don't like that wealth gap. I don't like when the money is messed up, people want to hurt people. I don't care how big the wealth gap is, and it's gonna stay big because people are lazy, complacent, and they're too comfortable living their fucking average American life. All right? People who are wealthy are doing things that people who aren't wealthy aren't doing. I'm sorry. All right? If
Is
the
that
wealth
so?
gap,
What are you doing?
That's not how it works.
in your mouth. Huh?
But that's not how it works.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a great book that I recommend this Big Mog read, which is called Born on Third Base. And hey, I grew up privileged, so I'm happy to admit all the luck in the world that was afforded to me gave me opportunity. Whether I took advantage of it or not is another story, but there's definitely a lot of luck involved for many people who have seen the kind of wealth that Donald Trump has experienced. That's not to say that there's actually anything wrong with having wealth. What it's saying is when you see wealth disparity and you feel that you have no future, people do desperate things. Does it excuse it? No, but it happens.
Hey, doctor, that's an interesting take, right? But what we know is the guy's from California, right? If this guy grew up in San Bernardino somewhere or out in the valley, right? I don't want to hear this wealth stuff, right? You know, but if he grew up maybe, you know, if he's homeless right now, then I can maybe take that angle. But don't give me that stuff when he even grew up, you know, in Altadena somewhere. You know, we're gonna find out.
No, but what he's talking about, the wealth disparity, though, you know, part of the problem is that it runs in families. There's a lot of nepotism that goes on.
And again, when I say wealth,
that's why I said we gotta see his background. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not.
Yeah, this guy was no idiot. He had multiple.
He's not talking about wage disparities.
Yeah, I'm not, and I'm also not talking about the most impoverished people who wouldn't be able to get in a car and have any resources whatsoever to drive across country or whatever he did. I'm talking about the fact that there are a lot of Americans, and you know, it actually doesn't surprise me. Let's say all the PhDs who were laid off at NIH or CDC, those people have doctorates, but they're not wealthy. Just because you have an education, that's part of the problem in America. It's not Trump's fault. It's that the education is not commensurate with the salary is not commensurate with the workforce. Education, yeah.
And
so that's not Trump's fault, but what it is it speaks to a great economic disparity. And if you're watching people on TV flashing wealth, and I'm not even saying Trump is doing it, anybody, you feel a disparity. So that's what That's where I'm at.
I gotta get.
So what happens? It happens on the white side too. I learned something specific.
Hold on 1 second.
So, doctor, so the thing is,
hold on
going to be different. People will have different.
Hold on 1 second.
between intelligence or
I don't think you can hear
beauty.
No, he just don't give a fuck. Let me go. Let me
and luck.
I gotta get so in here.
So you can't.
I don't know if Hanson can hear me.
Let me go.
Hello?
Just hold on. We got somebody else going before you, Hanson. Hold on, okay?
My bad. Hanson.
Yeah.
Real quick, doctor. I hear you with the whole disparity, but the bigger problem here is the fact that you brought it up in the conversation about the shooting. So that's the scarier thing, right? Because you make a bigger point overall, but you're responding to the shooting situation, so that has nothing to do with it. Mike?
No, we don't know what it has to do with, but if you categorically look at people's occupations, this may have absolutely nothing to do with it. It's just one thought is that if you're a teacher, if he was an entertainment lawyer and a Democrat, I would look at it a little different. As a teacher and a Democrat, with only knowing that information, I'm only jumping to a conclusion that, hey, maybe that guy felt like teachers don't get compensated very well, and he lost his job, and a myriad of other things may have happened, but that could have been an inciting factor.
So you're just saying it as a factor that he would do it, not any justification, right?
I've not justified it once. I'm simply saying that I would be more hard pressed if it was an entertainment lawyer or a banker doing it, regardless of their political persuasion. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, even people like us on the right, there's some of us, like myself, that it gets to a point, if there's enough of an income disparity, we would be willing, I would personally be willing to do things I'm not going to say on this app. I don't need to get my account put.
Hanson,
Like
I didn't
what?
cut you off.
Yeah.
Sorry, Hanson.
Yay!
Smartest man in Clubhouse.
Oh,
You're on.
you mean like...
Hold on.
That was a whole bunch of bullshit that Doctor said. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. So you're telling me because you're not even at the low.
Hold on, Hanson. Okay. All right, Hanson, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Yeah, well, I mean, Doctor, I really like you, but I just don't think this is a very logical pronouncement because the disparity. It seems that you classify any difference as disparity. Yes, but and yet you exclude the entertainment lawyer, but they can feel disparity too if they don't get the this year's bonus. If their neighbor is earning $1 million more than they did, well, people have envies. I mean, if that's a reason to shoot somebody, taking out somebody else's life, then everything would be permissible. We don't need a jail, and so I mean, that is no reason. And because this is.
Are you trying to make a utopian argument versus a realistic argument?
Can you shut up?
But yeah, I don't know that you can shut up. Like that's not the case.
People gotta shut up when a man's talking.
Yeah, exactly. So if this is reason, then anything could be a reason. And if anything is reason, then there's no reason. So the logic, there's a huge leap of logic to justify that. If that's justifiable, then anything can be justifiable.
But it's justifiable logically to undermine the plebs, the lower IQ, the underclass.
Well, the thing is, it's not
any which way you see.
You can have low IQ, and then but even the higher IQ, you have a difference in IQ.
No, you are lower IQ if you're part of the underclass, generally speaking. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah, but the thing
not
is,
could be. They are.
Sure, but that's not the reason. That's not a reason to shoot anybody because you can feel disparity, especially. I mean, if you're higher IQ. And that's the feeding is more acute. Because if you're low IQ, then you don't understand the difference, and then you don't see this disparity. And then but higher IQ is more sensitive. You're more sensitive.
So sure, I'm just curious.
Wait, let me just say one thing.
When it comes to the Civil War,
that's a justification.
When it comes to the Civil War in places like El Salvador, do you think the communists or the capitalists were the good guys?
What are you talking about?
In Civil War, who were the good guys? The capitalists
So
or the
how is that
communists?
related to what we are talking about?
I'm asking you a question. If you don't know,
Is
that's
it
fine.
related or is it not?
Yes, it is related, so I'm
How's
asking
it
your
related?
opinion.
How's it related?
Shut the fuck up. Either you can decline to answer. You can answer the fucking question or decline to answer.
Disrespectful.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
Come on.
No, but I asked you a direct question.
You guys are all mad.
Dipshit. You fuck off.
Oh shit.
No, you look like you retard. Who was worse? Who was worse?
You are.
The capitalist?
Fucking asshole.
No, okay.
You know what? I have to go with Hans and eat Pepe up. Eat that nigga up. Eat him
Yeah,
up.
okay, so once again,
Arrogant and...
you're not defeating my argument. You're utilizing insults.
Shut up.
So literally, I'm asking you, who were bad?
Finish.
Who were worse? Who were worse? Who were worse?
You're the worst. Dipshit.
No, I asked you a question. It didn't involve me.
Piece of shit.
During the El Salvadoran Civil War, who were worse? The capitalists or the communists?
You are. You are a communist piece of shit.
Yeah, Pepe.
I mean, right here it shows you.
That's his answer.
You are a communist.
So he doesn't have an actual fucking answer for anything.
Okay, Pepe.
He goes off of emotion. This is retarded.
Wait, hold on one sec. I want to just respond to
Yeah, go
Hanson
ahead,
because so I usually agree with most things with Hanson, even though politically we disagree on things. By and large, I like the way he thinks. But the premise of my statement was really more about, I actually was watching CNN and then I said someone say it in here and I've seen people on social media. People said there's really something sick with America, right? And the implication was that let's immediately, the perpetrator obviously has mental illness, or you could argue that he had nothing left to live for, and he may have been very rational. We don't exactly. We don't know. But even Biden said that he was suicidal at a point in time, which is a mental illness.
But then everybody has.
Right. So everyone has a potential. Everyone has a. Maybe we need to look at desperation. Now, I don't think Trump has made people desperate, but the divide that we're looking at, like most people who are very wealthy, right, are much closer to the most impoverished people on the planet in terms of their wealth than they are to Musk or Bezos, whatever, right? So there is such a great disparity between the wealthiest and kind of the next level, right? So all I'm saying is, let's say this guy was an entertainment attorney, as I argued earlier, I would have been less quick to kind of jump to a conclusion as ridiculous as you guys may think it is. But when someone says it's a teacher, that they say it was a nurse, and they said someone who probably I think doesn't get compensated as much. I don't want to say as much as they should, but compensated enough to live the quality of life, let's say in Los Angeles, and he could arguably move elsewhere, right?
The thing is, why do you think the entertainment
That's
is
bullshit.
not compensated?
That's such bullshit, Dr. Jordan. I'm
Why do you
sorry.
think,
That's just bullshit.
But Abby, all I'm saying,
I love you, Dr. J,
I know,
but it's
but
bullshit.
okay,
We've enabled political violence. People are fucking lauding Luigi. Okay, we're enabling this kind of shit. And it's become like mainstream. Instead of condemning it, it's condoned. And that's the problem. And that's why you get these crazies. We had a guy from Vegas that went to New York and shot up the street. Remember, he went into the NFL office in New York? I mean, there's just story after story of these lone wolves that we've enabled.
I agree with that.
And that's fair. That's totally fair. I'm wrong.
It's just bullshit.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm mistaken because when I heard, I don't know if you were in the room when I just said this, when I heard on CNN that someone said, one of the commentators said that the country is just sick, my interpretation of it was that they thought they were talking about dysfunction or I didn't realize they were talking, and I'm admitting my naivete. I thought they were talking about like the country as itself is sick and people are unhappy, rather than this was political violence. So I'm absolutely mistaken from the get-go.
It's bullshit. We've normalized this kind of crap.
The Luigi argument isn't hitting me at all on this one. I think that's just like kind of a little bit of a cop out. I think I'm just not there. I don't see it, Dr. Jordan. I know where you're going with it a little bit, but I just don't see it.
Does it make sense though, Matt? Matt, does it make sense? And maybe Abby, tell me what you think.
Are you not agreeing with me that they've normalized this kind of...
No, he is. He's agreeing with you. What I wanted to ask both of you and others is, am I crazy to say, as soon as I saw teacher, it jumped out at me, and maybe I'm nuts, and they said neurosurgeon or entertainment attorney or actor or something,
Getting on attorneys?
it jumped at me thinking,
that is on
okay,
you.
good.
I mean, why should you despise the attorneys and neurosurgeon and Elon Musk? I mean, that is on you.
Well, no, I don't despise them, but I'm not despising.
Reflexive.
No, I have a reflex. Yes, I have a reflex. The reflexive part is thinking that a profession that is underpaid. He's not necessarily underpaid. It's not Trump's fault. Well, it's not even Trump's fault. It's not American.
May I ask Dr. something, Manson?
What do you mean underpaid? As a teacher, are you saying? That's bullshit. To chose that profession, you got a degree. You could have gone into all kinds of...
You're right. Fair enough.
It's nobody's fault he chose a low paid
Hold on a minute.
Wait a minute.
What everybody's missing? Hold on, Milton. Milton, hold on a second. Okay, hold on.
I'm trying to get in there before.
Okay, that's fine. But I just want to say something really quickly.
Christ.
So when it comes to...
Never quick with you.
No, when it comes...
Quick, all right, Pete. You're not...
Okay, shut up.
You're not too close to the mic. You're too loud too.
Well, mute up.
Yeah, so when it comes, when it comes to the people that feel like they're disenfranchised, okay, it doesn't matter logically why they shouldn't feel disenfranchised. They're going to. Like a very unfortunate reality is that we have people, because we come from different groups, because we come from different classes, we have multiple differences between each other. We are going to look at things through a certain lens. And of course, when it comes to, those, the haves and the have-nots, yes, there's obviously connections in who you're born, what family you're born into plays a lot into it. And yes, there's going to be a lot of people that end up really
You would think that's a logic.
disliking them.
You would think that's a logic.
It is logic. It is logic.
Wait a minute.
Pepe, don't you think that's not
I'm
really...
trying to get in there.
Wait, can I just say something to Pepe? Pepe, it's really not... Pepe, it's really not what's happening. You have a normalization in social media. You have a normalization on this app alone of people calling for harm to our president. You hear it in rooms all the time on here, right? We've normalized it. And if we don't call it out, it's a crime, by the way. And if we don't call it out and say, you can't say that, you can't do that, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to kill people because you don't agree with them. And if you don't call it out, okay, social media has amplified it. But Pepe, I don't think it's necessarily because someone's disgruntled in their position in life. I think people there's been a class system for years. It's just we've normalized something, we've normalized violence this way, and we don't call it out. After Charlie Kirk was killed, and you saw the people, that were celebrating that, I mean, you've got to call that shit out. And now our president, you have to say something. It's just wrong, and it's against the law.
I agree there 100%, but I would say and this is just me being a realist. When people feel like they're being done wrong by a certain class or group of people, they are going to lash out. I think
wrong all the time. All right. So
yes. I'm not. This is not. Stop. That's not. I'm not justifying. This is not me justifying it, retard. Shut up.
Faggot always interrupt around.
Yeah, this is not me justifying it. I'm talking about human nature.
Yes.
Like in other words, when you're to wave a bone in front of a dog, how they'll behave. Okay, there are ways that people behave when they see things that they feel are unfair.
It's like
they are going to react a certain way.
Like you can't help yourself. Like a dog.
All right, just
Okay,
because they feel
one mic
like
on Mountain,
they're doing
and then we can go to
something,
Anderson afterwards.
they're not always allowed to do so.
Mountain, you're up. And Coco, I'll let you get in too, because I know you wanted to finish off.
Let me go at the Coco, Matt.
Huh?
Let me go at the Coco, Matt.
Okay, alrighty. Alright, now, where are you, Mountain? I guess you did all that, and I was not even up here. Okay, so Coco, why don't you just get off the thought that you wanted earlier that you forgot? Go for it.
Yeah, the original thought that I was going to talk about earlier is I think we're going to see some people try to frame this as like, the votes are going to change and they're going to try and encourage people to vote differently than what they've been planning to. And this is something we've seen historically happen. I definitely think there's going to be a little bit of that going on. So just everybody be aware of that, right? This won't be changing any of my votes, by the way, whatsoever. I've studied on who I want in office and who I want to represent me, and it's just not going to change that. You know what I mean? So I wanted to make a comment about what you guys were actually just discussing right now, and I'm not condoning this. I never condone political violence. However, I always do try to speak up when it comes to teachers, and teachers are severely underpaid. But no, I think this guy was mentally ill. You don't just go and be like, I'm not gonna say that because that's incriminating. But you don't just wake up one day and think about go and assassinating our leader, and you're just like a mentally sane person. This is not normal behavior. So I think it's unjust to be like, maybe it's because, they're a disenfranchised person or they come from poverty or blah, 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 blah. No, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. We all know it's bullshit. Call a spade for what a spade is.
Hey, Coco, can I ask you a question? Because there's kind of a debate going on in the GOO right now that people on this app, push this stuff all over the place with their rhetoric. Do you think that people on this app have a responsibility for their words a bit, and what they do, the rhetoric that's going on, or no?
Yeah, absolutely, I do. And I don't know who just brought it up. After Charlie Kirk passed away, that was you. Okay. This is where I kind of started to get frustrated with people I usually align with, because after he was assassinated on a college campus, people were sitting there celebrating it. And I was really confused because I'm like, hey, it looked like this guy was just killed in front of it, like a bunch of people on a school campus. That's fucking terrorism. And you're exciting, you're cheering up and down about it just because you didn't agree with what he said politically. That's disgusting. And, I was condemning all of these people. I was getting really upset. I think this is a standard we should all try to hold. Even if these are people that you usually agree with, you should be condemning them and telling them, no, that's fucking wrong. What you're thinking, you're spreading is disgusting. We shouldn't be normalizing, people who talk about politics or political commentators getting shot on our kids' fucking campuses. This is insane shit. Any normal person would be like, no, that's disgusting. It's a sad thing that he passed away, and we don't want to see any of this kind of violence. We don't have a place for this violence in our society or in our country at all. I mean, what kind of standard are we setting if we're not going to call people out for this shit? What kind of country country do you want your kids to grow up in? That's what I want people to really think about. So that's where I'm at with that. That's a great question.
Well said.
Hey, Matt, can I respond to Coco?
I think Big Ma, real quick, Anthony's going to jump in here real quick, and then...
Yeah, I want to yield to Anthony for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yo, it's good to see everybody in the room. Most High bless. I'm so happy that, Trump and his family are good. So with that said, Coco, I understand where you're coming from. And I share similar sentiments to you, but there's a line that we have to be careful that we don't cross. All right. So it's unfortunate, but the reality is, and whether or not it's even unfortunate is debatable. We have freedom of speech in the country. It's not to say you're free of consequences. If your employer has a problem and they decide that they no longer want to be associated with you because of you exercising your freedom of speech, rights, First Amendment rights in this country that people have died for, so be it. That's the consequence you may face. But I don't think that we should stop people from freely expressing their ideas and their thoughts, no matter how abhorrent they may be. It may sound crazy to some people. I have no problem being on stage, interacting with, speaking to people who freely use the N-word. I don't really care. That's their right.
Me.
And I can...
Why was this Taylor so giddy to say that to me? Like, please stop.
Yeah. So here's what's up, man. Ultimately, we have to. It's a really slippery slope when we start, stifling speech that we don't like, as abhorrent as it may be. That speech, somebody's going to eventually come for our right to say what we want to say. So, I hate the stuff they say about Charlie Kirk. There's so many people that regurgitate information that they have, there's no basis for in reality. They've never actually sat down and listened to what he said in context to understand that so much of the narrative is just poisonous and it's not true. But, like I said, we're going to have people to say what they want to say.
I agree with you 100%. I think there's always we can look at let's just say Hitler is to come in power. He's going to gas the Jews and all the people he considers dysgenic, whatever. And I think he's an okay person to rebel against and kill, assassinate even. There is a line, but what's ironic about that is they compare Trump to actual Hitler, which Hitler, I don't think anybody, maybe there's a couple people here, and that's it is what it is. They'd be against the people killing Hitler, but I think some people you can and should rebel and kill. Your president, like Chancellor Hitler.
Yeah. Real quick, just for clarification, how many times does that event have both the VP, the president, the House Minority Whip? I think that's Mike. Or actually, that's Mike. That's Mike Johnson, right?
No, Mike Johnson's the Speaker of the House.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
The Minority Whip is Kathy Clark. The minority leader is Hakeem Jeffrey.
So that doesn't happen?
Well, the State of the Union, everyone was there.
Yeah, well, they always keep one person.
Right, the designated survivor, right, which really happens. But
just for normal, just everyday events, just just events in general, that doesn't. They purposely don't do this. So this is very odd to me, no?
Well, no, I put this in our chat. I went 2016, and I noticed this, and this was, I haven't watched the news broadcast. I just got back from dinner, so I have to watch all of it. But one thing definitely remember at the Washington Hilton was how crazy and crowded the hallways are when you're at the dinner. Throughout the whole dinner, there's like all these people that come into the building. They don't have a ticket to go to the actual dinner. And there are a lot of members of the press, a lot of people there, and they're dressed in ball gown, like in evening gowns, and the men are in tuxedos, but they're not actually going into the dinner. It's very weird, but that was something I definitely remember from that event. So I'm trying to envision how this happened, of people coming in through security at the doorway, but they don't actually have dinner ticket, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I saw Carrie Lake send that message that it was a very weird situation with the actual security of the event itself. It was just a very strange thing. And by the way, it sounds like this guy was staying at the hotel, because I was trying to figure out, I'm like, you just don't show up.
He's a guest.
Yeah, I just saw that too. Because, I mean, obviously you have to know the pathway, because they don't make that part easy to get to the ballroom, you know what I mean? There's like, if you look at the video of the guys trying to find the shooter, they all go down different hallways and stuff. So this guy had to known like how to get to the ballway, like always, like.
Yes, but you, even if you're staying in the hotel, you still have to go through a whole security clearance to get into the hallway area of where, outside the ballroom.
Once you get past that, Abby, you have to know what you're doing.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Because it actually defeats the whole purpose. Because like, if you go down the wrong hallway, you're just, you're trapped or you're dead man. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of things have to go right to pull this off. You know what I mean? As you can imagine. But Joe, here, I want you to get into here. Go for it. You want to jump in?
Yeah. So I just entered, so I haven't listened to all y'all's takes, but I just want to mention to y'all that go on this app, that voted for Trump, or support right-wing politics, that the people on the left want to kill you. That's literally what this is another example of. You have to know these people want to kill you. And that's what we're dealing with today. We're dealing with a left that has absolutely no moral compass, and the ends justify the means. So they will kill you. They will kill Trump. They killed Charlie Kirk. And this won't end as long as they are out of power, because they will do everything to intimidate us. So just remember, the death wish is on you by the left.
Man, we
Joe,
agree 100%.
It's really interesting that you say that, Joe. And I'm, whether I agree or disagree. You know what? Fuck it. I'll say it. I more so agree with you than I disagree with you. All right. Here's the thing, right?
Yeah, you don't virtue signal about it.
Yeah, no, I'm not at all. I made an unequivocal statement. I stand on it. I more so agree with you than I disagree. I think you have a valid point. Now, we've gotten that out of the way, Joe. We're cool. We're on the same page with that. Here's the thing. God forbid, if the conversation stopped happening and it came down to a situation of conflict, I'm taking the conservative side 10 times out of 10. I don't even think it would be like a competition. I think that the conservatives would kick ass and take names. It would be really, really super duper ugly. But, hopefully we'll never, ever, 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 see that happen, come to pass. Hopefully that'll never be a reality. But, I'm putting my money on the conservatives 8 days a week.
I mean, I agree with you, Anthony, on that. I think the left is pushing it. I mean, I just got to put it out there. I mean, I think if you just push things too far, you're going to regret what happens afterwards. I'm just going to put it that way. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. As someone just said in chat, he's a duly elected president. If you eliminate that, you take that, you rip that from our hands, what are we left with? We have nothing left in this country worth being king around. I don't know what that look. You know what I mean?
Matt,
So,
they don't care. The left doesn't care about that. The debate is over. The debate ended about 5-6 years ago after they stole the election.
How do you explain Thomas Crooks?
We're dealing with half. We're dealing. Oh, listen to Othello make it. Try to make excuses. We're dealing with a moment that the people on the left don't want a country with us. They want to kill us.
But why left should risk its reputation while Trump always community? Why
Ali, what reputation do you speak of? what reputation does the left have?
I mean, he's losing votes. He's in 33% popularity right now. Why left should risk it while
Where do you get 33? Where do you get 33? I don't see that number anywhere.
I don't even know. But
yeah, that's not the number.
So this is why let's say that was a conversation. Trump already evolved past this tonight when he responded and said there's crazies on both sides. This is not evolved conversation.
Yeah. All good. So let's say the number was really 33%, like you're claiming. Who cares? Are you suggesting that our president should lead our country based on poll numbers? Is that what leadership looks like? How about this? How about we get rid of the presidency and we vote in polls for every major decision that the United States, makes. And that's how we're going to run our country. Does that sound like, like something that's realistic and feasible and makes a lot of sense to you? Or do you think there's going to be times that a president has to do something that's unpopular? Do you think that is that what leadership looks like sometimes? You have to make that difficult, unpopular decision that the people en masse in an electoral college landslide, in a popular vote win, made a decision that this is the guy that's going to lead our country. Like it kills me, cracks me up when you guys bring these poll numbers into it. It has absolutely nothing to do with the price of tea in China. We don't care. Even if I don't think you're right, but even if you're right, who gives a fuck?
The left is making America too dangerous. Something needs to be done about them. I know that there are crazies on both sides. I've definitely seen that so many conservatives do some of the most left-looking shit. But man, Charlie Kirk, this attempt, a lot of these things that I'm seeing are just show how godless and just how angry they are. I mean, nobody wanted to hurt Sleepy Joe. He wasn't the best person. He was given, special privileges to his son while he was doing crack and all kind of stuff with young girls. Nobody wanted to hurt Mr. Biden. Even though we didn't agree with him sniffing little girls in 4K, we didn't want him hurt. These people want our president hurt, okay? They're shooting at our president, okay? They're screaming gun control, and they're shooting at all the conservatives. These people need to be, they're anti-American. They want the Islamic regime and Iran to stand. Like, who are these people?
Don't forget also the people that shot up Steve Solis and the members of Congress at the baseball game. Add that one. You remember that as well.
You see? Yeah, they got an anger problem. Yeah, they got an anger problem because they're just godless as fuck.
Yeah, I see. This is leading you guys down a dark path to eventually you'll have a new terrorist, and that's what I see brewing, and that's why when Trump acknowledged tonight, man, I have a lot of enemies. That's what he was telling you guys, basically. And they in different places, high places, look everywhere. carry myself, the way I talk. This is not a regular guy. And so it's an American problem.
Bullshit. It was just 6, 7, 8 years ago. People were getting punched and shot at and killed for wearing a MAGA hat. Bullshit. This has been going on for a long time, Othello. It's bullshit to sit here and virtue signal and try and say we don't have to deal with the left's violence. And it's like, no, don't call it out as less violence. It's an American problem, not a leftist problem. Bullshit. This guy will be a radical leftist teacher that was indoctrinating children in California that lost his cool finally. And we all know it's going to turn out that way.
Exactly.
So,
and
here's the thing about
that goes to the point of both sides. Thomas Crooks and this guy. Trump has a lot. He's a special character with a lot of enemies.
Like, how do we know any of this shit when it's not been released?
Okay,
like,
so
I get that. Hold on.
It's already been released.
Yeah,
I get
his voter roll's already been released. Marshall, I don't know.
Yeah, but here's the thing with that, right? Either way, I think it's, again, I think you guys are making unjust statements to say that it's not an American problem. It absolutely is an American problem. There's violence on both sides of the aisle. And to just ignore one side because you have a bias, because you vote one way is, I mean, that's gross. Like, what are we doing here?
Hey, Joe, I have a question for you. You're a little bit.
I want to respond to what Coco just said. Hold on.
Okay, if I can ask you afterward, that'd be great.
Yeah. So here's the deal, Coco. That would be great. However, we have high-profile moments that people on the right have been killed and shot at, and Trump has. I guess we don't know his motive for Marshall's sake. But it's likely that he was attempting to kill the president or get it at least near him to get a shot off, right? It's likely. So when the right wingers start doing this, I'll back down on the rhetoric. Fair enough?
Thomas Crooks.
The people on the right have been.
Yeah, we're not going to debate Thomas Crooks. We know Thomas Crooks veered away from right-wing politics. We had his Twitter account. We've seen all of this information posted already. So it's bullshit. The left just tries to divert because they don't want to actually address the issue of the violence on... Look, it wasn't that long ago. These fucking animals were burning down cities. Okay? That happened. I can remember when they were doing this bullshit. And y'all want to act like it was people on the right doing it. Go ahead, Coco.
Can somebody explain to me the way that Jake Lang voted and if he was a participant in January 6th and taking a bat and smashing police officers at the Capitol over the head? Can you
my question to Joe was next, just so you're aware.
Okay.
So Joe, the question I had, you're a little bit older than I am, and you've probably seen some of the violence in the 60s and 70s. And I'd like to...
Marshall, I wasn't even born. I was born in the 80s.
Oh, well, even in the 80s. Do you call the violence... It's now. But my impression for the 60s and the 70s was that it was much worse then than it is currently. And the only reason I ask somebody older than I am is because I don't quite know the phrasing of that. I remember my childhood, but like I can't.
Yes, Marshall, I lived through it. I lived through 2 Kennedys being killed. I lived through Reagan being shot, Martin Luther King being shot. I mean, there were assassinations.
It was a lot more.
Okay.
The assessment.
It's not like we didn't have political violence. We had it.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the violence of the time was worse than what we have today, or lesser than what we have today.
When you talk about, I mean, when you talk about the violence of the time, I mean, we could go to Chicago during the convention and look at that violence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, there were violent moments in our history. How many years back do you want to go? I mean, we've had, you're a historian. We've had violence. Do you think it's erupting more? I mean, we also have social media now, so information spreads so much faster.
I think we are at a populist moment in our history, which means that the violence and the emotions are tipped up. Populism premises itself on what people feel, not what they know. And the majority of Americans don't think in a super educated fashion. They're not, like the people in this room that care about politics, including yourself, Abby, are not people who live the regular life where they just like do their 9 to 5 and then come home. Right? Like, so we're a little bit different than the other electorate, but it seems to me that we are becoming less accepting is not the word, but less tolerant of somebody else's completely different opinion. And that seems, at least in my rationale, yes, to come from the left. As it's been told to me many, many a time, the saving grace of the Republican Party is the Democratic Party. The fact Democrats are who they are makes us look more sane.
I suggest everybody go back and re-listen to Trump's speech tonight. Sounds like a man that's been humbled. And we'll see what happens from here. But
Othello, do you think he was humbled after Butler? Do you remember his speeches after Butler?
no, I don't recall.
Hello, do you remember what George Bush said on the evening of 9/11? Do you remember?
I remember George Bush on 9/11, but I also remember Trump after Butler when he gave his speech at the convention, which wasn't that long after Butler. Do you remember that? And he had he's still wearing the bandage. Do you remember any of that at the RNC?
Abby, honestly, I don't remember, but
he was very, as people see him as very bombastic and vocal, and he has that tenor about him. He was pretty subdued and pretty humble. Other people remember that?
Gotcha.
Yeah, he was still humble.
It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. I don't think that Trump is going to go through like a long-term change. There's no epiphany. Trump is Trump. He is who he is. These incidents may, shake him up a little bit. He might come face to face with his mortality. His wife was right there. There's a lot. So it's not surprising to me that his comments immediately following it are somewhat muted by Trump standards. But, Trump is who he is, in my opinion. I don't think he's going to change. I have no problem with who he is.
I want to weigh in on Trump's comments tonight. Okay, Othello is trying to divert from the point that I made by trying to brush over leftist violence. Trump never said that there's crazies on both sides in his speech tonight in front of the White House. Othello, though, tried to plant this into the conversation and has now tried to appeal to y'all's kindness in saying, well, there may be some violence on both sides. But he used a big lie right at the beginning to move it down this path. This dude is lying to you to try and get you off the ball that leftists want to kill you.
Alex, would you like to speak?
Hello, you got called out.
Yeah, I need to respond.
Yes, please.
You said that, Othello. And you lied at the beginning of this to move us down this path.
Do you concede? Will you let me Will you let me start?
Need.
I think that to push this kind of rhetoric right now is like you're already in a civil war in your mental realm, in your mind. And I think that that makes you the perfect goyim. And so that's all I'm going to say.
Whoa.
Did you lie?
Whoa. That means that he's the perfect nation to the H.
I want to hear Alex. Before Alex goes, I just want to preface. I think I know where Alex is going, so I want to set the stage for this. It's so funny I said stage. I want to tackle this quote-unquote staged event that we keep hearing that's going to start. That's starting to percolate from this room, and it will start percolating all over the place about how this was a staged event. So, Alex, take it away. Go for it. Alex, are you there or no? All right, because we have Rhea.
Dishes.
We had Alex and Rhea in the chat saying this is another scripted event. Or I don't think Alex said that, but he was hinting at it. So.
Do y'all remember when they were saying you need to take this vaccine because you're the problem? And now all these deaths are starting to roll out, and turbo cancers are occurring, and we don't want to think the left wants to kill us. I mean, they were up telling. Biden said the big lie about the vaccine, saying that it would stop the spread of it, and it never did. I mean, time after time, year after year, you cannot forget these events that the left wants to kill you.
So ridiculous. What is this sudden interest in the left wants to kill you because of this incident? It's such propaganda. It's crazy.
It's really sad. It's really bad propaganda.
Well, I mean, what have we seen in the past year and a half? What acts of violence have we seen? We've seen the original first assassination on Trump. How did the public, the political sides, how did they react? We saw Charlie Kirk. How did each political side react? We've seen Mangione. How did each side react? We've seen, you know what I'm saying? Does anybody have any comments about those specific incidents? Are there relations to political parties?
I brought that up earlier. Mangione, what's just abhorrent and just a vicious statement about humanity is the amount of people that have joined forces to support him.
Dude,
and
part about all of it.
It's grotesque. And the fact that in cold blood, a man goes and shoots a father and a businessman in cold blood on the street, and you have people, lauding him. So, I mean, just on that one, I wanted to comment because besides the criminal aspect of a premeditated murder, that, in other states would put him in the electric chair or firing squad, but just the concept that people accept that and justify it, and that he's got a groundswell of following, and maybe that's what Joe is saying. That's who are those people? Who are those people that are his fan club? Right. So I guess that's my question.
And just to follow up with that, hold on one second, Joe. Just to follow up with that, what we do know is that college students were polled, and 50% of American college students empathize more with Mangione than they did the victim. Okay, so who is that 50% of college students?
I don't know. Where's that poll? I've never seen that, but that's really good.
I just want to point out there's only one ideology that calls for the death of the rich. There's only one ideology. It ain't the people on the right calling for the death of the rich. It's clearly the people on the left. And not all people on the left are doing it. However, the extreme leftists do want to kill you. I mean, that's the pattern we have seen.
Do you think, Joe, as the shift in the difference in wealth disparity, the wealth, the productivity, and wage percentage, the EPI said as of 2025, we have since 1979, the two measured quarters was 1979 fourth quarter and 2025 fourth quarter financial years. They were both measured, and our productivity has increased 93%, and our wage has increased only 33%. Now, I have a question for the rest of society. When we look at something like that, and we see that, some of you have heard me say these numbers recently because we heard this, but 1% of America holds the same wealth, 90% of America, whereas 10% of America holds 93% of American stocks and investments. So, what are we talking about here? Is this going to only be a political left and right, or is this going to turn to as a revolution, a violent revolution, if we don't fix the structure of what we have here right now?
Yeah, but the violence is
Where do these numbers come from, Bima? Can you cite where they're coming from, Bima? Yeah, tell me which number you need, Abby, in the chat. Specifically on the equity holding, because are you counting in all the 401ks and pension plans around the country when you talk about who owns equities? Let's double check so I don't misquote.
We'll drop it in the chat. Doug, Doug, you want to get in here? Go for it, man.
Yeah, let me jump in. Thank you. So, to the people that listen, Mangione acted upon his own information, right? It's not justification for what he did. You know, people are fed up in America, right? You know, healthcare is a serious to some people. Maybe there are some people who don't have to worry about their healthcare. Maybe their healthcare is so proper and pristine. You know, you know, they look at other people and say, well, too bad for you. You know, Mangione said, no, too bad for you, right? It means something to him that he acted upon it. Now, anybody's justifying his act. But the same way when America was fed up with Britain, they acted. It caused a revolutionary war. That's what happened. When people are fed up with a thing, they are fed up. R. Kelly even said when a woman is fed up, ain't a damn thing you can do about it. And that's how Mangione reacted. That's how he reacted. I think it's unfair for people to hold these positions and wave their finger at people that make decisions in their lives because they're fed up. Now you might say, well, we could have did it another way. You could have went to your senator, go to your legislator, and da-da-da-da-da. It's just madness, man. I don't think people realistically know what world they're living in, or maybe they're living in that's waiting to pop so they can drop back down to reality. I don't know what it's going to take, right? Until you're in the shoes of Mangione, let the justice system handle him. Stop trying to slander him for, you know, being mad at the system. I'm done speaking.
Don't slander someone who murders in cold blood and premeditated murder. Don't slander that? Are you serious?
I can
you
show
really
you,
feel that way?
I can show you, watch this, Abdi. I can show you pictures of men and women being burned and hung and lynched in this country.
I didn't ask about anyone else. I didn't ask, what about it?
But you don't want to hear that.
Are you justifying in cold blood murder? No, don't see me. This man committed in cold blood, premeditated, first-degree murder on an innocent person. And you are...
He's not innocent.
He's not innocent? Are you was Mangione the judge and the jury to convict someone? What was he found guilty of?
All of this in the civil order, if you undermine it by committing mass acts of political violence, That's the population saying that the laws no longer apply. If you're in an anarchical state, and if the government you're under accepts that, then they're in the same state. Luckily, we have a government that's like, no, we can't do that despite how flawed it is. And that's an important piece. Violence undermines the very objectives that those people seek to propose and push forward, because it doesn't show ever in a republic or democracy or proto-democracy or proto-republic anywhere on earth in the last 15,000 years, it does not show that you can change the rules. What it shows is those with the biggest stick, those who the Million Dialogue says the strong do what they will and the weak suffer what they must, that ends up being the mode of transport for human emotion, human suffering, and human rule. And the fact that we can't seem to perceive that in the middle of this conversation when people haven't even done the basics, right? Like the very basics. People get frustrated about processes when they've never done anything to establish them or figure out what they could do for them or figure out how it works. They're just like, no, it shouldn't work this way. Well, I'm sorry, the American Republic means that you have to take time, it means you have to take money, and it means you have to take your valuable honor and put it on the line for change in government. And if you don't do that, then the natural tendency of federal government is to get larger and more despotic. And this is not a new thing. Again, you can't point out periods in human history where this isn't the inevitable end of that kind of a thought. And it is one in which we should reject and figure out something that manages that. If what the claim is, in particular, say with Mangione, which is that healthcare should be a right, well, then we have an amendment process. And people who are unwilling to abide by the amendment process are outside of the realm of making change. They decide that the only way to do that is by radical means, despite the fact that there's a process they've never fucking tried.
Okay, so
they never put an ounce into, never put any money into, never put any time into, just didn't do fucking shit. And then it winds up with people having radical opinions about the government, despite the fact they don't do anything to maintain the very government in which they exist in. Why the fuck should the government care about you if you don't care about the government?
Yeah, I largely agree with you, Marshall. Let me just add, though, civil people that are upset with the system take people to civil court. That's what we do. Mangione largely was upset with the health care of his mother or something. I don't know the full story behind it. However, I get his grievances with insurance. Do what other people in civil society do, and we sue them. And that's how we handle our disputes in this country, in a civil country. However, we have leftists that believe the ends justify the means, that they will take violence into their own hand. Look, it was only a few years ago that they were saying, if you had the chance to kill baby Hitler, wouldn't you kill baby Hitler? And they were referring to Donald Trump. And this was the rhetoric that they were talking about. This was in his first term. I don't even, have y'all been paying attention? They don't live in a civil society like many of us do, where we handle our disputes with the system that we have. Thank the founding fathers for the judicial system that we have. If we didn't, then the peasant class would have no great way to solve our grievances. But many of y'all probably have, you chalk it up to a shitty system. You follow a bunch of politicians thinking they're going to solve all your problems and never take anything, into your own hands in a civil way. And then the ones that are extreme take it into their own hands in a violent way.
Do you actually believe what you're saying?
I know what I'm saying. I know exactly. I don't know.
Since Kennedy forward, or after Kennedy.
Have you ever sued anyone, Catalyst? No, the question is, have you?
Every single war.
Or do you commit violence?
Every single war has been committed by the so-called right. What are you talking about?
That's not the point. That's not the point he was making.
He said leftists. I'm like, wait, hold on. He did say leftists.
What are you even talking about?
If you
This is what we deal with.
what he said,
These people can't even understand what I said.
This is the kind of drones that follow. I have no idea.
if you pay attention and you listen specifically, he was talking about people who committed violence in the name of politics. Yes, he blamed it on the left because Luigi Mangione happened to be on the left-hand side of the aisle.
Was January 6th the left?
That's not the point. Don't shift the goalposts. Don't shift the goalposts. No, don't be a shithead in the middle of the conversation.
The war in Iran a left thing?
Oh my gosh! Can you?
Yeah.
This is how the logic of the people on the left are.
Catalyst, did you answer Joe's question? Catalyst, did you hear Joe's question that he asked you? He asked you a question.
I made a point.
Do you sue people or do you commit violence? Because that's how we handle grievances in our country.
Have you ever litigated, Catalyst? Have you ever gone to court for litigated a dispute?
Grievances in your country.
Multiple times.
Ray, go talk to someone. Joe asked a direct question. Have you ever litigated or if your neighbor did something?
Multiple times.
It was the people who
You've litigated, Catalyst.
That's when he litigated it.
Have you gone to court to solve a dispute, Catalyst? That's what he asked you.
The fourth time, multiple times.
And how has it turned out for you?
One most, some I didn't. But as it relates to this person making a blanket claim that individuals of a political ideology focus on warring or violence as opposed to litigation is completely.
But Catalyst, that wasn't the argument. If you had listened earlier, he acknowledged.
I came in 5 minutes ago.
No, he acknowledged that both sides had an issue, right? He acknowledged that the extreme right was as big a problem as the extreme left. He simply said that violence was not an applicable solution to solving your problem. Right? Maybe Joe is a bit more partisan than I am.
So let me jump in for a second, if I may. I think if Joe had said there's a contingent on the left that is very radicalized and dangerous, that's a lot more palatable. Just as I would expect someone to say, yeah, there's probably a contingent on the right that is radical and dangerous, and it would be expected that the most radicalized segments of society are going to be more inclined to perpetrate some violent activity. Not always, but possibly. It's more likely, right? Even statistically. So when you say the left wants to kill you, though, that just sounds like that's hyperbolic and it's sharing propaganda right after a devastating event, and I think that's why.
Doctor, you were on this app pushing the death jab for a year. You were telling people to take the vaccine, and it's led to myocarditis for men all across America. And I'm not saying you're willingly a participant in deciding to want to, like, you're not as evil as this Cole guy or as evil as Mangione is. However, you carry the water for the left that wants to kill us.
Evil? Are you? But what's interesting is, let me just answer that really quick. I still believe that the vaccine is helpful, and that comes out of a background in really veterinary public health, quite frankly, where it's simple that if you allow disease to spread more rampantly, you're going to have more problems. So it's actually very simple. You don't even have to get into mathematical modeling. But that has nothing to do with my political ideology whatsoever. But I do think it's fair what Catalyst said. Hold on 1 second, Joe. Let me just say one thing. But Joe, let me just say one thing. I think it's fair for Cattle to say that, like, I wasn't thinking of January 6th, but it is a fair argument, I think, to say, bring that up as an issue of there are elements of the right.
The right didn't kill anybody, though.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
The only people that died on January 6th were people on the right.
No, that's not true. Police officers died. I'm a former police officer. I'm former military. You don't know what you're talking
There were
about.
no police officers that died on January 6th.
What?
We have litigated this so many times on the...
Yeah, Joe's correct. They did not die. You are wrong.
So I have a question for Catalyst. Catalyst, you said you've litigated. Imagine you're Mangione. You have a degree from an Ivy League university. You're obviously a bright guy, went to Penn. Do you think if he harnessed his energy, and got together a class action or a mass tort litigation or figured out a way to take his brains and litigate against United Health as opposed to planning a premeditated murder of the CEO? Do you think that through the system and through litigation and perhaps taking the incentive to gather people in the form of a class action might have been a more civilized way to approach a company that he had an issue with?
No.
You don't. So you think the only way was to murder the CEO?
I think, are you familiar with the Powell doctrine that's been taking place from a memo from 1971? It's a doctrine that the guy who ultimately Nixon put on the Supreme Court. This doctrine states that corporatocracy is to control all areas because the left or individuals of free thinking were not able to control the courts, policy, education, the laws, the wealth. Absolutely not. And I, as one that believes in a civil society, I do not think that had he gone through all those things you stated would have changed anything. These big pharma donate billions of dollars to their from the Wall Street to their K Street folks to get policies done and completed and have torts just to Smith, or judges are bought and paid for, juries are bought and paid for every day. Like, really?
So you don't believe to work with our legal system, you think that the rule of law shouldn't apply with the situation, that his remedy to United Healthcare was the only remedy, not to take a company down through a class action or a mass tort. The way for you think is to go outside the rule of law and to commit first-degree murder.
What you asked about 4 different questions. What's your
so again, I asked. You said you've litigated when things were wrong in your life, when you had issues. So did you think in those litigation moments of going after the defense? Were you the plaintiff in those cases?
I do. I am not.
Did you think of going and attacking the defendants, like physically, as opposed to suing them, as opposed to like taking their assets? Did you think of maybe, like if you litigated with a neighbor, did you think of instead just going and beating the shit out of them instead of suing them?
It's not about me.
Well, I'm just asked just generally the question.
It's not about me, though. It's about what that person did to get redress. It's what that person did to get redress. Was he wrong? Absolutely, he was wrong. Abso-freaking-lutely. But as far as having a class action lawsuit from a number of individuals to take down or change policies from a private corporation, part of a big pharma entity that donates billions of dollars to have policies written, laws changed, things moved around like they did last year with the big ugly bill by changing a lot of the monies where things were allocated at the expense of tax breaks. Absolutely. It's unfortunate, but it happened.
Do you think class actions can't take down companies?
Can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead, Marshall. Go ahead.
My question is just like, which part of the big ugly bill? I only ask that because I got a brother that works at Capitol Hill,
and his budgetary stuff came in about $15 billion under budget. So I'm kind of curious, what part of the big ugly bill are you talking about?
Revisionist history of these people. Okay, have you actually read it?
Come on, man. That's not revisionist history. I was just asking you a question.
Moved around and how monies were taken from one. It's the process.
Yes, but that's a congressional process that happened.
And subsidizing and the proletariat having their losses subsidized on them.
Okay, the proletariat
We've killed the Enron people instead of just taking.
Abby, I got this. The proletariat is not an answer to my question. The question I asked was about policy. If you don't happen to know the fucking policy,
did you read the
No.
Did you
just say you don't know the. Just say you don't know the policy.
Did you read it? Did you read
Yes,
all
I did. I happened to read it because I had a family member who worked on it. That's why I read it.
Okay.
Then my question to you is, and the original question which you are dodging, is what part of that? Yes, you're dodging. Which part of that do you object to? No. Which part of no. I asked you the question ahead of time. You asked me the question afterward. My question is more pertinent than yours because you didn't. Yes, it is because you happened to ask me afterward. You asked me afterward. You didn't ask me before. You asked me afterward. So because you asked me afterward, you got to answer the question previous, which is what part of the big ugly bill are you talking about?
What did you read it? If you read it,
bro,
you would
stop asking if I read it. Tell me a part of the. No, that's an answer of somebody who can't cite me chapter and verse. I'm sorry, federal code says one thing, it doesn't say things, it doesn't say three things, it doesn't say two things, it says one thing. Now, if you can't tell me what federal policy says, it means you didn't fucking read it.
Alright, hold on.
Which is exactly the problem with people in your position. You don't bother to read the fucking text before you criticize it, because if you had, you'd been able to cite me chapter and verse where it's fucked up. Because I can tell you where a couple of things were fucked up. Medicaid and Medicare services, that was not dealt with right.
But you gotta figure out where he wants fucked up.
The fact that you can't, the fact that you're not willing to be specific is a problem.
Yeah, I agree, Marshall, and I appreciate that. And that's not, don't take it personally. I think just it's an opportunity for all of us to be better. Abby, I did find some stuff for you. And it looks like it comes from Federal Reserve. There was a couple articles from Fortune that quoted those numbers, and then I traced it back to their source. Their source was Federal Reserve data. So that's where that comes from.
Could it
now,
chat?
Yeah, I could. And the second thing, which I think is really interesting, I wanted to find the quote or the 50% of college students looking favorable, more sympathizing more with Mangione than they did with the victim. And I did find a couple polls on this. And what's interesting is looking through, I found a second. And what's fascinating is I think Joe has a point, but then the counter is also wonderful. Okay, so it looks like here. Let me see this. So this one poll. This is by. So there's an Emerson polling, and it basically is showing that people more on the left, and specifically younger Democrats, call for more violence with the anti-rich, anti-CEO violence type stuff. And then there was a Christian nationalist poll that was done, and surprisingly, 3 out of 10 Christian nationalists believe that political violence is necessary to save the country. So we have it's two sides, two interesting things to consider.
I wonder what the size of that demographic is that they polled. The sample size. Curious about that. I did want to say to Catalyst, by the way, and I mean, I could rattle off a bunch of them to you, but I quickly said when you were talking, Enron, the Hinkley groundwater, the BP case, the FenFen, these were all companies that went under as a result of large class actions of groups that someone getting together, and same thing with the tobacco industry, taking them down. I mean, you can take down an industry without murdering the CEO. You can do it through our system, through our rule of law. It is possible. And some of the biggest corporations in our country have been subject to it. And Enron is probably the best example, but also the other ones I cited. So, I mean, that it's not like so fatalistic that the only option is to have violence. And I'm not saying you're calling for that catalyst. I'm just answering that.
To bring up a bipartisan issue that I think you owe, I'm curious what people will say to this. The security issue tonight seems to be of concern, and this isn't to blame Homeland Security, funding, or anything. I'm curious. I heard that with all the protectees in the building, and maybe Abby, you can speak to this, having been to a similar event, all the protectees in the building, I heard the security was off the charts. People could see visibly Secret Service everywhere, as would be expected, but it was particularly intense. I don't know if the pundits are talking about this now, but because I've been watching since I first saw it, but I can't understand. The reason I bring this up too is because when someone doesn't breach security or get shots off, it doesn't become a news story like this. We don't, well, it does to some degree, but we don't typically go deep into their profile, right? Because they were neutralized or nothing happened. So there's a sampling bias with regard to, unless I'm wrong, with regard to the coverage of these things, number one. But number two, I'm curious about the security issue because, and I'm not blaming Trump at all. I'm just curious, it seems like it was very intense. And why was there this breach? Because it scares me that if someone can get by
50 yards away. He was 50 yards away.
Yeah, Dr. Jordan, when the president is in a building, when you have an event with the president or the vice president, Secret Service takes over security. So even if you have your own security, or even if it's your local metropolitan police that are securing it, or even your FBI, when the president is there, Secret Service takes over all the entranceways and takes over the security protocol for the event, if that helps.
No, I was a part of it. I had to be at an event where there was an advance team that came to check, and the president ended up coming. This was when Clinton was president. So I understand that aspect, but what I'm asking is, and I'm not blaming the Trump administration, I'm just asking, what about Secret Service and their protocol? Because it seemed like they had this thing covered to a T, but still, this individual got as far as they did. I'm not blaming any side or even the agency. I'm just asking, isn't that a super surprise to people?
Not at all. It seems like it was definitely planned. This person needs to get his ratings up. The war that he's campaigning is totally in the toilet. The Epstein files are still dogging his heels. Congress, the Republican GOP can't get anything through. And every single time he's polling like this, he has something to distract.
That's not even remotely accurate.
This is massively a distraction and noise and probably planned.
Boy, that's a really...
So that didn't happen.
Anything used to...
That didn't happen that way. First off, so the security around the Hilton is open.
Thank you, Brad. You can explain this.
Yeah.
So the security layers, they're in layers, and they're set. The Secret Service controls the interior around the ballroom, and it locked it down, which obviously is evident by every video you could possibly download. The outer perimeter towards the ballroom to get the entrance in there was controlled by Capitol Police, well, DC Metro Police, and various other Secret Service entities. The assailant ran through from the outer perimeter, which is the hotel lobby area, and he basically went running past them. Now, he didn't even breach the second layer, which is the first layer is just the megatrometer and those guys that are just checking you, asking you for your pass. He breached past that and then ran into the second layer, which was clearly armed, in which he was subdued. So he didn't even get to the final layers of security, which would have been around the doors, around the ballroom, and sitting there on the wings on either side of the president and most of the staff there. It's not how it's set up, and it was designed that way because in the Hilton, there are other people that are there as well. There are other dignitaries, guests, and stuff, and people just staying there out of the blue. So they have access to that hallway. You're just not allowed to gain access to the other areas. Now, going forward, I can promise you that if there's ever an event held at the Hilton, they will probably have to be forced to lock down, which will be a shame because now you'll have to move the venue just because of the security protocol. But the security protocols that were enacted tonight did hold. They did respond accurately based on everything that's reported. And I doubt any idiot is going to sit there and tell me that some fucking moron running at full speed as fast as he can after he hastily put together a weapon managed to get a fucking perfect shot off to hit a Secret Service member in the chest through the armor plate at a distance that was safe, that didn't cause massive amounts of trauma while running. That seems kind of, well, I'm going to say either you don't know how firearms work or you watch too much Hollywood in order to actually do any of that stuff. I've ran with firearms, and I can tell you, I can't hit that fucking accurate at that range, even at, I'd have to be like within 5 yards. But you somehow or another, people are going to throw a conspiracy together, and you just sound ridiculous when you actually meet people who know how this shit works.
Yeah, I need to see that outside camera.
Still sounds, it's as someone who's actually been to war and been in a few campaigns for a very long time and watched how things move in the political spheres, how things are moved and what is said and not said. It seemed kind of staged, very much so.
Well, and this is also why I brought it up. I don't necessarily buy into the fact that it was staged, but what I wanted to point to, and this again is bipartisan, quote unquote, I guess you could say it that way, is that, you know, if someone had hit a perimeter wall, it would have been newsworthy, but it wouldn't have evacuated. I imagine it wouldn't have called for evacuation. But because he breached security to the degree that he did, it became a much more newsworthy, obviously newsworthy story. I guess what I'm saying is there's a spectrum of events that we hear about every day that gets on the radar of Secret Service that they either neutralize someone, blah, 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 but, you know, we only...
The reason this got on the news the way it did is because it happened at the Correspondence Dinner with 2,000 people. It was a gala. Like, it was picked. Like, you're making weird assumptions and correlations that just don't make sense.
No, but what I'm simply saying is that if the gala had continued and there was and something ricocheted off a wall, off a perimeter wall outside, it would have made the news, but we wouldn't have gone. The media probably wouldn't go as far as to profile someone to the degree. Well, that's inaccurate as well, what I just said. But my point is, the depth of the breach always dictates the coverage that it's going to get, and of course that makes sense. What I'm trying to say is about the numerous incidents.
But he didn't breach the layers. He was caught by the first layer. Like, he didn't even get to the second layer. Like, they swarmed it. It was done. There's videos online. You could watch the reaction. He never even got to the stairwells. Like, you're saying something like that just doesn't make sense. Either you're ignorant of not knowing how this event unfolded and you're just going based on what you hear, or you're just making it up. No. Because he never broke through that first tier layers.
Right, but if you I saw the video where he gets through. He's running through the metal detector.
Yes, he gets through the magnetometer. Yes, and then he stopped.
All I'm saying though is that and they even talk about this on the news. I think if they put another set of metal detectors back by the entrance, which wasn't feasible, and there's also multiple entrances to the lobby, as I understand, then that could have been prevented. And I'm not saying it's entirely necessary. I'm only responding to the fact that the news covers things based on the depth of the breach and the proximity.
They covered it because they were all in the fucking room, and then they realized for the first time that, like some of them said, that maybe we're partially to blame for creating some of the chaos that's ensuing. So, no, this isn't having anything to do with the layering and pushing it out. Unfortunately, protocols will probably shift to where we actually push it further out, and entities like the Hilton going forward will be in a lockdown where there won't be any entrances going through, and you'll have one main funnel area. But again, he didn't really breach the security. He ran through the magnetometer, surprised a few of the initial responders, and then was snared up. And then you saw the covering flanks, which they fanned out in all directions, up on the upper levels as well as around the room, and they were flying down there. He never even got to what you're considering the true security layers. He got through the outer perimeter just by rapping if some idiot wants to run, but he didn't breach any area. He was ensnared too quickly.
Dr. Jordan, every major correspondent in the media was in that room. I mean, if you're wondering why the press covered it, every single one was in there. And if they weren't in, they were in the lobby. Their junior reporters were all in the lobby. And every major reporter, every news outlet, from Reuters and AP and every streaming service, everyone has a table at that event.
But okay, so
they're all in there.
But are you saying that, let's say it was the National Electricians Association conference and the president happened to be speaking, are you saying that you don't think it would have gotten the coverage? And what I'm saying, so I understand it's a very interesting discussion because, well, what I'm saying is that the media, for example, I do not have the first clue what I did who went after President Trump. It was on his at the Mar-a-Lago at the golf club at the golf club. I don't remember who was at the golf course, who that perpetrator was. I don't remember very much about him. And you're absolutely right. Obviously, they covered this intensively because every major network, every journalist of prominence was there. But what I find interesting, though, is that we here on Clubhouse, we don't tear things apart if we don't have that much information, right? So, for example, the incident that occurred where, sadly, one of the National Guard's officers or one of the National Guardsmen was killed. The other one was shot at the corner of Pennsylvania Avenue, and I forget where exactly.
That was covered on Clubhouse for like a week and a half, and yeah, maybe you don't find the same attention because it wasn't the president of the United States filled with 2,000 members of the mainstream media as well as other dignitaries. Like you had the vice president and the president in the same room. Of course, this is going to be top world news.
That's exactly my point, Brad, is that there are so many variables, and you're talking about major issues, but there are so many variables that go into what I'm calling a security breach. I'm not trying to say that's accurate language. I'm just saying there are so many variables to how and when something gets covered that we lose some of our objectivity with regard to how we criticize the perpetrator, and they're all deserving of criticism and judgment, right? But in this particular case, this is going to stand out far more than, say, the guy who was on the golf course who fired toward the president, right? It wasn't, obviously, there weren't dignitaries in the hotel or on the course. There may have been, but it wasn't as high profile a venue. But the way we're responding to it is in accordance with how much the media can even access to cover, is all I'm saying. And maybe it's a moot point that I even brought it up.
No, I don't think you understand what you're, like, it was covered on his second well, actually, technically his fifth assassination attempt, but some of the ones are just fucking retarded and stupid and never came to fruition. But this one, the golf course one, was like frontline news. Like it was sitting out there. Every media network covered it and talked at hours at length. In fact, Abby, correct me if I'm wrong, there was even an investigation into it. We had to search this guy. We had to figure it out. People talked about him. They researched his background, where he came from, the twit of the month, and his experience and how he wanted to save you fucking Crane. All of that shit was discussed ad nauseum. It got boring after a while because everyone knew the facts. This guy is now the next line, and he'll be talked about for a week or two, month maybe, and they'll adjust some security protocols going forward. But he too will go until his trial day, and maybe somebody will talk about it. The news networks will probably talk about it. But I mean, I don't know what you're trying to say.
I think what he's trying to say, maybe Dr. Jordan, you're saying the sensationalism of this. Like, by the way, one of the assassination attempts that Brad's talking about, the perpetrator, the Iranian terrorist, was actually just convicted in federal court of the assassination attempt against Trump. But it wasn't, you're saying this is more sensationalized because it's a room full of media correspondents where it happened. I mean, it happened with 2,000 people in the room. The assassination attempt that the Iranians had was thwarted by law enforcement, but that was in the news, a week ago, a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
That the guy got convicted.
And Butler is still talking about today. There's still rooms talking about it, mainly because we lost a great American guy who died doing the one thing that you couldn't write a script for. He dove in front of his children, his family, and took those rounds and died. And he was a fucking fireman. A man who spent his entire career going in to save all of our asses in times of need. You couldn't script that. That man gave his life for his family. It's not sensationalized. It's just reporting the facts. Stopping the Iranian plot, yeah, it's on the news. We talk about it, and we're glad that they caught the fucking moron. But I mean, these were 2,000 people that were just there for dinner and, you know, to hear Trump. And Trump was going to this one. He's been boycotting him. It's his first time back at him. And that's why it's such a big news, because Trump doesn't go to these.
Well, you're right, but also Abby was on to what I was basically saying to some degree about sensationalizing the story. For example, let's use Charlie Kirk's tragedy, right? Terrible tragedy. But if no one been killed that day, the news coverage would have been far less intense, obviously, right? And we probably would have forgotten much more quickly than we remembered who the perpetrator was and what political ideology he favored. And so all I'm saying is there's a bit of a sampling bias. Hold on one second. Let me just say,
why is this distinction important to you?
But
when
Alan,
you finish what you're saying, answer that.
Okay. So Alan, what I was saying is that the sampling bias is influenced by a couple variables in my relatively ignorant opinion, which is one, my perceived or the general public's perception of the breach, the subsequent lethality or fatality if any casualties are involved, and perhaps other members, and maybe a third variable would be the other potential targets at the venue. And in this case, it was very high profile because it was all the protectees and the journalists. So that's one thing. The guy got around, fired shots off, and someone was hit, but it wasn't a huge casualty. So let's use my crude model just for a second. All I'm saying is that these variables go into how we
perceive, how we bother to even discuss something. Like me, Brad, I guess you're right. We did talk about the second assassination on the golf course on Clubhouse, but I don't think we jumped in with what side of the aisle the guy might have been on. So
we absolutely did. His pro stance that he was saving Ukraine, like that was just a bunch of bullshit, mind fucking, and people actually empathized with it. Fucking, you could bring out the sensationalism. I would probably see where you were going if you brought up Juicy Sommelier or one of those that fucking guy who walked around with cloths around his neck in the shape of a knot and said it was in the middle of like 2 a.m. He was going for a Subway sandwich. And he was jumped by people in fucking Chicago who said this is Trump country, which that one still never rested with me. But I mean, the sensationalism would have been with that shit. But this isn't sensationalism. This is just reality. Everybody's upset because it was an attack on our president, along with the vice president, along with a whole host of other people. And it wasn't just Republicans in there. There was also Democrats, there was news media, there were other dignitaries. So this had the potential to actually have such a huge impact on the current state of affairs of the world, both domestically and geopolitically. This is why it's a big freaking ordeal, rather than Juicy Sommelier's fucking stupid shit.
Dr. Jordan, let me test you on something. Don't Google, okay? Don't Google this. Dr. Jordan, what's the name of the guy that shot who shot Ronald Reagan?
Hinckley.
See, you knew that right away. Reagan didn't die, so that wasn't an assassination, it was an attempt. But how'd you know the name right away?
Well, I think because even in popular film, they covered things about John Hinckley Jr. I remember his whole name, and he was insane, right?
Okay, so
in his own right.
So do you think that was sensationalized?
No, I think you're making a good point, but I don't think it was necessarily sensationalized, but I think the reason it received such a response was because wouldn't he have been the first wasn't that the first assassination attempt on really any political figure?
Kennedy, Nixon, how many more do you really want to go through? Like, what we got? Kennedy's, like the whole family, literally.
I would still like an answer to the question. If we assume everything you said, and yes, there's some bias there for the reasons you stated, first of all, why is it important to you? Why should it be important to us? And what difference is it going to make if we accept what you're saying? Well, because it's like how the media reports it. Well, that's an interesting topic. The fact remains that somebody was trying to kill the president. And we do have video on it, which being a visual medium makes it more news sellable, if that's even a term, as opposed to some of the other attempts where there's no video on it. So absolutely, it's going to get more coverage. But why? What difference does this whole path you're leading us down make in the end? Is it supposed to be how we're supposed to view it? Are we supposed to view it in some context that maybe we're not viewing it? Are we supposed to not react as much? What do you want from all of this, Doctor?
Yeah.
Because I think most of us in the room are thinking, somebody tried to kill him and he got caught, and that's about it. That's about all there is to it. You're making this point that I don't know, maybe I'm missing something.
No, you're right. I guess what I'm wondering is, and because I question myself, reflexively, when I heard about this, I thought, wait, should I jump to the conclusion that it may be one side or the other, one political ideology or another, behind the perpetrators.
That is what happened. This guy, like, he's been doxxed all through it. Like, even down to his $25 campaign contribution to Kamala. Like, his tried and blue. Like, even his lectures and his social circle is all online right now. It's not even hidden. He's literally the definition of the leftist. Like, I mean, you can obfuscate the violence that has been perpetrated on conservatives across the country for believing it, even to an extent Trump supporters, and saying they've been vilified. From the kid, Nicholas Sandman, who used to be on this app, who did nothing more than be a kid in a nervous situation while he had a grown-ass man beating a drum in his face, and people called him a Klans member, destroyed his future. But, you know, that was sensationalized not by the conservatives, not by anybody else except for people on the left. Like, I mean, if you're going down that way, it just seems like you're dismissive of the fact of what really happens.
I'm not denying that. I'll even give Joe the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, let's say more people on the left hate people on the right than on the right hate people on the left. And I'll even say, let's say more people on the left are more inclined to want to kill people on the right. Let's just, for the sake of argument, fine. All I'm saying is, I'm curious about the reflexive nature of our thoughts. Do we automatically, like for me, I thought two things. One, okay, maybe this person is pissed off because his grocery fees are too high, and yet let's argue that it's not even Trump's fault. Let's say that he would have done the same thing during the Iraq War, right? If there was something that somehow influenced. So
now you're going to create another scenario? Like, I mean, he had enough money to drive across the country in his gas-powered fucking Honda Civic and purchase a firearm in the most restrictive state in the union. Oh, by the way, for all that gun checking, California, you guys should look up the state laws on how to get one of those firearms. And then go ahead, purchase that, but he couldn't afford groceries? Like, it make sense to me.
All I'm pointing out...
The guy's a scumbag.
Maybe the idea was maybe that was a bad example. I was just I'm curious about the reflexive nature that I have when I think about this, which may be harshly biased, strongly biased, and then how other people are, and I'm not saying that people aren't thinking logically or rationally. I'm just curious because this could all come down to something that we have. The likelihood is that you're right, Brad, and that Joe is right. That's probably the case. What this guy is.
But we've already seen this before. Again, the baseball incident, Steve Scalise and numerous others that were wounded and fired upon. Again, I give you Nicholas Sandman. The kid out of fucking Kenosha, Wisconsin, or whatever it was. He was vilified, and then it turns out it's self-defense. And oh, by the way, he blew away a fucking pedophile. Who's gonna fucking cry over that shit? Like, nobody. But he's the villain in that case. Your celebratory stance on Manicati, for killing the CEO and destroying that man's family. I didn't like the CEO. I knew who he was. I thought he was a pompous ass. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't have stalked him to a hotel and fucking ghosted him like it was some fucking Call of Duty game on TV. It just wouldn't fucking make any sense to me. So this glorification of it doesn't make sense. And no one's for political violence, but as of late, when it comes to Trump and the people that support Trump, to deny the fact that they are the most targeted, when you had senators and congresspeople standing up on cars and at gas stations saying, you get in their faces, you don't let them have a day of work, when they lost their jobs, were doxxed, when their families were put in danger for actually believing what they wanted to be and having their freedom of speech and their freedom of opinion, and then you come up here and say, oh, it's just sensationalized. It wasn't. They had to live this fucking life. They had to endure those consequences. They had to suffer that shit. And they watched the guy that they voted with a clear voice, turning purple districts, purple states, breaking the blue wall en masse, a sea of red. They voted in a voice saying, this is the guy we wanted. And you have now saying, well, we're just sensationalizing it and obfuscating the whole truth of it, is that you're condoning the violence violence that is perpetrated on these people who are American fucking citizens who clearly don't have a right to have a voice because it seems to be that you want to take it away.
First of all, I'm not sensationalizing.
When this is done, I'd like to speak
I'm
to.
curious about the response, but I want to add one thing, and this actually supports your argument, quite frankly. But tonight I hear Wolf Blitz say, I was watching CNN, and I listened to Wolf Blitz. I'm not sure. I guess he was very close by, and he was concerned that he was a target, and I kind of smirked or laughed to myself, and it's not a laughing matter, but I laughed to myself. I thought, why would Wolf Blitzer, it's almost audacious for him to suggest that he was a target. And then, in my brainwashing, let's say I'm totally brainwashed from being on the left, I'm thinking to myself, wait, maybe Wolf Blitzer is trying to already change the narrative because he somehow had some premonition that this guy was on the left, and he wanted to somehow insert that he himself was a target because everybody knows that he's on the left. These are the acrobatic activities that my neurons went through just to try and examine something that I don't have any hard data on, but I myself got all twisted up because I believed my own party was inserting something into the narrative just to confuse or distract. So I'm still on the left and quite moderate, but that's what happened in my head tonight. So my point in bringing this up at all is just to address the reflexive nature of how we respond to the media culture, the polarized society that we live in today, and all the nuance that we sometimes consider and don't, because it's very complicated. And I'm even lying to myself half the time when I'm listening to the news because I've been so battered by news outlets on both sides. That's
well, Doctor, I'd like to address that because I would just like to thank the shooter for securing the midterms for the Republicans. Because when you talk about how
there it is. I called it.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Because when you talk about all of the nuances of this and how people are going to take it, and you being in the psychology field, you see all of those things. The average voter is going to look at this and say that the left has lost their frigging minds. And they're going to say this is unfair what the left has done to the President of the United States. And they're going to say, I don't want the people on the left running this country. So no matter how bad the food prices are, no matter how high gas is, no matter how unpopular the war in Iran may be, they are going to vote for President Trump, and they are going to vote for Republicans. That's the net result of what has happened today. And for those saying, oh, this was planned, yeah, it's like, people who lie think everyone else lies too. Well, as we saw with the Southern Poverty Law Center, they made up these conspiracies so we could all believe that white supremacy was on the line. The left has been making up their schemes. So, of course, they're going to accuse the right of planning this and, Trump's numbers were bad. Really, they're acknowledging in a backwards kind of way that their plans have backfired and that, yes, in fact, Trump's numbers are going to get better and Republicans' numbers are going to get better. And there's no escaping that. I am done.
I got a question. Doesn't the left do the same thing?
I'm saying that's exactly what the left did.
So I just want to say that, one, I'm not in the psychology field, but I appreciate the suggestion.
Well, you're looking at things in
of support. No, I absolutely don't believe it was a conspiracy, but it was interesting. Catalyst was in here earlier, and that was his go-to. And I don't agree with him.
Yeah, that's why I brought that up.
Right, and so what's interesting though is that, like, I think Gary talked about this in a room the other day. Abby, I think you were there, or no, it was in his chat where I mentioned something about the Epstein issue being a distraction, and he made a good point. He's like, well, is everything a distraction from everything else? And so you can't even tease out, like, either everything is a distraction or nothing is a distraction. So even that's another stream of consciousness that proliferates through media bias. And this I'm not defending liberals, lefties, anything. I'm just saying it's just interesting. There's so much to tease out here that we can almost never know. And that's kind of fascinating and a little scary at the same time. I'm done. Thanks, Alan.
I think why it's so hard for people on the left to accept that they are the violent extremists is because of the rhetoric that has been spouted to them by Wolf Blitz or by CNN, by MSNBC for years and years and years, that it's the MAGA Republicans, it's the right-wingers, these are the extremists, so on and so forth. So it conflicts with their worldview, and that's what Doctor is going through right now, this struggle to understand why his worldview isn't the same as how I see it or how Brad sees it or other people that are giving you completely contradicting points than what you
Same people calling for gun restrictions.
But
yeah,
why is
the
Wolf
people with the
Blitzer
guns
doing
are on the left.
Who's paying Wolf Blitzer?
CNN?
I want to ask
Exactly.
Joe. So I want to ask Joe and others, Abby. I mean, what I mentioned about Wolf, and I don't really know enough about. I mean, I've watched him for years, but don't really think about his opinions too much, or his editorial. But do you think that he inserted that notion almost with intention to be perplexing, or do you think he was being like? Okay.
Without a doubt, he intended it to. Left people on the left need to keep other people on the left in line. So this is one of the ways that they manipulate their audience to keep you in line.
But do you see why even I am like, why in Wolf's wildest notion would he think that he himself was a target?
Because he sees himself as a celebrity, and he saw someone, and he was near where it happened, and he saw someone coming in with it in the violent way, and he sees himself self-important as a celebrity, and probably to the same extent if Megyn Kelly was standing there, or I'm thinking the people, or Jake Tapper. I mean, they see themselves as celebrity targets. That's how I think he was looking.
Doctor. Alan, real quick, just want to add to what Abby just said there.
Sure.
Is, these guys all want to document history too. I mean, they are all witness to history. You realize that. So, if you just put like the bias aside, like whether or not Wolf Blizzard's playing it up, I do think these guys really wanted to document what was happening, and we'll see what's happened. I don't know about you guys, but so far I haven't seen anything that seems like their accounts have been widely inaccurate so far. So this might be a blessing in disguise in a way. Because we actually might have maybe not some fake news that come out of this. We actually might have some real headlines, but that's to be seen.
Yeah, Matt, just the whole thing. So, like, let's take the account Wolf. Like, Wolf could have been a victim. He could have been shot. I mean, had this guy breached through the 6 layers of security, managed to beat all the guys with M4s, somehow overpowered with his flashlight superhero speed, zipped in there and started spraying the room, Wolf could have been hit. Doubt it. It's probably highly unlikely, but given that event, maybe he feels a particular
particular way. Maybe he's like AOC, Matt, where she said she felt like the knock at the door with the Capitol Police coming to secure her when she wasn't even in the Capitol building at the January 6th convention, and how fearful she was, and she made up this really grand tale about how she was hiding and barricading under her desk, and it turns out that was all just BS, and she wasn't even in the Capitol at that time. So, I mean, again, he's just taking hyperbolic, but to other speakers' points, they're right. They have a right to be upset because they are tired of seeing the people and the laws, because they were told, go out and vote, I'll make a change. Your voice matters when you vote. And they have been told to sit back and do what is right. They followed the laws, they followed the voting patterns, they listened, and the left called them terrorists, KKK, racist, xenophobic. They're out there hunting people. They're hanging piece of mud with dental floss in the middle of the night. They want to impede on indigenous people. They hate everybody. They're the worst people. And at some point, you have to recognize that, like, you know what? No, these people aren't it. They're not. The Trump supporters, if you go to a Trump rally, they're not beating the shit out of each other. And if there is a fight outside, guess who's usually the culprit? 99.9% of the time. It's the fucking twits that are fucking going to do the protest because they're libtards and they want to be fake Antifa fucking mock-ups where they're pretending they're some fucking soldier of fortune. Yep, and trying to fucking do that shit, and then these guys have to suffer the consequences. Meanwhile, they get infringements on their rights under states. They get told that they're going to be doxxed. You have politicians now saying, oh, you wait, we're going to go around and figure out who voted for Republicans. They even were told that their service to the nation as a soldier wasn't good enough post-January 6th, and there were calls to remove Republicans from the fucking military by fucking politicians. So, yes, these people that supported Trump, conservatives, Republicans, they should all be absolutely fucking angry. And holding back that anger, the left is really lucky. The conservatives like me and others aren't really chomping at the bit to go out and level them. Not yet. But if you continue down this pathway, yes, and then you're going to cry victim, and no one's going to hear it because, again, we don't care. Like, you're coming to the point where conservatives just do not fucking care to hear your tears anymore.
Yeah, and I was going to say too, Doctor, you said something I think people missed, but you essentially said, well, we can't really know for sure, or I'm paraphrasing what you said, that things are so complicated and there's so many variables that we can't know for sure. No, we can know things for sure. There are things in the world that there may be nuance, but that nuance does not detract from things being knowable, for being able to draw conclusions, and it is maybe it's a reflection of your own personal feelings, or maybe it's a reflection of your political viewpoints being on the left. But that is the typical, and I'm not accusing you of this, I'm asking you as someone who appears to be thoughtful, to question that very ideology, because that is the ideology that the left uses to confuse and obfuscate, if I said that correctly, now I'm not sure I did, everything. There are many things that we know. Oh, for example, there are two sexes. We know that you're either pregnant or you're not. We know that at some point you are born and at some point you will die. And the list goes on and on and on and on and on. But the strategy of the left is to question everything and to question even things that seem so basic that it's foolish, yet they somehow come up with some sort of academic justification to question why. I don't know. I can't think of a stupid example right now of things that they have come up to question. But the list goes on and on. So I would, for yourself, I would question why you think nothing is knowable and we can't come to any conclusions. Now, maybe you're actually thinking that, or maybe you're on the left, you're doing this on purpose. I don't know. I'm going to assume it's the former. But that kind of speaking, those kinds of arguments can be quite distracting. And that's the nicest way I'm going to say that.
Well, I'll go back to the thing about, I was really struck by Wolf Blitzer. I knew one of his producers years ago, and I remember talking about it because we were younger. She was my age, and she was his producer, and I'm not going to dox her, but she was real savvy, and I always was curious, well, what's Wolf Blitzer really like, blah, blah, blah. And I always got the impression that I've never met. I thought he was a pretty objective, professional reporter. And tonight, and I haven't followed him that closely over the years, but I've just seen him here and there. But I was really struck by this because it was alarming, and maybe it's just, it's so incidental, it's unnecessary to broach, but the fact that he said, I was worried over and over again that I was a target, and admittedly it was a scary moment, but then I rehashed it in my mind. I'm thinking, wow, in some ways, he is exploiting this opportunity. I hope not. But to think that he would be a target when there's hundreds of other journalists in there, lots of prominent public figures, the way that he said it was a little disturbing to me. And I'm not doing this to kiss the ass of...
No, I believe him. He's got an abnormally...
Yeah, and first off, you're not doxing Emily. Emily's pretty much a public figure anyway. She comes on fucking social media all the time. I know who she is. I know her too. Like,
What the fuck are you guys talking about?
I don't know.
Dude, shut up.
Yeah, Thomas.
Get out of there, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, anyway, Emily doesn't care if you dox her. Her name's in prominent displays after every fucking news network channel anyway. She's on the screen 24/7. But she's even called him a pompous ass. She doesn't like all the shit he says. But at the end of the day, she still believes him. I've had talks with her. She's not a bad person. She's got a job to do. But she even says it's all, at times, it's, quote, your sensationalism that actually kind of conveys it. And she goes, it's a show, and I get paid to work on a show.
The person I'm talking about now lives in Texas. She teaches she's a courtesy professor at a university in Boston, not one of the bigger ones. And she's married with kids, and she hasn't been with CNN for over 10 years now.
But anyways, Wolf Blitzer's producer is Emily Atkinson. It's not like it's not unknown. She's gone on Twitter or Twitter. She goes on X and talks about shit all the time.
But the reason I wouldn't want to dox this particular person is because this person is behind the scenes, and she wouldn't want people to know that she shared anything with me about Wolf Blitzer. That's the only reason. It has nothing to do with her.
You just said the producer, and I know M's the fucking producer. So that's who's producing. Like, you're not making sense again.
I don't.
He's waffling, man.
We're gonna pass that mic around.
Honestly, fuck Wolf Blitzer. He's a bitch. He tries to always make shit about himself. I never liked him.
I thought he was pretty good when he was doing the Gulf War. Like, you remember in the beginning when he was in Kuwait and he was reporting, like, in the early days. I mean, I thought he was pretty good then.
True, but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I agree. It was a long time ago, but I got to give him that, and that's kind of what jump-started his career.
And
he's not irrelevant enough anymore, because what happened, which was kind of funny, was that people, after he went on his diatribe or after his reporting, other CNN personalities and anchors said, "Wow, Wolf Blitzer's seen all kinds of things in his life as a professional journalist, and he's clearly very upset by this incident." And who wouldn't be if you were that close to being shot, I suppose? But they were even struck by his response. And maybe he is self-important. I didn't used to pay that much attention to him, but I'm curious if anyone saw Van Jones talking on that similar segment, because he called somebody out and I couldn't hear who he was talking about. If anyone saw that part, one of the fellow journalists on the panel.
You were probably the only viewer talking in this room. Asking a bunch of Trump voters if we watch CNN. Come on, man.
Than I am is to assume, well, Pepe might have been watching CNN.
Joe, when's the last time you put on CNN?
Oh, hell, I couldn't even remember. I'd have to think about it. So they didn't kill the shooter, right? They got him arrested.
Yeah, he's in custody.
Alive, yeah. Not to distract, but the last good host on CNN was Larry King. He was pretty good. We gotta send that fucking piece of shit to Guantanamo Bay. Honestly, there needs to be people who, we gotta make an example out of these fuckers.
Are they releasing any manifesto or anything? Has anything come out about this guy?
No manifesto yet, but my question is, he was at the Hilton across the street, right?
The Washington Hilton is a pretty big hotel. That's where the event was at.
I was at the White House.
It was at the Washington Hilton. It's at the Washington Hilton every year. It's a very big ballroom, and it's a big hotel. And it's been there, I don't know. Someone could
check. Is that across from the White House?
Not exactly.
So
it's right there, but it's not exactly across. I forget what the cross street.
So you guys can tell me that I have Trump derangement syndrome, or that I'm a new acolyte, but I thought it was very wise of him, or very creative, very smart, or coincidental. He mentioned that this is a great reason why we're building the new ballroom over at the White House. I mean, I got to give it to him. Whether that's true or not, that was brilliant, right? Like that was him being brilliant. At first, I said to myself, "What bullshit?" And then I'm like, "Hey, how can the collective disagree with that?" I mean, this is where he's brilliant in finding opportunity to either reinforce truths or maybe mess with them a little bit to make it make sense. And I'm curious how you all feel about that.
Well, he wasn't the first president to push it. Secondly, I always find this laudable. I guess it's privately funded, so it's not costing the taxpayers a dime. Secondly, we should have a ballroom in the fucking White House. We have dignitaries, heads of states from other areas. It's an easier place to secure. You can't get the mass of people there. There's multiple layers of security, defensive networks. It's very easy to control in that kind of area. I think Nixon asked for one. Ford, multiple presidents throughout time have tried to appropriate funds. Trump got it paid for by somebody else. And yeah, why wouldn't we? And furthermore, don't a a lot of people on the left get pissed off when the president like picks their favorite hotel, or because it was a campaign donor that they go and use that hotel for some kind of event that he's going to be attending, and they get all up in arms about him steering money, even though all presidents do this. I mean, now you got it at the White House, so now nobody gets the profit off of that, which, you know.
Actually, what's interesting is apparently some journalists who are Democrats boycotted the event, which I don't think, actually, I think that was in bad form, but there's precedent here, and it's always been held here. If they did move it to the White House...
They couldn't, it's too big. It's like about 2,000 people. It's too big.
It's like closer to 3.
What they're building at the White House will not hold this many people. It's probably always going to be in a venue like this. If it's not in this venue, it will be moved to the convention center. Do you know DC at all? Do you know the convention center? Ever been to an event? It's part like where the Marriott Marquis and the convention center are like one big complex. Like, based on the size of this event, it will have to be in a place like that.
I can see them moving it to the convention. The convention center is just, it has more ingress points. It just...
No, but they can lock that down.
I know they do lock it down.
Definitely lock that down. And same with the Marriott. Well, Marriott Marquis kind of, they're the same building, and they have the walkways there. But that it would have to be in a big venue. I mean, it's a bigger event than what they're going to be able to house at the White House.
There's some breaking news. The suspect has finally spoke, and I put it in the chat too, but he said that he told law enforcement that after that he had intended to target officials within the Trump administration. So he has confessed his motive, just to let everybody know.
Well, we knew that.
I know, but people are always wondering on this stage what was the tension really, you know what I mean?
True.
It wasn't CNN anchors.
Exactly.
Actually, for those who didn't watch CNN, which is apparently all of you but me, a lot of Van Jones, others are very supportive of Trump, as they should be about his safety, but they were very supportive about the fact that actually that he wanted to... This was interesting because they know that the event would have had to be moved based on the circumstances that tonight, but they were also actually very supportive of his interest in kind of fighting back and wanting to not succumb to the threats of what they call, they didn't necessarily say domestic terrorists, but so it was very interesting. CNN had a couple other people. Who was on else tonight? I have to go look. You'll see if you watch the recordings, but they were pretty supportive of some of what he said before he even made his statement, his actions, right as it was happening.
So how many assassination attempts has it been on Trump so far?
Well, we were trying to... I mean, actual attempts, if you add in what we just talked about, the Iranian attempt where the guy just got convicted.
Yeah.
So you have the one in Butler, you have the one at the golf course. There was something that was not an attempt, and it falsely got reported as an attempt. There's actually a guy from Nevada that drove down to an event in Arizona, and he is a big Trump supporter. But what's legal to have in your car in Nevada with guns is not legal in, I believe it, I may be wrong, I think he was driving to Arizona, not California, and it was not legal in Arizona, and his car got stopped. So they were trying, it got reported that he was heading to a Trump rally, which in fact he was, and he got roughed up by the sheriff's department that stopped him, but he was cleared of everything, and there was no issue. So that was not an assassination attempt, although it got reported initially that it was. Just because of the weapons, the guy had weapons in his car, because he always has weapons in his car, and it's perfectly fine in Nevada, but not where he was.
And also the guy in the tree, right?
The guy in the tree was... No,
Is this the fourth one?
No, so the guy in the tree was the Trump International golf course. So
No, there was another one, like in the hunting thing at the top of the tree, overlooking the airport.
In Palm Beach?
Yeah.
It was on the tarmac, the Air Force.
Oh, okay. So that's 3 plus the Iranian is 4. So this would be 5.
He had the podium during his campaign speech, where the guy ran up on stage.
Oh yeah, like early on. Yeah. By the way, I think there was.
So he can't be stopped.
I think there was a poisoning one too. I gotta look that one up. There was something about somebody attempted to do something with something. I gotta look that one up. But yeah, there's
poison.
Funny. Yeah, literally poison. Like no joke.
They try. They keep trying our president, don't they? Well, you know what's ironic? You know what's actually sad? Actually, is wasn't Erica Kirk at this event? She ran away in tears. Like, her husband was killed at a similar style shooting. I mean, who's safe anymore? That's the real fucking question. Who's safe anymore? This shit is just crazy. This happened at our federal government event. But tomorrow or Monday, the Democrats, Chuck Schumer's gonna go on the House floor and say, well, it's Trump's fault.
Did Bush Jr. have any during his term?
He had a shooter at him in Baghdad. He had the fucking sandals.
I think was he the one that had the grenade thrown at him? I think he might have been one, or was that somebody else? That was Obama, maybe. Actually, do you guys remember that incident or no?
I remember the shoe.
It was overseas. Someone threw a grenade. I forgot which president was. I think it was Bush Jr. And it just didn't go off. It was over in one of these, I don't know, like Croatia or something. I don't even know, some country like that.
That was Bush.
So Bush did have one there.
The grenade, it was one attempt. And Tilabisi, whatever it was, I can't even remember.
Georgia,
that's what it was. And I don't think Clinton had any, really, that I'm aware of, right? Seems like all those guys get unscathed on anything too major.
I just feel like sometimes there's an attempt, but with Trump, like when there's an attempt on a president, the Secret Service will hunker down, they'll figure out any of their weaknesses, and they'll get back to top notch.
Yeah.
But with Trump, for some reason, and I'm not blaming the Secret Service here, but for some reason,
going backwards
keeps happening.
Yeah.
No, well, first off, I was waiting till you finished that. Wait, there's the guy who shot, I can't remember, he just unloaded at the White House when Clinton was inside, and then there was, was it 95, 96 plot to kill him overseas. So he had 2 assassination attempts on Clinton.
Could this be the new norm? I don't know. I'm just throwing this out there. It's just something that's going to be considered by every president going forward. I mean, just throwing it out there. I don't know.
So far there's I think there's over 25 cases, successful federal prosecutions against people for making threats against the president and or his family, with enough evidence to actually jail them. So, I mean, for all the people online saying that they're, really happy or do some stupid things, just understand they're going after you. You just may not be caught today, but you'll eventually get caught. And I think when the Butler happened, 15,000 cases are still ongoing for investigation by the Secret Service for threats against presidents in total, so that are still considered active. So, I mean, they're going through a long list of them.
A lot of these leftists do want to see our president murdered in cold blood. Let's be honest.
Because he's white. They want to kill him because he's white. It's racism. That's all it is. It's racist.
Yeah, I mean, they really hate him. And a lot of them have no empathy, sympathy for our president. They want to see him killed. That's just a fact.
No, but real shit though. On some real shit though, Teflon Donnie is a threat to the white liberal white nationalists can traffic in racism to get him up out of there, because he's really essentially exposing the different root elements of power. Even with the Epstein files, exonerates him more than anything, but it exposes the power fault. Like, right, him saying about the cleaning out the moat, the things that he's doing, he's putting America back on track. And there are people that are fundamentally embedded into American fabric society that really want to take him out. And it's the people that look like him that traffic in racism. You haven't seen even this many attempts on Obama's life. Right? So, like, what the fuck is it about?
He got voted in
that
twice.
It's such a threat that so many people want to kill this man, and he's just trying to put America back together. You know what I mean? And in my opinion, I've seen, in my 45 years of living, this is the best president I've seen in my lifetime.
If we're such a racist country, why do you vote in Obama twice? And I thought they would try to kill Obama.
With Obama?
Way more than Trump.
Obama was an operative though too, but Obama was to appease a certain demographic, a certain group of people, right? I mean, don't get it twisted, because the first and only time I ever voted was for Obama the first time, because he was black, right? I mean, shit, I was like maybe like 27 at the time. So I just did it for the symbolism. But after he killed Gaddafi, I was like, oh, fuck that. And the more savvier I became in terms of dealing with, politics and understanding it more, I became unfucked from that mindset anyway. But with Trump, here's a man, honestly, in my opinion, that he said it himself. He's the least racist president that we've seen. But I personally don't think you're racist or not, because I think that's for the low IQ. And if you are racist, you're a politician. It's better for me because I can manipulate you better, right? But at the end of the day, that's not his calling card. Trump is about America. He's not even about the money. Think about it. This man has dealt with billions and billions of dollars for 5 decades, right? So I believe that he's doing this shit for legacy. He wants to go down as the greatest president ever, who did all of this amazing shit that he's been talking about for 40 fucking plus years. And for the very most part, he's achieved, if not half, almost all of those goals.
And he's doing it for us.
Because it also, yeah, exactly. But he's also doing it for himself in terms of legacy. But what he's also doing in the process of that, he's saying, fuck the power system, the powers that be. He's going against that grain and exposing a lot of other underlying shit that doesn't just look one way. It doesn't indict all the Republicans or racists and Democrats or pro-black. No, it actually indicts the liberal party and their access to evil and rooting and trafficking and things like that. At the same time, it highlights the obvious, right? But that's the thing. The whole core of the racial issue is, like, I think, a proxy to cover up something a little bit more nefarious. Because at the end of the day, let's go with the facts. This guy doesn't give a fuck if you are Benjamin Netanyahu on air or if you're Obama. He will criticize. He tells you exactly how he fucking feels and what he plans to do about certain shit. And when he says he's going to do something, doesn't matter how long it takes, he ends up doing it, right? Even if it goes against his own party, which he'll hold hostage and show them, like,
or the other party comes around to our side.
Let's say that again.
Or the other party comes around to our side.
Yeah, either or. It's just, for him, it's just like the agenda, and his agenda is not the powers that be's agenda. You see what I'm saying? So is he playing to a certain tune? Yeah, but it's his own. You know what I'm saying? So it's just that everybody gets so riled with the racist rhetoric shit. And really, I don't think that that's a fair indictment of him. I don't believe that he's half as racist
There's no proof
as
of it.
everybody would pretend it. I think
It's a made-up claim.
I think he's matter-of-factly about his position about, the solutions that he has. But the whole racism trope, that's a whole fucking liberal thing. If anything, they're probably some of the most racist people I've ever come across myself personally. But this whole shit, it's like, why? One should have to wonder, what is it about what he's doing that makes people really want to kill this man? And if you start really unpacking it truthfully and without bias, I think you'll get past a lot of the layering and racist tropism and shit like that and get to something a lot more nefarious.
It's not just that. Like, what we have now is the fact that, and I'm not going to throw all the Democrats in there because there are some that are just sitting there going, I can't co-sign the shit that's going on in the left, and they're calling it out daily. Fuck, you got Fetterman, you got you got Frankenstein about to cross the aisle. He's probably going to go independent, but I mean, he might as well just cross the aisle and just get it done with. According to the left, they've turned on him. You've got like fucking idiots like Bill Maher out there, and he's not an idiot, but I mean, still at the end of the day, you have this guy sitting there trying to, you know, like push people and saying, where are the Democrats at? Because this isn't the party that I was part of. And you have a lot more crossing over onto the Republican side. And I'm just sitting here watching this, and when the left loses, they do become violent. They do attack because of, if you hear conservative speech, you don't hear Trump, you don't hear Vance, you don't hear anybody really sitting there condemning and saying that the left is a threat to fucking your existence. You may have people now saying this because, quite frankly, they're tired of getting shot at. They're tired of getting beaten in the streets. They're tired of, like, being doxxed online. But the odd thing is that the left is losing their shit. They can't make Target close their stores. They can't boycott Tesla enough, which is really stupid. I don't know why they were going around damaging Teslas because, quite frankly, it was them that bought the fucking things. But, you know, they continuously jump and flip. There's no line. There's nothing they're offering. And so whatever affects them as a group, they just virtue signaling and become violent. And then they're screaming, oh, no, we're the ones standing on the right side of history. And you can't win with a group like that. You just can't. And Americans don't want to co-sign it in mass, which is evidenced by the last fucking election. That Trump took all of the swing states. Not even close. And the majority of swing counties. Like, it wasn't even a fucking match. And it's just, it's weird. If they actually realize, like, hey, maybe our message isn't sinking in with the majority of Americans. Maybe we're the ones that are wrong. Maybe people would like, hey, you know what? Why don't you take a few years, figure that shit out, and then let's put reasonable people back into play. But the left can't do that.
The recent cipher with the recent indictments of the SPLC for funding Charlottesville. Are you familiar with that?
No, educate me about it.
So the Southern Poverty Law Center was just indicted last week for funding right-wing extremists to throw a protest called Charlottesville. This was during Trump's first term. They then framed Trump as the racist when he said something like, "Well, there's good people on both sides."
Yeah, I was just playing the clip of that. Do you know what? Did you watch the whole 4 minutes?
Well, yeah, no, for sure, I'm familiar with that. But look, Joe Biden, when he declared for to run for president for the 2020 election, he said, "I'm running because of Charlottesville." So now it's all come out in this indictment. They're not guilty yet, but it's all come out in this indictment that the Southern Poverty Law Center is funding the racism that they intend to fight against. So the racist trope is completely manufactured from a cottage industry. And the left and the Democrats seize on that to advance their agenda. You should look into this.
I was actually talking about this in the other group. I was literally talking about this in the other group, and I played the 4-minute thing. He literally, in the same 4 minutes, utterly obliterated and condemned white supremacists and white nationalists. And even, I believe, in the same year of 2019, there's a joint House resolution that designated white nationalists and racists as domestic terrorists, which could imply that murder them if they're on one side of the law enforcement or not. If you deem them or connect a nexus to them and white nationalism with exonerate you of, any criminal repercussions because you'd be getting rid of a citizen or you're getting rid of a terrorist. So it's an identifier, if you will, right? So the whole thing that the left is leveraging, racism, like Joe Biden's goofy ass saying, you have a hard time figuring out whether to vote for me or Trump, then you ain't black. I would have slapped the dog shit out that bitch ass motherfucker. Like, I would definitely ask him what kind of audacity did he get and from where, because like that is one of the most egregious shit.
You would have had to beat Corn Pop to that.
Yeah, and then Corn Pop too, and yeah, it's so much shit about him. He's the real motherfucker, racist.
And you really want to know something about Biden's legacy? Go look up the 78-79 Biden policy, which he took from fucking, if I could remember. It's how he pushed for an allocation on schools for school funding.
Yeah, school busing. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, all that shit, and how the funding actually worked, and how it actually promoted and actually allowed more segregation while it was codified under law, and denied funds to fucking black majority schools in the country. Meanwhile, he's lauded as a great hero for civil fucking rights. I'm sitting there going, are you fucking kidding me?
I never saw him in pictures with fucking Rosa Parks, and he never gave money to Jesse Jackson. He didn't give money to the Black Panthers or fly Nelson Mandela in. He didn't sit with Michael Jackson in the goddamn courtroom on both trials every single day. He didn't house Jennifer Hudson and her entire fucking family after they were massacred for 6 months. I mean, it's just so much about Trump in his personal life that he didn't never even speak on, which even lets you more know that he's not on that shit. He's been a part of the black community, or not black community, black culture in a sense, as the Wells-esque guy, right? He's even on the fucking Wu-Tang albums. I think he's in the early 2000s and shit. Nobody started saying that he was a racist until he ran for office as a Republican. Then they start talking about all the other shit. See, the other thing about it is, too, and this is where I'm going to have to give you guys both sides of the shit, because I can't exonerate white nationalists and white racists, too. So if you feel indicted by it, just check your heart. Only thing I would say, if it doesn't, feel any kind of way about it, just, roll with me on this. As a black man in America, I understand the nature of how this country was built upon, right? And I understand we want to move forward past it. It's hard to do without reparation, and it's hard to do without admitting facts and just correcting history. But I would say to you this, the racist trope is valid to a degree. He validates Trump's ideology, even though I believe in a lot of ways he is a scapegoat. He validates the anxieties and the complaints that other ethnic groups, especially Black Americans, say about white Europeans. On one hand, he's an embarrassment. On the other hand, he builds up or props up white nationalists because they want to align with him, even though he rejects them vehemently, right? That being said, I feel like it's fucked up because he might not be nearly half of the guy that everybody purports him to be, but at the same time, his existence highlights an undercurrent that has never been really fully fleshed out. Right? So we have to deal with that.
Here, bear with me a moment. So when Trump came down, his first statement was he wanted a 6-month moratorium on all Muslim immigrants, right? You remember that?
Right.
Okay. So bear with me, because this is a bit of it's a road to get there, but it's not. I'll say it really quick. The people that have the loudest vocal racist cries against Trump tend to be immigrants. They tend to be of a certain persuasion. These are also the same individuals who go and set up shops in black communities or impoverished areas and watch how they actually treat black Americans as if they were lower than dog shit, as if they don't abscond. They complain, they scream, they say all sorts of things. But when it's convenient, or when they feel that, oh wait, I can gain a grift off of this, they literally jump on the backs of black Americans saying, you sit down, you're at the back of the line. I'm the one that's being oppressed. And they jump above it, trying to take over and narrate the story of black Americans. And that's the issue I have with a lot of those tropes, like an Ilhan Omar.
Right. Now Matt, that's fucking accurate. We have our battles on certain days. I think on Mondays and Tuesdays we get along and agree. On Wednesdays and Thursdays we fight and argue. But I'll tell you this, brother, what you just said was accurate and it was wise, and it's the truth. And that's the thing that I try to tell some of my people about this war, if you will. It's not even a war against black and white. It's really about good and evil, right? And the devil is a manipulator. He sets the stage. If you keep people divided, then they can't never come together, and there's going to be constant war. You can hedge your bet because you can both bet on both sides of the situation, and whoever wins, even though there's no winner, you know, the adversary wins in that, right? But when you're dealing with intelligent minds that can see the manipulation, that's why I'm not feeling no fucking kind of way, because I be thinking the Democrats would be like, well, you should be outraged and you're an Uncle Tom. But when I let them know when they use that trope, I know you didn't read the book, because the protagonist in that book was Sambo, right? So it lets me know that that's ignorant. But then the other side of it is why do you want me to be so offended, right? Like people talked about Venezuela. Do you know the Venezuelans were happy about what Trump did? Iran, same thing. Nigeria, same thing. But they want motherfuckers to be outraged so you could leverage that to validate trying to assassinate him and his character, or trying to devalue the good work that he actually is and has been doing, right? Because I saw eggs go down. Shit, in the top of the year, when I came back to America just to stop in, I got gas for $1.72. It's in my PTR. You feel me? When everybody else paying all this, I'm like, how the fuck is y'all complaining about this dude? So it's like, in the world's eyes, you have to have a villain story to kind of scapegoat or bypass a lot of other shit that nobody really wants you to pay attention to. So I agree with you there. And in terms of those immigrants, we know that they're not our partners. We just saw that Latino fucking officer in Houston, Texas, talking about how good she felt to use the N-word. Like, dude, like, you know what I'm saying? We know that there are other motherfuckers that come to this country that's racist as shit, that are real racist. And then they talk about our oppression like we should feel a way about it. I'm like, well, look, at the end of the day, to me, like, yeah, I feel safer in South America and shit. But I asked them, I said, you know all this shit, why the fuck would you want to come to America? Because the lighter their skin is, oh, we think we can get in. I was in an elevator with a motherfucker, and they was talking about that shit. And I said, hey, and where I come from, y'all Colombians, y'all are worse than niggers. You guys will be treated lower than black Americans, right? So that being fucking said, like, don't think that this is just because of your skin. Once you start speaking that Guala Guala shit, they gonna put your ass in a Dorito bowl too. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying, like the America is a shit stain that only Americans can really fix. But you have this left hand over here that wants to be morally right, that's just as corrupt, if not more, than the motherfucking Republicans, are keeping the shit going. And if you did trace back racism, if you did trace back a lot of racist rhetoric and legislation, it starts with the Democrats. But historically, whether it's Democrat or not, I feel like they're both two wings on the same dragon. It's just about good people. If you're a good person, you're a good person. If you're a shitty person, you're a shitty person. No matter what your political affiliation is, evil doesn't have an address or a political party or an ethnic group.
I just wanted to say I put in the chat a couple links. There was an incident when Trump was leaving the dinner. A woman came running out in front of his motorcade, going after the motorcade. There was a pro-Palestinian protest happening outside while the event was going on, and she was one of the people from the protest. I also put in the chat some of the protesters that were inside the lobby area, you know, that hallway we were talking about.
Code Pink.
Code Pink. Yeah. So, I mean, one of the that also occurs is there's all these other parties that are happening at the same time, and then leading into the dinner itself. So that's why there's also so many people in the hallway. They're already in the building at like pre-parties, and you know, maybe the AP has a party, you know, different news outlets host different events. And so it's kind of like, imagine a convention center, you know, it's chopped up. There's the big ballroom, but then there's all these smaller rooms where they're having other events. So that also enabled a lot of the people to have access inside the building and these protesters. And then the third thing I put in the chat was the signage after he was leaving calling for death to him as a tyrant.
What's Code Pink?
Code Pink is, oh boy, get me on that subject. It's an organization of very, very left, you know, like a communist left advocates and protesters that it's run by this woman, Malia, I think I'm probably saying her name wrong. Medea, thank you.
Yeah.
And her co-founder Jody, who was married, or I don't know if still married to Roy. I'm so bad with names. It's Lei Singham. That's lives in China. It's involved with the Communist Party, so that's where their funding comes from. And it's an extreme political acts group, and you'll often see them. This may sound familiar to you. They hang out in the halls of Congress, and they go after members of Congress, Senate, and try to corner them.
This older lady?
The older lady, like blonde, very, very wormy looking, like mousy, wormy looking. Yeah, that's her.
She attacked Trump one time.
Wormy was diabolical.
The interesting part is the funding for them is related to this Roy. Is it Singham or Bingham? Who lives in Shanghai, and their fund is the funding behind them, and there's a
they're funded by China indirectly, you know, through multiple entities, but I think somebody or some entity in government actually found out that they were being funded directly by China, and you know, that's where they're getting their funds. So it's like, hats off to China for creating an operation called Code Pink that just screams at military personnel as they walk by. They're almost as bad as the Westboro Baptist fuckers.
Oh yeah, I just looked it up. It says, New York Times reports that Neville Roy Singham is based in Shanghai and accused of supporting CCP, was funding Code Pink. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly who I'm talking about. Yep. And it's under federal investigation now.
Is he American? Neville Roy Singham?
It sounds like a British name, but he's married to this is it Jody Evans? I can't remember her last name.
Oh, he's married to that old lady?
No, not the old lady. The old lady's the other founder of Code Pink. Jody something. But anyway, you often see them on television because you'll see them accosting different members of Congress. Or they go into the hearings and they disrupt the hearings. I put a video in the chat of them in the hallway outside the ballroom.
So they were part of this? Allegedly?
No, of the assassination attempt? No, I'm saying that they were trying to explain the temperature of what was happening outside the actual dinner and who has access to it. And there was protests going on. So I put that in there.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the fourth or fifth assassination attempt on Trump?
I think this is the fifth.
That's what I thought.
I mean, he's had a couple other attacks. Like, I mean, there was the English idiot that was going to drive a forklift, and he got stopped before it even came to materialization. He was somehow his grand plan was to drive a forklift into the Beast. Not sure if that would have worked, but I kid you not. And then there was like some other guy that tried to take a cop's gun. He was arrested before the president was even in the area. So, I mean, he's got like like 25. Right now, he's got like 25 prosecutions where people are locked up for threats on him. And then, I mean, I guess maybe they'll start bringing back the ricin, letters that they used to send to Obama and other members. And I'm waiting for those to break out now.
Wow. Crazy work, man.
I forgot about the rice letters.
Yeah. There was the ricin, and then they had, what was the other? The anthrax, too. Yeah, they had the anthrax, too. Yeah, I was about to say that the anthrax and the ricin letter. But they've been doing ricin for a longer time than the anthrax. I think the anthrax just came out with Obama. And then, yeah. It's crazy. Crazy work, man. Crazy fucking work. I mean, I really feel like this motherfucker is, everybody's want to claim he's Epstein this and money hungry this or that. I mean, he's for the money for sure. He's about business. He's a businessman. That's what we voted him in for. But he literally, I believe, I'm convinced that he's about legacy. He gives a fuck more about his name than he does more about, they might talk shit while he's alive, but when you unpack him, God forbid, he dies earlier or anything, but you unpack his legacy, it's hard to indict that man for the shit that they're saying. It's hard to put that on him. Like, I can't see. I agree with that. I see how people can be manipulated, but just saying, the shit that they're saying about him, like, I just can't see it. Like, dude, like, he brought trillions of dollars of new investments to America, bro.
If he walks away with his goal of $21 trillion investment, now it'll be a few years before we see that trickle down.
Right.
But if he brought $21 trillion, by the time he leaves, that's literally over half of what our deficit is.
GDP.
That's just, he'll go down as the greatest president in our history, giving us a sustainability for another 250 years. Like, multiple administrations will be bankrolling off of that. It just, you can't do that. And he's reshaped the political landscape, and he might bring peace to the Middle East, or at least some sort of stability. He's already made some inroads there. So, I mean, he may actually achieve. He will definitely go down as one of the most prominent presidents in our history, and his name will be long remembered. But I think you're right. He wants a legacy that says he's the best, and he was a great president, and people look back on him with kindness because he's always been about his name and his family, and he wants that. And I just feel bad for Barron, because that kid is fucking tall as hell. And I can't imagine being Secret Service and being, like, trying to guard that poor teenager.
He's up next, bro. He's up next. And you know what? As long as the stock market is up, I don't give a fuck what Trump does. Fuck the Epstein files. Let's fucking go.
But here's the thing about the Epsteins. There's not, one, you got to consider the source. Two, there's nothing in there that indicts him on any fucking thing. And then three, it's like he left him alone, and he told the FBI in 2006 to go after him and Ghislaine. And the emails about Trump being all of this, that, and the third didn't come out till 2019. And he was what then at the time? The president. So of course, you're fucking mad. You're a fucking convicted pedophile. You're still dealing with left and right-wing motherfuckers. And you have all these different connections and resources. Your old buddy is now the president of the United States. You don't like him because he kicked your freaky ass out of his motherfucking place, and you was a part of some goofy ass shit for many years that he didn't want to be a part of anymore. And he let the FBI know, which means you know that he talked about that before he was even the fucking president. So if anything, the collaboration and information gathered from files, which most people ain't read no 3 million emails, let alone one, exonerates him though. So the obsession with him is just like, when I see shit like that, I automatically start to question the source. Like, you're saying all this shit about this guy, but a lot of things aren't sticking. What are you really after him for? Yeah, what are you really after him for? What's motivating you to want to take him down that much? That's too much effort.
Money is the root of all evil, bro. That's what
the love of money is. Money is a tool. It's also a hell of a character filter. I see Money do a lot of good stuff. What's that guy's name on Facebook? Zach something? That does he acts like he's poor and shit. He gives people money. No, not Mark Zuckerberg. This is
MD Mo.
one white guy.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
he's a wealthy guy.
He just walks around like he's homeless and
he's super cool. I like watching his shit. His content is dope and it's authentic to me. You know what I'm saying? And he be changing people's lives and shit. He got even the celebrity kids, and the celebrities' kids are following him. Like that's a good positive thing, right? You know what I'm saying? So our Money can do a lot of. No, he goes by Zeke or Zach something. I forget his fucking last name. It's like I can't pronounce last names like that. Like the Zabotskowitz type shit. I don't fucking know. But he's he's a cool motherfucker though, man. And at the end of the day, that's why it goes back to the point that money is not the root of all evil. It's the love of it. When it becomes your God and you'll do anything for it, that's when it becomes problematic.
You know, I used to think it was money. I no longer, at my age, think that it's money. I think it's power. I think money is just a stepping stone to help you get power, but I think what really is truly the evil that we have is power. Because once they get it, they can't go. Look at AOC. She's done nothing for her district. She's brought nothing in terms of creation. She's boosted her portfolio, but she hasn't done anything for the people of that area. She's stomped on jobs. She stopped on investment opportunities there. She cheered on McDonald's, the mayor of New York, and now she's really good at making Instagram speeches and acting like she's a victim, but she hasn't done it. But she craves that power. She isn't willing to step aside, and she wouldn't bite the hand that was making her the money. She never once. She did sit in at Nancy Pelosi's office and then bent over and said, "Yes, dear Aunt Nancy, I'll take it any way you want to." And once she got her hands on that money, and once she got her hands on, guess what? Congressional seats, and it was able to get her Instagram likes, and she liked influencing, and she liked that little semblance of power. But she can't win a Senate seat.
Just like the chick from Texas that got defeated. What's her name? Jasmine. Her goofy ass. I can't claim her, man. Like, listen, I love my black women and every damn thing, but that woman is an imposter. I have yet to see a true honorable, not to say that they don't exist, but I've yet to see a true honorable, clearly like righteous fucking politician. Like they're worse than drug dealers. There's drug dealers that got more moral compass than most of these motherfuckers. In fact, most of the most egregious crimes and indictments come from these people. Even the brother that killed him and his wife, and while his kids were at home. Virginia and shit. Like Virginia lieutenant governor just opened his up.
Shocking on Crockett. You're not going to believe I'm saying this, but in some ways, I wish she had won that primary because the guy that she lost to his politics and his policies are so far left and so disturbing. Tallarico, I don't know again if I'm saying his name right, but as nuts as she is. She's not as extreme as the guy that ended up winning that primary.
What's his
and I never
like?
thought I'd be defending Jasmine Crockett. He's pretty bad.
But can you give me like a contrast of the difference between their politics?
With the gender affirming stuff, he's Tallarico's like super far left. That's one issue that pops out with him, but I'll try to give you like his main policy. He's like a Beto, only more to the left than Beto O'Rourke was. And Crockett,
I'm not too familiar, so
Crockett, as a member of Congress, was not a squad member. She definitely. I agree with you on a lot of stuff about her, but she wasn't as extreme as the squad, to my knowledge, and someone can tell me I'm wrong on this, but I don't think she was.
I don't know if you call her a squad, but the fact that she didn't win her election seat, it was gifted to her. And I'll give this, like, I don't like Al Green's politics, but I can tell you what, visiting Texas, here's something that Jasmine didn't do that Al Green does. There was a problem with pretty shitty apartment buildings around here. A lot of people were complaining about elevators, especially for those 55 and older communities. Most of these happen to be minorities or elderly, poor, impoverished areas. So Al Green showed the fuck up. Even outside of his area, he took time out. He left the fucking thing to go down to his people. He showed up, he sat there and said, hey, these ACs have been off for a month, and he's sitting down there having a glass of water with a 90-year-old woman and listening to her complain, and he actually listened. Then he got on the phone calls. He called other people. He brought them in. I have a lot of complaints about Al Green's policies and his actions, but when it comes to being there for his constituencies, the motherfucker shows up. You can't take that away from him. There's a respect level, and he showed up. Jasmine never did that for anybody in her district. Never showed up to help absolutely anybody.
Well, when you can manipulate the stocks with your vote and get rich doing that, and really not have to do shit. You have a whole staff that looks over legislation, and you have an agenda that you vote and follow, and you get paid six figures and get all this other shit and fanfare it's an easy sell. That's why I'm saying some of the most corrupt people I've ever met are politicians. Bankers are second. Yeah, the investment pool and the political pool. Oh man, that's just the jacuzzi inside of the hot. That's like the hot tub inside of the pool. Like they're both in the same shit. It's just, you know what I mean? Which one do you feel comfortable in?
Yeah, it's like that that girl out of Florida, 25th district, saying that she took donations.
My name is James Sean Thomas the 4th, 16th. Sorry, I'm playing with buttons. Yo, am I in a room? Can you hear me? You could hear me?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah, but anyway, it's like that congresswoman out of Florida that she just resigned, but she was going to face, they were going to remove her out of Congress. And she's walking around and saying, I never spent $3 million on a yellow diamond ring. And when they do the investigation, she violated the laundry list of ethics, which I find laughable, but because probably all of them done it. But she's got the diamond ring on during one of her speeches and a couple other incidences while she's up at the in DC. Right. And she's like, and they're just like, here's a picture of you wearing the fucking ring.
That's crazy.
Talarico, one of the things he said is God is non-binary. He had he's had some radical stuff about they're saying too radical for Texas. A lot of gun control. I mean, in a state like Texas,
well, he's going to lose
like that.
Being shit like that, he's going to lose.
Yeah,
it's probably good that he's in, because Jasmine seems like she would have been more palatable than he would have been. But that's a good thing, you know. I mean, here's the thing, guys. We're not going to pretend that America doesn't have blood on their hands and karma doesn't exist. It is what it is. I mean, but at the end of the day, I'm a fucking American, so I definitely do. I mean, it would be nice to visit China or even do business. It would be good if America and China had better relationships, honestly. I wish they could find a pathway forward. That would be nice if they could all get along in terms of money and everything else. But there's going to be things that are going to happen that's going to make the human race have to come together. I can see it. In our lifetime, there will be events that will force inflection points to where it's not going to be about black and white. It's not going to be about countries. It's going to be about the have and have-nots. And even then, it should be something to where I would like to see, where it doesn't matter. As long as you're a fucking human being and you're a good person, you're cool. But it's not, the world doesn't work that way yet, right? It's just that this shit is so divisive. And at the same time, I'm on this side of the fence, regardless of anywhere I go in the world. I'm cool to have my blue passport, but I also know that my house is fucked up too. I'm not going to sit here and shine the finger at anybody else knowing that there's three pointing back at me, but I'm going to rather be on this side of the fence than the other. I don't want to live in China and be up under their rural political system. I believe in America, it is racism. It is some bullshit out there. In South America, it's fucking beautiful, and I feel safer there. But at the same time, I don't have the same freedoms or the same infrastructure as I would in America. I see from a business opportunity or a business position that if America could get their house in order, right, internally, we would be better positioned to lead. And I believe, in my opinion, anybody else frames it, I think that he literally probably shares some of the same things. But America should lead that cause. Who else better, right? It's just, you know, time will tell. Time will tell. And I'm not one of those motherfuckers that want to see, oh, America's going to lose this war with Iran. I don't want to fucking see that. I'm in the house. Why would I want it to burn down?
I mean, the American empire is fairly strong. I mean, we get a lot of attacks, and it's weird. Everyone tries to emulate being America. They want, but they also stand there with their hands outstretched. They're like, yes, give me, give me, give me, give me. When you actually start looking at countries and looking at it, like, all this stuff, you're just like, wow, we really do pay for the world. We do subsidize literally the world and then protect it at the same time. So it's kind of a crux. Everybody hates you when you're on top, and they don't. And I always say this: America has
the bottom.
Yeah, right. But like, America has no true allies. We don't have any friends. We'll have alliances based on convenience and monetary value. And as long as we keep doing what we do, we'll still have those, and we'll stay in top. And then eventually another empire will come, but we'll all be dust in the wind and, you know, be forgotten about.
You know what, though? I agree with you, and there's a paradox to that, though. Like what you just said, you know, I'll go to another country and they'll shit on Americans, but love us at the same time, right? Where like literally some of the same people that'll be on my dick in South America because I'm black and American will try and shine on me in America. So if they come to America and they're white or white looking, they'll leverage that, right? Or they'll literally be like, well, black Americans, blah, 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 blah. But I'm in your country, you want to charge me 4 times as much, you want to invite me everywhere, I'm a celebrity there, right? When you come to there, you think that you're aligned with this, and they don't fucking like you. Like, I had to tell them, I said, you're less than black people in America just because you got this skin. As soon as you start talking like Walla shit, that's, you know what I'm saying? You see how your people being treated on the news, right? So it's just like, but that's something that America has to get rid of. And I'll tell you this, Matt, if America deals with the issue of race for real, once and for all, then they'll be in a real moral position to lead. That's all you have to do. You do that, it literally will change the world.
How so?
Well, it's the moral compass. So there's this, always it boils down to morals, moralities, and what's ethics, who should lead, why. It kind of deals with that once and for all. But then the other side of it too, globally, it unlocks a whole new level of leadership, but investment. I mean, culturally, but I mean that also financially too. We just talk numbers. Racism has cost America money. And if you undo that or reinvest into your people, you can go a lot further, a lot quicker, with more influence. There's a pathway to everything. But the thing that we don't want to let go of, the thing that's hardest to debate and deal with, is that topic right there, that and religion. Go ahead, right?
Cypher, is there a country in the world that doesn't have racism?
I would say there probably is, but when you think about the top ones, I believe that most of them do.
I don't think it exists anywhere in the world, Cypher. But we can strive for a more better union.
That's a good way to put that. I think, if you've been to Vanuatu, there's different places on the planet that don't understand the concept of racism. But is it far for you in between? Agreed. The Chinese, the Cambodia, Thailand, there's a whole ethnic conflict there in the same way in fucking Africa. Right South Africa beefing with Nigerians and Ghanaians. Right? You have Russia and fucking Ukraine beefing. They talk the damn near same language, look the goddamn same, and they're beefing. But there's something that's going to, I honestly believe that all of this stuff is leading up to different events. And there's going to be something else that's going to happen that's going to make people question a lot of different things. And they're going to have to, it might be like the 9/11 event. I never saw that many people come together like that for a sustained period of time. I think the next thing after that was maybe COVID from a global glance, right? When 9/11 happened, I saw all people coming together to pull people out the rubble and United America, this, that, and the third. It was for a good, strong 18 months. I was riding that way. I was like, oh, yeah, this is bullshit. But then, certain things started to come out, but those events happened and it changed the world, literally, right? So there's something else that's going to happen. I don't know exactly what it is, but I hope that it's a choice that we make versus something that happens to us that we have to climb up out of. If that makes sense.
Yes, for in 9/11, people came together, but the political parties were still divided. Because right after it, the Democrats, and they shut up about this very quickly. They said, oh, it's our fault that 9/11 happened. And then they looked around and saw the rest of the country going, what the hell are you talking about? And then they shut up about it. But eventually that narrative came out. If we hadn't have interfered in the Middle East, then we wouldn't have had these problems. Narrative. Now, I don't want to debate that whole issue, but yes, I agree. Like when you look at the people on the ground and the support that the actual citizens of this country felt towards each other after 9/11, there was a sense in, we got attacked and we're coming together and we will, we're gonna do something about this. But politically, the Democrats went underground for a while, but they never stopped being Democrats. And the difference is, and this is conjecture on my part, but when you look at from the 1930s to the 1940s, the leftists, the neoliberals hadn't formed yet, and they were still, actually, never mind that, because I'm realizing then around, never mind that whole thread. I was sort of thinking off the top of my head, but, the two political, we'll just say the two political parties were more closely aligned, I think, during World War II. And certainly you had dissent, but it somehow seems different. I could be wrong on that last point, but...
Well, I think, though, I get what you're saying, Alan, and I appreciate your perspective on that, but I really think that the original sin of Americans was causing the divide. It's not a political party, right? It's not the Republican and Democrat. It's literally about good and evil. It's really about the both parties haven't served this country very well. They both have flaws. They both have a lot of things that combined together has oppressed their own people and other people around the world. That's the truth. There's a legitimacy in impacting their authority because they gotta remain on top, right? So yeah, the sin At the same time, it should not be the reason why you fail. It shouldn't be for the person in that position. I wouldn't be like, look, that was my granddad that did that shit. You know, I might have some of his ways and everything else, but I'm not on that shit. I don't want you getting mad at me neither. Yes, I understand that. So then it's up to you to fix it. What are you going to do about it? Well, I don't want to do about it. That's the problem. So you can't say that I'm going to be the moral authority of the world, and you carry this embedded hypocrisy that discredits your defense, so that those that indict you have a legitimacy to it, right? So you could then understand the aggression. To detach from that is to not be morally accountable.
Yeah, Cypher, you and I disagree. We addressed.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I can still appreciate what you said, even though we don't agree on. I do believe that the government. Hold on, before you cut me off. I do believe that the government did something with 9/11. There's evidence that suggests that. I do believe that fucking COVID shit happened with China, America, and a whole bunch of other shit. You know what I'm saying? I feel that way about that. But it doesn't dismiss the impact. The reason why the world has a problem with American authority, though, is legitimate to a degree. Even though America could be right about their approach to certain shit, but if you don't have your own house fixed and you're not a moral leader of any goddamn thing. I mean, let's just be real. We are protecting our interests, and yes, we do look out for a lot of countries, right? We do have influence. We did do some things for countries that we knew that were fucked up. We did some egregious things. We can't ignore that, Alan. The only thing I am saying, the focal point of what I'm saying is that doesn't mean that you don't have a right to self-determination yourself. You have a job to do to stay on top, right? We have a job to do. I'm an American, a real American, sent by blood and by work. By every means and stretch of the imagination, I'm a real fucking American. But I can't sit here and say that the house that I come from ain't got blood on the walls. Doesn't mean I want you to come and burn it down.
I appreciate the degree to which you look at it. The problem is, from my viewpoint, is the obsession with the sin, to use your term. I mean, you know, this is a country that is sin, but is also obsessed with correcting that sin, and has done huge things, not only for its own citizens, but huge things for other countries. You say, well, they've done some things for other countries. No, they have done a lot of things for other countries at the expense of our own country multiple times, more than any other country. Now, the fact that we have gained from it is irrelevant, and it's irrelevant because it's irrelevant because everybody gains, and there's lots of issues that we could. There's lots.
What's irrelevant though? I missed that part, brother.
I couldn't find the words. There's lots of countries with lots of issues that we could have gained from, and yet we chose whatever the particular ones we happen to choose. Right now, we could go to China and say, well, we don't like the way you're treating your Muslim population, and we're going to go to war over it. And we would gain a lot financially. But we're not. And that's okay, you know. But
when you say the obsession of the sin, what do you mean by that?
It's like,
can you go into that area?
Well, let me put it another way. The fact that you claim that we don't have the right to have any kind of moral authority because of the sins of our past, think is defeatist thinking. Those sins.
Why? Explain your thinking.
Let's start with number one. The sins like what we did in other countries. Okay? Like, when I was in college and after college, it was all about what we did in South America. Well, the Soviet Union was fucking with South America. We fucked back. Who would you rather have? Who would you rather have taking over your country? The Soviet Union or the United States? So to say, the left portrayed that as this great sin of America, and we have, I've heard those endless debates.
Alan, can I give you a contrast to that really quickly? Do you mind if I give you a contrast? I just want to have a conversation with you too. I want to hear you out.
Let me
you mind?
finish the thought.
Okay, gotcha.
That was I'm done. That was considered a stain upon the moral authority of this country.
Mm-hmm.
No.
And you know how they won that war was poisoning their own citizens and criminalizing them and fucking up generations of people who are again coming out of other traumatic issues, like the funds from trafficking cocaine to your own urban neighborhoods and creating laws to lock up those people that makes more money. Like you created a financial flywheel based off of demonic actions of oppression on certain groups of people to win that war and influence. There was a moral
I don't think
compass.
the Iran-Contra scandal was the determinant factor in that war.
Well, no. Hear me out though. The funds from it, the proceeds that kept the engine running, was seeded from that, and that directly fucked up my communities.
It wasn't seeded from that though.
Where did the funds come from?
No, the Iran-Contra scandal started when Congress. That whole thing you're talking about, using cocaine to fund the war against the Contras, started after Congress cut off funds.
Right. So what does that have to do with my point?
That didn't seed the war. The war.
It was already won. I get what you're saying. Correction.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that. But still, it kept the engine going, is what I said. It kept that going. So what I'm saying is that is an egregious fucking that right there is you should give reparations for that alone. And I'm not begging for reparations. I'm not one of the motherfuckers that be like, I need reparations. I think it's owed and all that other stuff. I think it's legit. It's definitely a debt that's owed. But we can go with just that right there. Like that is something where a country should be like, I did fuck up about 50 years or 40 years plus of a whole generation, like people, a whole demographic of people, locked them up. I created laws behind it. I destabilized neighborhoods, broke up families, and made money off of the abortions and the foster children and sex trafficking them. And it's all kinds of nefarious shit that's involved in that, right? And it's never dealt with the sins. So no, you are not a legit moral authority on anything. You're just in the position of power. And because you're in a position of power, of course, you want to protect that position, right? Because like Matt said earlier, they don't like you when you're on top, they hate you when you're on top, and they don't respect you at the bottom.
Yeah, but does the fact that they funded that war through cocaine and that it fucked up people in this country, does that change the moral position in the war in South America? That doesn't change the fact. No, it doesn't.
It literally does change it, because now those countries are they're benefiting. A lot of their export is that, and they've been dependent on that for 40 years, and now you want to cut it off. You should have never started.
I'm talking about the issue of American influence versus Soviet influence.
But the Soviets weren't trafficking drugs.
No, the Soviets just wanted to completely, oppress the people of those countries.
In what way?
Which is worse? Getting people addicted on drugs or completely oppressing them.
Well, how give me an example of the policies the Soviets were trying to enact in
Would you want to live
America.
in the Soviet Union in the 1960s?
Educate me about it. I was born in 81.
If you don't understand what communism is about.
I do understand it. I want to understand it from your frame point. I understand what it is. I just want to understand it from your viewpoint.
I'm talking about it from an objective viewpoint.
Okay, me too. So I want to understand yours.
Okay, communism is bad.
Why?
Gulags.
Why?
Solzhenitsyn, read Solzhenitsyn.
Yeah, thank you, Mikkel.
By the way, I should remind you, I'm an American, and I prefer what I got set up for myself right there. Yeah, I just want to understand your point, so I'm challenging you by asking, why do you feel like it's bad?
You would have nothing set up for yourself. Let's start with that.
You can be an entrepreneur in communism, right?
No.
Oh, you can't have a private industry that's backed by the government? No. Like being a government contractor?
No.
It depends. If you're in
China,
China,
do that in communism?
If you're in China, you can do that. That's like open market communism. It's a little difficult.
Maybe less than 1% of the population was able to engage in those activities, but that's because you were the party elite. That's it.
But everybody below a certain tier gets paid the same, pretty much, right?
Nothing. Yeah, you get.
Let me ask you this: if China is the second wealthiest country in the world, right?
Yeah,
China's not the Soviet Union.
Yeah, okay. Cypher, let me put it another way. Okay, because in when I was a kid, okay, one of the ways they was they would say, eat your food, people are starving in China. And we used to laugh. What they were referring to was, I forget the year, but I believe it was Mao Zedong decided that China was going to have the Great Leap Forward. So we forced all the farmers to change their farming equipment and modernize them to manufacturing equipment. They stopped making food. As a result, they stopped growing food, and within 5 years, 20 million people died. And that happened twice in China. That's communism. So we can start there and work our way down.
But what do you call America? America's a what?
A capitalist system or
I thought it was a republic.
Well, the Constitution. We're talking about multiple things here. We're talking about the type of governance it has, and we're talking about its financial system. In communism, they are both tied together.
I never knew of another country that sold their own citizens their death warrant.
Say that again?
I never knew of a country that sold their citizens drugs.
It's been such a long time, okay? But
it's still going on, sir.
Well, look, it's funny. I was just watching Dave Chappelle talking about the opioid epidemic and his perspective on it. And I love Dave Chappelle, But when I hear about when he compares the opioid epidemic, which affected mostly white people, and the crack cocaine epidemic, which affected mostly black people, when you go to your doctor and your doctor prescribes a drug, you assume you're going to a doctor which you assume has training and is licensed and is sanctioned by the government. If you go to some punk on a street corner and buy a drug from him and you don't understand that it's illegal and it's bad for you, that's on you. I don't care how that drug ended up on that street corner.
Same way with the crisis in the white community with overdoses from what's that shit called? Fentanyl?
Fentanyl? No, well, the issue with fentanyl is that it's put in drugs and people don't know. Now, if
but people buy it on the streets illegally, and they know it.
Now look, if they're taking fentanyl and
methamphetamines, ketamine, ice.
Yeah. You know
that's a very big problem. It's killing tens of thousands of people a year.
Yeah. You know what, Cypher? I give you that point. 100%. 100%. If you're going and going and buying fentanyl directly on the street, yeah, it's on you. It's on you. Yeah. But in my example, it was the comparison between the opioids, which at the time that it happened, it was people who were getting prescriptions, from their doctors, getting hooked. And now then, if you're going, like I remember there was like some town, I forget the state, there were like 300 people in the town, yet they were writing $3 million in opioid prescriptions per year out of one drugstore. That's on you. That's on you,
I mean, you know that in 2019, summer 2019, JP Morgan boat got caught with 20,000 metric tons of cocaine. Do you think that they were going to a suburban neighborhood or an urban neighborhood?
Well, that's a good
2019.
question. Because I seem to remember seeing this commercial, which was, mostly for white people. It's like they said it was like, 20% of, and the numbers I'm saying aren't accurate, but it was like 20% of drug use is in the inner cities. Where do you think the other 80% happens? And it's some white kid on a bike, like riding it's like he buys some drugs and it takes place in a suburban neighborhood, So, I think by the numbers, I'd be curious to see what that is. But I mean, look, we're getting. Say that again.
I was saying the sins of the father are still within the son. It never went anywhere. So that's when you said the obsession with it. The reason why I went through that line of questioning was to say that it never went anywhere. It's still here. It's part of the fuckery. The reason why America is not as great as it could be. It's never been as great as it could be. It's because that original sin has never been addressed.
I don't agree with that.
Cypher, who's forcing anybody to buy those drugs?
Look.
You said forcing?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's called. I mean, here's the thing. You're right. Nobody is forcing. There is accountability on the other side of this. Let's be honest. Here's the thing. When you create the conditions, you can't blame the byproduct of those conditions for the environment you set. It's to be expected. It was designed that way. It was designed with the intent of the output that you see. So it would be clinically, mentally unwell of a person to judge that which they create.
It's a physician's recommendation. Right? Like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Cypher, look, you know, I don't disagree with that. I mean, you know, there certainly were many things done, and there certainly were many government policies that certainly affected various communities and had negative impacts on them.
But none like ours, sir. We're literally the only people in the world that any of these combinations of things have happened for such a period of time, and we never took over the country. We never was super violent in our reactions. You had some resistance, for sure, but you really ultimately had the same people going to war for you and winning every war. Without us, you would have lost every war. Without us, you wouldn't have a country. Without us, you wouldn't have modern civilization.
Yeah,
but that right there, that level of hypocrisy is what needs to be addressed. Then you could literally go out and validate your authority from a moral compass. Otherwise, you could just say, hey, I took this shit over and I don't want you to have it because I want to hold on to power.
Yeah, I think, Cypher, with all respect, I think you're over inflating the African Americans' importance in the development of this country, and you're overinflating the oppression to which African Americans have been subjected to in this country. Because I am sure that the Irish in England would completely disagree.
Name a people that have gone through worse than.
Is the worst in the world.
Name a people that have gone through worse.
I just named one.
Who?
I just named one.
Who?
The Irish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened with the Irish?
2 million died. They've never recovered their population.
Is Ireland still a country today?
Yeah, but half of the people had to leave because they were starved.
Does Ireland have a seat at the United Nations?
I don't know. But
don't they have their same language? They got their own language.
Interesting about that is
no, they don't. Hardly anybody speaks it.
1/3 of British.
And 2 million of them died. Did their government sell them drugs?
Cypher?
No, they starved them.
Cypher, if you go.
Is it still going on today?
Cypher.
No, and I don't think what you're talking about is going on today.
Yeah, Cypher.
What part?
No, Cypher. You can go back to Nigeria and speak the language of your great.
That's not where I'm from, sir.
Yeah, well, I got bad news for you. All Africans come from Africa. So you want to go
Interesting.
back?
Who was here when Columbus got here, sir? Who was here?
There's plenty of places. I don't know where you're from. Within the last 4 or 5 generations.
Not even 4 or 5 generations. Since the 1700s, my people, the European side, has been here, and they're Irish. And then my indigenous side, who's also in my PTRs if you thumb through them, that older lady is my mother's great-grandmother, and my mother's 73 as of last week. God bless her. But that's her great-grandmother, and she's pure-blooded. And we have Blackfoot, Sioux, Seminole, Choctaw in our family, going back generations and generations.
And you can't
and they were reclassified. Some of them were reclassified as Negro.
Okay,
right?
But you can't speak those.
But my thing is that none of that makes sense. Ireland is still a country. It's actually a better country to live in economically than America because their average income is $76,000 a year on a 4-day work week. Like, I tell all the foreigners, if you want to go anywhere and be great, fucking go to Ireland. Like, that's shit over there. And there's Black Irish that's been over there. Like, that's been out there for generations and generations. I'm part of it. Right?
Yeah,
So,
it's pretty expensive.
But Ireland, there's no other people that've been through.
Aren't they
what
kind
we've
of
been through.
over there to work with
Well,
people with maybe
yeah.
Yeah, they are there too. But here's the point. Here's the point that I'm making, guys. And I want to make this very clear to you guys. That you're probably hearing me for the first time, but I should be very clear about the stuff. Yeah, I mean, we go back a couple years, brother, a few years.
Yeah.
But here's the point. Here's the point, though. I'm saying, me saying that is not a victim thing. I don't want you to think like I'm holding on to that, or that it's something that should be acknowledged and dealt with. I'm not denying that. But what my greater point is the value, Alan, that you said I'm overinflating. You would not have the stoplight, central air, the heating, cooling, GPS, fucking blood transfusions, heart transplants, a clock, the light bulbs, fucking the internet, like a lot of things that you do and don't know about our contributions, even the 50,000 plus modern patents that we actually got credit for, not including the ones that were stolen from us because we didn't have the ability to patent. Not the militia, not even to mention the 5,000 man militia and the Revolutionary War and the fact that Crispus Attucks is a black man.
Yeah, that's all.
And John Hancock, not John Hancock, but the other guy who was the interim president before Washington was a black born. You know what I'm saying? Like, without us, brother, like you say I overinflated. I was being very humble in saying it that way.
Sorry, that
being the same, but at the same time, Alan, that's what makes America fucking great. Is that even though that this happened to these people, we still managed to be the 8th richest people on the planet just by way of spending. Our own shit, the pain that we went through is a catalyst for success, and it speaks volumes to the God that we serve.
Yeah, Cypher. Let me say.
Because only we could do that,
look
right?
At every one of those.
And we're Americans, though. That's what make y'all look good, too.
Okay, I'm sorry. When you look at the actual claims and the people they speak about, they've all been debunked. If they didn't invent them,
name one.
Let me think about this one. Like you look at the light bulb. No, the guy who they credit with the light bulb, when you look at his patent, it was an improvement on the manufacturing process to manufacture filaments and it's like 20 years after Edison invented it, or it's an improvement on some other process. They were not the creators of it. Now you want to know?
Where are you sourcing this from?
Where am I getting
like,
it?
I think you're pulling that out your ass.
Look up the patents, and that's what you find. Now
I have a few of them.
Yeah. Now, when you look at the list, you come up. You know the ice cream scoops where there's like a gear and you do it. That they invented. That's one. The other one is the idea.
What about the mask, sir? What about the mask?
The other one.
What about the stoplight?
Refrigerated trucks.
What about the airplane?
The airplane. Oh, so it wasn't the.
What about the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, you know what though? It's interesting though. I'm talking about the good and the things that we've done that made America great.
Yeah, and
you're literally trying to shoot it down. Hold on. Like, look, pay attention to this. No, let me finish my sentence and I'll go back on mute. You literally are shooting down everything that I'm saying that makes us great, but then you want to be the moral authority of the free world. And you too are an immigrant.
Because
what is that? What are you doing?
Because the issue is...
We're both Americans, right?
Yes. So, yes, and as an American,
You have to debunk my shit, huh?
Appreciate the contributions...
It doesn't sound like you're trying to downplay it.
Well, I can appreciate them. But
it sounds like you're trying to downplay it, though. If you appreciate it, why are you downplaying it?
Of all of that is you owe us, therefore you have to pay us back.
No, that's the moral thing to do.
Yeah, we've paid you back $11 trillion. And when the Jews in Germany got $11
trillion? What $11 trillion? What do you mean?
I think it's $20 billion.
Who paid Black Americans $11 trillion?
Yeah, when?
Hey, not too much on the Jews, guys.
When? When you look at the war on poverty and the civil rights programs, which
$11 trillion is what you said.
When you look at, yes, they went to both white and black poors and white and black people, and when you look at the proportions of how much money went to African Americans. And remember, when both those bills were signed, okay, Johnson was surrounded by the black leaders of the time. The number you come up with...
Do you remember what Johnson said about black leaders and black people?
$11 trillion.
$11 trillion. Man, listen.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what, Alan, you don't have to defend it, brother, because the more you do, the more you discredit yourself, brother.
Here's the final point. I'm interested in solutions that actually work. And now we're 6 years
we're talking about it and you get uncomfortable.
No, I'm not uncomfortable at all. We're 70 years, 60 years later, and according to the Southern Poverty Law Center, racism is still as rampant as ever. So clearly, and we start looking at the numbers of the disparities between whites and blacks when it comes to crime, when it comes to birth rates, when it comes to marriage rates, on and on and on. If we look at those numbers, we've spent $11 trillion and those problems are solved. I'm not interested in spending any more money on those issues, number one. And number two, I think the time of giving the importance to 13% of the population and saying that their narrative needs to be the narrative of America is over. Because I've lived through...
How can you even shut that off? Like, hold on, how do you validate that? Like, hold on, slow down. We're just having a conversation. So if you're saying that my people, 13% of the population, which we're far bigger than that, but 13% is what you call us, a number, right? Should that our narrative, which is actual literal history documented by people that look like you, isn't a narrative that everybody should adhere? If it's the truth, are you saying that people should believe a lie to uphold some kind of power, moral, you know what I'm saying? Some kind of resolution for power and authority? Like, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying even if you accept it as the truth, the idea that sin, and I'll even use that word, needs to be addressed on and on and on and on.
Oh, no. Nobody's saying that this is a perpetual thing. There's a real thing. Like Alan, I think you missed the benefit of what that redress would look like. Like, people would stimulate the economy, the global economy. That's fine, Alan. But let me jump in here because I'll let you go for a while. But literally, like, if you did that with Black Americans today, do you understand how many jobs you would create, how much new innovation you would create, how you could say you actually addressed the issue and repaired those people? And it would greatly stimulate the economy overnight because motherfuckers would just go out and spend. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you would release it to money alone, because there's a lot of other things that money can do, like tax-free to 33, tax-free again, 66 till death, free education for the colleges that they not applied for, but they qualified for. If you qualify to get in that college, you go for free, right? And then there's some money there, right? There's some mental health primarily. Like, you got to start with that, mental health, right? If you started, the crime goes down, education, innovation goes up, it stimulates the global economy. and you dealt with the moral issue through a financial repair that automatically came back. It's a reimbursement, if you will. We're an investment vehicle.
Yeah.
We stimulate whole economies. We drive markets. Our influence in every area of sports, tech, science, media, entertainment, all of the above. It stimulates the world. And guess what? We're interwoven together. You just got a problem with dealing with the fuck shit your ancestors and
I just want to shout out to LeBron James Sr. and LeBron James Jr. for carrying the Lakers past the Houston Rockets. We have a 41-year-old grown man and his sperm, his son, who's 21 years old, on the same court during a playoff game in the NBA playoffs. Let's fucking
First time ever. And he generates billions and trillions of dollars and just influence globally. So I'm just saying,
generated money for Cleveland, Ohio, which is almost fucking impossible.
I'm from the O, not too much on the O. I'm from that bitch. I'm from Cleveland. I'm from Ohio. Yeah, shout out. Yeah. You know, OH.
Clever. I know.
Yeah, well.
If you could bring $1 to fucking Cleveland, Akron, Youngstown, you're a fucking legend. LeBron brought a few of those.
Yep.
That was crazy.
He brought the first ring. He brought the Cavs ring. He brought that Cavs ring there.
That shouldn't even be a real sentence that came out of anyone's mouth, but that's a fact, unfortunately. I'm not a Cavs.
You know what's also a fact? Larry Bird beat Michael Jordan 6 times in the playoffs. So
you know what, man? Alan, are you a fucking covert racist or what? What the fuck? He is a fucking hater. Larry Bird is one of my guys, though. Don't get it twisted. That's guy.
Yeah, I know. Look, once you went to basketball, all bets are off.
Alan is an asshole. He got to throw the white man in there. You have been at the game, motherfucker.
Larry, he hates it.
Right. He's wild, man. Nah, man. Alan's my guy, though. Don't get it twisted. It's been a minute since we had these healthy debates.
You never saw Bird crying on the floor because he got fouled. I'm sorry.
He wasn't a good actor.
You know what, Cypher? Maybe we should just end the conversation there. That's a good... Yeah, we could keep going back and forth, but
man. But all I'm saying is at the end of the day, it does go back to what I said earlier about Trump.
I know.
Oh yeah. He is a solution. I think that Trump's existence as a president is a solution to this because it highlights both sides of the coin. On one side, I believe that fundamentally he's right about a lot of his global politics. I am in alignment with. I understand it. But hold on, let me finish the sentence, brother.
Sorry,
but the other side of it, though, it just highlights the undergird of what everybody else is complaining about, and that's why I said it serves as a utility pocket or pocket knife because he has many different vertical sides to it, right? And it can cut either way. Yeah, I can see that shit. But your argument though, Alan, is that you don't want to deal with that though, and that's where we disagree.
Alan, let me ask you something real quick. Alan, did you see Zoran Mamdani's statement about the Armenian genocide yesterday? And if so, what are your thoughts? I need to know.
I think every year that there are certain politicians who come out and say, yes, I support the Armenian genocide, and I'm sick and tired of hearing it from politicians. They're pandering to the Armenian population, and when the fact is, first of all, no one in the Middle East cares about what some mayor of New York has to say about it, and second of all, the United States has never lifted a finger when it actually needed to do anything for the country of Armenia. So it is exactly what it is. It's pandering and nothing more.
But do you think he's pandering to who? The Armenians in New York City?
Yeah,
There's probably not that many, right?
Yeah, that's all he's doing.
There's probably more Turks in New York City than Armenians, no?
Probably. I don't know. I'd have to.
So what does he win out of that?
What does he win?
Mayor Adams was like deep-throating the Turks.
Well, yeah, and when it comes to that issue, you know, some land on the side of Turkey, some land on the side of Armenia. That's what it is. But yeah, look, they get a certain amount of votes because they will make that statement, and then some Armenians will be, oh, he understands us, he supports us, we got to vote for them. You know.
I just thought his statement was like very deep about the Armenians. You never hear that of an American politician. You know?
No. Well, maybe you're paying attention more so because he's got some more notoriety. So the fact that he said it, he got, people notice more. But hell, I've heard that before. I give more credit to Kanye West when he went to Armenia and making people aware of that more than anyone else.
He had a concert there, that's true.
Yeah, and the fact that he's there with Kim Kardashian, and now all his fans who've never heard, first of all, they've never heard of Armenia. They might not have even known that she was, half Armenian at least. And now he's giving a concert and they went to the memorial. Yeah, I give him more credit than anybody else.
Shout out to Kanye West. I like that. All right, Alan.
You give him credit for his song? Just a question. Like all of his fans who maybe did not know who it was possibly, and now they sing Hell Hitler.
Who, Kanye?
Yeah, young.
He apologized, bro. He apologized.
Well, I'm just wondering. I just wanted to see what you thought about that since, we give him credit for...
We thought that the beat was hard as fuck, but, we know Kanye has mental health issues, bipolar, you know what I mean? So we give grace as we would want people to give grace to us. So. Kanye, as a rap artist, was the best live performance I've ever been to of any rap artist in my whole life. Okay? You understand?
How many performances have you seen?
I've seen him once at the LA Coliseum.
Talking about in whole.
I've seen...
How many performances have you seen? Music-wise.
Good question. I've seen dozens of rap performances who've all been horrific, and singing every other lyric out of their song, not giving a fuck, very lazy performances. I didn't do that. He gave the people what they wanted, man.
Ever seen Ice Cube perform? Because he was the best I've ever seen.
I have not. I'll be honest. I'm a little younger, though. I'm a little bit younger. Joe Hero, I'm a little bit younger. I'll be real.
This is an ignorant question from a woman who's lived through the 60s and 70s. And what do you think of black music being taken over by rap? Do you think there was any kind of conspiracy there from the music business? If you're going to talk about...
That's a deep one.
Huh?
That's a deep question because, the popular music and the hip-hop genre is not necessarily the most positive, right? It's usually the rappers who get signed to certain labels and contracts are getting signed to promote degeneracy, murder, polygamy, all sorts of extramarital affairs, violence, that's more about the music industry rather than anything to do with black culture, because it's a predatory ass industry.
Yeah, it's not. My nephew is in the music, is a musician, been involved, and he has no truck with the. He's gone on his own, but I used to like black music, but I'm old.
Black music? What
Well,
the fuck is black
I
music?
think you're pretty young. I think, Cypher, how old are you? Like in your 30s or something?
No, I'm 45.
R&B.
45, really?
Yeah, and I produce music for people in the music industry.
You produce music? So
Yeah, I did for Busy Bone, Jada Kiss, all of that shit since the 90s, the 2000s. I've been on tour with Janet Jackson and Genuine. I met Jay-Z a couple times, but I don't know him. But Cameron, Diplomat Records, we've had the same managements.
And not an animated, like say it busts the rhymes, but the real shit you get when you bust down my rhymes.
What do you mean by black music?
Let me ask Michaela, are you referring to like 70s R&B?
Yeah, 70s, 80s. I mean, when did rap take over? 90s?
70s.
70s?
Started in the 70s.
It was later.
73 to 78.
No, really?
Yeah. There's actually, my father had an album called Rap, that's back in 1969.
Yeah, well, I guess I did like the R&B. I mean, that's
well. I mean, but you realize that the music, you do realize that the artists are expressing their perspective of life, right? And you guys have created an environment that produced this.
Yeah, if you find a rapper from the south side of Chicago, he's not going to be rapping about, country music and, oh my God, I just took the fucking kids to school. He's fighting for his life every day.
Yeah. I think maybe what Alan and I have in common is that we're older. And we've heard this kind of, we've known about what's happened to the black culture and black people for so long. We're waiting for, and we saw things getting better. And then, to be honest, Obama came in and sort of reignited. Here we thought, oh, great, we're really improving. We've got a black president. And then it just like reignited for the younger people stuff that they had never heard of or something. They didn't know about their history. So now they're focusing on the tragic history and not realizing how much things have improved. But one thing I do...
How old are you again? How old are you?
75. I'm 75.
My father would have been 76. 77.
Do you think the three strikes rule was an improvement?
Do you know that they grew up in southern Texas?
Your father?
Are you familiar with the Great Migration?
Yeah. From the south
what do you know
to the
about
north?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
From what years?
My sister-in-law is black. She went from the south to Chicago.
Boom. And my people went to Ohio from Texas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, that right there alone for thousands and tens of thousands of people to migrate out of the South from early 1900 through 1970s, right? What the fuck kind of environment were they living in to where that had to happen?
Terrible, and they got out of it.
And they expressed themselves through music, and things continue to happen. Breaking up the families, busing, civil rights.
Yeah, the busing.
Killed their leaders, you killed their leaders. The residual and rippling effects, it perpetuated all of this. And then you exploited it and made billions and trillions of dollars off of it and then blame what you don't like. I have to sometimes be humble too because I come from what you would call the old school. And I've made beats. I got shit on YouTube. I was in the streets for real and lost that opportunity. And now I've been in business for 23 years. But at the same time, like that experience for me back then, I seem to change. So I have to, when I run into little brothers sagging and shit, I don't come at them like, oh, now certain shit I just can't get with. Like, yeah, I mean, get out of the way. You know what I'm saying? Get out the way with that. But I tell them about their sagging pants because my generation was the ones that put it forward, right? And I asked them, I said, I'm like, you ever been to prison? They're like, no. I'm like, look, on the yard, that means you're advertising your ass, right? And then the second thing, if you had to run from the police or an adversary, you're not going to get very far. And if you have to fight, probably get your ass beat because you got to keep putting your pants up. So I apologize to whomever ill-advised you, young brother. It's not to your advantage to have your pants sagging. Men wear belts, okay? And I always get a good feedback. Now, that's my responsibility as a young black man, right? Because I can't blame them and think that the environment that we created, the motherfuckers is dying over starter jackets, Jordans, video games, basketball games, the shit that was perpetuated. I can't think for a moment that they should be better based off of the environments that some of them were raised. Now, don't mistake this, because not all black people come from the ghetto, the hood, any goddamn thing. Most of us are very successful, productive citizens. We contribute greatly to the production and GDP of this country. But they're like every other race or ethnic group, have their own degenerate societies. Ours was manufactured. It was never in our nature to be who we've been.
Man, okay, that's what I want to ask.
Some of us was bred and born in America on sex farms.
This is what I want to ask about. I mean, what I've heard is that the black family was pretty together in the 50s, you know.
50s, 60s, 70s,
60s
80s.
was manufactured to destroy the family? Black family?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Think about it. So,
but it happened
there's actual
to the whites too, you know, because the sexual revolution, that's what was the 60s.
You guys took part in it. See, you're passing the poor whites and the poor blacks, they literally rock together too. Like if you heard the term redneck, it came from the 1920s where the coal miners were fighting against the corporations that send their private militia to go after them in West Virginia, and they had a shootout. And the way that you knew who was on your side is that the white boys would have the red scarves, handkerchiefs around their necks. And it was black and white people dying side by side. That's why West Virginia to this day is still one of the most culturally racist as fuck still, but it's interbred like a motherfucker. Like most people are mixed, right? So our stories are intertwined. It's just that the problem that most Europeans, Americans have is that they don't like to deal with the issue of race because of the way they were raised and how they benefited from it. Whether we was in the same
this
boat
is
or
the
not.
deal I've seen in my lifetime. The racial relations just improved so much, and I for you to keep focusing on that and keep saying, I mean, it was getting better and better year by year.
When was it better though? When though? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to ask when, because I had.
Well, from when I was a child, I know that just the racism, you know, because my family, we didn't live in an area where there were blacks, and I know the attitudes of my family was they just didn't know anything about blacks, and they had prejudice, you know. But then my mother worked for the government, and then she worked with a lot of blacks, and I could see that easing up, and I could just see over the years things getting better with white attitudes towards blacks. And
that's what I'm trying to understand. When was
in the 70s, the 70s, and then just the 80s.
I see. I'm very close to the times that I grew up in this thing, so I'm trying to understand. Like, I mean, from your lens, you believe this, but I can't perceive it because don't push me because I'm close to the edge of the message. You said you used to like black music. It's built off of the shit that we went through and the environments that y'all created.
I don't know.
That's why I call it the original sin, because it's a convicting thing. But the thing is, I understand for us to get away with it, not even get away with it, for us to call it the past, we have to address it. If you address it and actually deal with it, and you have to forgive yourself. This is not an indictment. This isn't. It is what I'm saying is that that they have to reconcile it with themselves. But first knowing the truth, first knowing and accepting the truth, changing and challenging your own narrative. That's an internal thing, right? That's not for anybody to shame somebody in anything. That's just dealing with the truth. And it goes both ways, because honestly, y'all, there's no physical, mental, intelligent way that a people that come from caves could rule over people that built civilizations unless the people that built the civilizations played a part in it.
Yeah, I went to Berkeley. I was there in 1970. I was around the Panther Party, I actually went to their first constitutional convention, but what are you saying that the music that I liked was a result of, are you saying that was just produced by the music industry, that it wasn't a real reflection of...
Oh, no. What I was saying about the message, which would go back to your time and era, that don't push me because I'm close to the edge. I'm trying not to lose my head. Broken glass everywhere. People pissing on the concrete like they just don't care. All that stuff. Talking about the junkies and this, that, and the third. They were talking about that every rapper had a song about his mama, a woman that he or she loved, about a party that was nice, and multiple songs about oppression, stress, trauma, somebody getting murdered, killed, and how down bad things were for a particular group. And then they had songs about hope and change. You can look through every album, even to this day, even though you might not understand the lyrics, and I don't either. But, they're still the same thing is out there, but it's more controlled. So it's manufactured by a small group of people that even shit on poor whites that are creating this narrative of criminalization and dysfunction and degeneracy. The parts of that are true are manufactured by the very people that are judging.
Yeah, but what about the black family, though? I've heard that they were together.
What happened to Cosby's? What happened to BET?
No, I'm not talking about...
What happened to Family Matters?
I'm not talking about TV shows. I'm not talking about TV shows. I'm talking about statistics.
Okay, so you remember that movie with James Earl Jones? It's on the tip of my tongue. It is from 1974. Not sure, but it talked about black family being split back then. There's multiple documentaries about the man in the house clause.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about maybe the welfare stuff. You can't get the welfare if the husband.
White women are the biggest recipients to this day from welfare. White women were. That's what welfare was for. It was for
welfare. No, but the black family didn't need welfare in the 50s, or they weren't relying on it.
No, they weren't, but they couldn't get good jobs neither. We know
but they were together and they were more successful.
Yeah, because they didn't have drugs. They didn't have drugs going into. They didn't have drugs in their community. They didn't ship their men to war. They didn't also.
Drugs onto them.
I mean, that was the Reagan administration who admitted to.
Well, no. It's the heroin, the cocaine, the heroin, all that was before.
Was it Nixon or Reagan?
Well, no, I mean,
why did the young people go for it?
Listen. If you're asking questions, just hear the answer, right?
Yeah.
Like literally, it created an environment where you're seeing death, murder, you can't get a job, you're seeing all kinds of shit happen to your people, and you want to be nonviolent. Some people deal with trauma differently, don't they? They get depressed. They get on drugs, especially when you make...
Shut up, nigger. Shut up.
Right? So when you create an environment, you can't get mad at the output if it's calculated.
Wait a second. What got worse in the 60s? If in the 50s the black family was together, more successful, more financially...
You killed their leaders. You oppressed them with law. You beat them. You mistreated them. You're saying that the 60s was good for black Americans?
So you're saying that the 60s, the civil rights movement, caused just an upheaval in expectations or something? I mean, I think it had all kinds of effect on the whole culture, which we're still suffering from today. I think we have to look back at that, not way back to slavery, but what happened?
Nobody mentioned slavery, man. Our conversation has been everything after slavery.
Right. Well, I mean, something happened in the 60s. If the 50s, the black family was more together, more financially stable, more successful.
More financially stable. What do you mean? Like, when you say these things, like, what do you mean?
Well, it seemed to me that they weren't split apart. Maybe they were poorer, but they were together.
Right, but when you introduce drugs, sex, alcohol, and depressed environments, what do you think is supposed to happen?
Introducing sex, drugs, alcohol. The whole culture sort of went wild.
What culture?
In the 60s.
Yeah, I'm saying American culture, right? Right. So when you add that, the feminist movement and all that other shit, welfare, the men are off to war and things like that. Like, that fucks up the black family, doesn't it?
Right,
especially when you create gang wars.
And it affected blacks worse.
And then they're expressing themselves in the music. So it becomes a soundtrack to their environment.
The music,
and if it's never been addressed in decades upon decades, how do you expect people to make change?
But what hasn't been addressed? What hasn't been addressed? You're blaming it on racism, but I think what hasn't been addressed is what happened in the 60s to our whole culture. The whole
it was culture. Racism. Racism is America's fucking origin story.
Well, the drugs were affecting everybody, and
that's the thing. Like you see how in this conversation, right? You're skipping around the obvious. You're not even acknowledging what I'm saying.
Well,
you're just adding in other elements to discredit or take away from it. What I'm saying
is, the racism, to me, it was getting better. It was getting less and less and less. The culture.
It was just less in your face in terms of violence. But you've seen over the last 20 years, black men being shot on camera and killed in front of you on the TV screen. You know what the prison system is set up to do. You know what the schooling, we know that there's racism in schooling, housing, banking. It's always been there. And you're right. The nuclear missile that blew up a lot of black culture is the destruction of the black family, which was engineered. There's a fucking a government memo about this in 1979. There's a whole agenda to do that. It was literally. So how do you judge a people for reacting to an environment that you engineered?
What is the memo in 79? Is it about drugs or what? What's it about? 79?
I'll pull it up in a second. I'm just wondering. As we're talking, I'll pull it up because I am in front of my laptop. But my thing is what is the cognitive dissonance? Is it that much? I mean, this is the sins of the father. This is the thing you have to deal with, the elephant in the room to get over the hump. And you don't want to talk about it no more. It's not about talking about it. It's about doing something to fix it.
Okay.
Because it's not just because, hold on. It's not just because that you're white, you need to fix it. I would go after, me personally, governments and big pharma, not big pharma, but big companies. Because they're the biggest benefactors. If you are a corporation that benefited in any kind of city group, insurance firms, all around the goddamn globe, and private companies, and those would be the main motherfuckers that would have to finance this. In my world,
I was going to say, I think that a lot of white people don't feel guilt or whatever personally because they're not from the South. My family came here, after, they weren't in the South. They came to South Dakota, from Ireland. They weren't a part of, that we don't have, and I think probably a lot of white people today their ancestors had nothing to do with slavery.
What? You keep saying slavery. I said everything after slavery. When did your parents come here?
After slavery, you're talking about corporations?
Not even corporations. You can go before slavery. It was corporations that created slavery. You know what I mean? Like it was always there. You know what I mean? People benefited. You know what I mean? So, but here's my point, though. My point is this. My point is this, love. Hear me out. I'm asking you a question, though. When did your parents come to? You said they came over here from Ireland. When when did they land in America?
Actually, they did. Some of them, my great grandparents came in before the Civil War. They came.
Okay, so you were here during.
They went to South Dakota.
What was going on in South Dakota?
There was no slavery. They were farmers. They got land.
How did they get land?
I don't know. Probably land grabs or something.
Land grabs from who?
Probably the Indians.
Who were what?
Sioux.
That would be my people. That would be my people specifically.
Yeah.
Sioux, Blackfoot, Choctaw, Seminole. Yeah, and they were all reclassified as Negro.
Oh, please.
Look through my PTR, literally. Look through my PTR, just flip through it. You'll see a picture of my mother and her great-grandmother.
Okay, but we're talking about blacks, not Indians right now.
They are black. They are black. If you look at my great-great-grandmother in my PTR, go to my PTR and click through. You see an old picture of my mother and her great-grandmother.
Well, another part of my family married into the tribes in Nebraska.
Yeah, and those are $5 Indians. Yes.
What's that?
They bought their way on the scroll. Yeah, the doll scrolls. It was manufactured.
Yeah. Okay. So this is our history. Okay. So you're saying that to climb out of that, you're saying that
you have to deal with it.
Well, what do you mean? Deal with it. What do you mean?
Like this conversation, you've evaded a lot of different things. It feels like it's uncomfortable to you.
Well,
I appreciate you having it with me, though. I'm not talking shit. I do appreciate you having it with me. We've been respectful, but it just seems like you have an aversion. Yeah, like you seem to have an aversion.
I'm not black, but I can tell.
That's an internal thing, love. I can't instruct you on how to deal.
No.
I would say this though. If I could give you one thing, it would be education first. For you to get informed and educated about it first.
Wait a second.
That takes away the fear and everything else.
History. We know our history.
I don't think you do.
So then what?
I don't think you do. I don't think you know our history.
I think so.
And
my people who came here.
How powerful the KKK was.
My family had nothing to do with that.
I'm not.
But see that right there, that's the aversion. You see that right there, but
I don't feel any guilt over the KKK.
That you do. You're projecting it right now.
Why?
You're projecting that right now.
No.
Listen, if I'm talking about history, why do you immediately go to my family? Blah, blah, blah.
That's right.
I'm talking about history. My family had nothing to do with either.
Weirdo KKK people. I'm Catholic.
Do you know what the Catholics did? Do you know about the Spanish Inquisition?
Michaela, I simply asked you a question. Nothing.
I'm Irish.
And you would
and the Irish are the police.
Because I'm Irish.
The Fraternal Order of the Police and the Fraternal Order of the Firefighters are Irish.
Hey, listen, we came here because we were being starved to death.
Right, and some of y'all are black too. Some of y'all are black and European. Yeah, a lot of y'all are black too.
Oh, they got treated like
my father was black.
Yeah, they're the niggers of Europe. Yeah, they're the niggers of Europe, and Mexicans are the niggers of South America.
I don't feel.
Wow, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, no, really, I don't identify as a white person. I identify as Irish. And
but you benefit though.
You should do that, and you should teach your kids to do that as well.
To do what?
To identify as Irish and not made up complex. Yeah.
When they're half Jewish.
What do you call a black American though? What would be our nationality?
American.
African American.
African, but most of us aren't from Africa.
Yeah, you're American.
You're from Africa, however long ago your family was brought here.
No, so, and that's the thing about here's the solution is the knowledge. If you guys want to deal with racism for real, once and for all, like deal with the truth. If you feel pushback from it, that's the energy that you internally have to reconcile.
Wait, the Africa part where you said.
I'll give you an example. Yeah, I'm gonna address it. the same thing I just said, I'm going to use myself as an example. At first, when I found out about Africans selling Africans, I was like, what? Then you start digging in deeper, and you're like, damn, those people were refugees from Portugal and Spain. So they didn't sell their own. Damn, there were some black slave owners that had breeding farms. 400 of them are documented as being worse than white slave owners and own more slaves than white people did. The average white person couldn't afford a slave.
But what is
all you start learning about European history and where the Slavs and the Russians and shit really come from, and you start understanding history, you can start learning the truth. It's real humbling. I would never be offended by white racists because I know too much of their culture and origin story to feel like intimidated by that. I also know that all black folks weren't slaves and they're not all fucking victims. Some of them played a direct hand in this shit, just like we did in our shit right here today. Like some of the
you said they're not all from Africa.
They're not. I was just saying that some of them are from Spain and Portugal. So if you look at the Alhambra Decree, if you look at the Manuelian Ordinance, the 1515, and others, well-documented information, so I can name specific books and pages. Ordinances. Yeah, it talked about the expulsion of the. It talked about the expulsion of the Jews and where they went into Africa and they were later sold into the slave trade. And then
Jews were sold into the slave trade?
Absolutely.
Okay, wow.
Well, I have books that from the time of the 1700s, 1500s. Okay. I have a lot of documented information that proves that. Right. But then there were also there were black Americans that were here in America that were also reclassified as Negro, like my great grandmother that you see in the picture if you scroll through the shit. Right? So you see that woman, right? Now, that woman had one of 22 kids, had 19 kids of her own, right? So, and my people were born in Oklahoma and Texas, and then also they were breeding farms. What happened in slavery, they did have to manufacture, after the 1830s, it became illegal to traffic slaves. So they have breeding farms. And that would be their little brothels and pleasure palaces. And a good documented history book on this comes from a 1971 movie, which is the most graphical, accurate account of slavery that I've ever seen. It's called Goodbye, Uncle Tom. It's a 2-hour movie on YouTube. It's free. It's a very interesting, very graphic. Like, first time I saw it in 2003, it took me 2 weeks to watch it because it was really kind of hard to digest. But it's actually one of my favorite movies because it talks about the visuals of certain things, how this actually went down, right? But there were also black slavers. There were 455,000 blacks in the North and in the South combined that were never slaves. Some of them owned slaves. Some of them owned slaves to buy their freedom, and then others owned slaves for the same industrial purposes as they wanted to, sold their parents out and every damn thing else. There's an
so what are they supposed to do with it? I mean, can we put that in the past?
No, you have to deal with it. But also, you have to deal with it firstly. You have to deal with it firstly, then you can put it in the past. If you don't know these things, you can't reconcile.
Who died in the Civil War?
Yeah, one of my favorite heroes is John Brown.
Okay, look, didn't the Civil War sort of
I wish every Christian was like John Brown.
Yeah, well, John Brown was the motherfucking man. He was more down than, he up there with Harriet Tubman, but he was more down than Frederick Douglass and the rest of the motherfuckers. He came to them like, let's do this, and they were like, no.
Dude hated slavery so much they actually thought he was insane.
No, but I'm talking about the ones who died fighting in the war.
And most of them didn't die for that reason. It was more of an industrial thing that created that John Brown.
You're gonna say that, so then we have to keep dealing with slavery. A lot of white people.
No, you're going back to slavery. I was talking originally, love. We started talking about everything from the 1900s on out. I can just talk about my years growing up as a 45-year-old man in America. I feel safer in South America than I do in America, bro. I mean, sis.
They had slaves.
And I'm from Ohio. You know what I'm saying? My family's from Texas. You know what I mean? Not all of us were slaves, and most of us own land. And, still own land down there. But my point of it is that you have the guilt, the thing that keeps you like, it's cringeworthy and makes you want to avoid it, is because you don't know that much about it, firstly. And then, two, if you are dealing with, because you know racism, you heard those jokes and stories and shit at home from your lens growing up and, as a young woman, and you're 75. Oh, you know what I'm saying? You're as old as my aunts. You know what I'm saying? I know what you could possibly have heard growing up. Most of y'all are inherently racist because of the ignorance of it, right? But if you understand the root of where it comes from, if you understand love, if you understand the root of where it comes from, it literally is a flip on you guys too. Because white Europeans also suffer from racism.
Hey, listen, but we got over it.
No, you didn't.
Oh, that's what you say.
No, that's what I know. It's still an issue.
Oh, no, they're making it an issue.
I don't think
it's not an issue for me because I'm dominant. Listen, even in the room, if anything, you can consider me as Django. You know what I'm saying? That's more of my character archetype.
I don't know what
legacy or not. Throw a little Tupac in there. You got me. I'm saying this, and love, I'm gonna get out your way because I hear you want to come in. I'm gonna get out your way. I just want to address Michaela real quick. Michaela, you don't know enough about my experience, but you don't know enough about the real history. And when you contemplate that, it's off-putting, it's jarring because you've been sold a lie. So racism, my definition of racism personally, is the personification of ignorance and fear. Once you get over it by learning the truth and reconciling it, then you can move forward. Because I'm not worried about slavery or the past. Yeah, I mean, I know the history and I'm doing things to change that narrative, but at the same time, I'm focused on the future too. It's just that's what's keeping America stuck. Go ahead, dear.
Well, if you say so.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that are keeping America stuck. I don't think it's only that one story, but I definitely think that one story is holding, I don't want to say holding our society back. More so, our society is allowing ourselves to be bound by not actually doing the work to move forward collectively. And I really hate, by the way, Michaela, you just made a statement. I really hate when people do this. And they tell people when they're talking about their own story. And I usually hear this when it's like a Native person or a Black person talking about their own history. Someone else will say, yeah, well, get over it. Or we got over it. But it's interesting because when I heard you talk about your story and where you come from, you're Irish, you brought up some of the horrible things that your ancestors went through. But when somebody else was talking about it, you know, it's, okay, well, get over it.
I am over it. I don't hate the British.
Okay,
I like
the
British.
This is really disingenuous, but...
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, show courtesy to others the same way you would like to be shown. You know what I mean? Like, if I just interrupted you and you brought that up, and I'd say, just, yeah, well, get over it, you know. That's not a great way to go about things, so.
Okay, so...
Just food for thought.
Yeah, I understand he has his point of view, what he's seeing. But he doesn't know my point of view, and what I see in other white people that I know, you know. I see the change in the white people I know, and that I've rubbed shoulders with throughout these years.
Michaela, those people may have been like, okay, we're not pro-slavery anymore. We're not pro-Jim Crow anymore. You know what? We're not even racist. We'll work with Black people. We might, you know, be friends or have family with Black people. But does that change a system or a whole society in terms of, like, you know, coming to terms with what we've done historically? Even take the Irish, for example, right? Their whole language was wiped out.
That's right.
Right? They weren't even allowed to speak that language for so long. It was nearly wiped out to this day. Right. Most Irish people don't know how to speak it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a legacy. There's basically a legacy that happens through oppression, right? I hate to sound so fucking like a liberal leftist piece of shit, but it's just reality, right? Like, it's just a reality that there's legacies that happen and are affected by this. And one of the legacies of slavery turns into Jim Crow, turns into horror for a lot of black families. There's some black families that are just well off and they're fine, but I know, you know, the criminal justice system, from Jim Crow to today, it's pretty, it's damaging for a lot of people. You look at the Nixon administration talking about how they flooded their neighborhoods with guns and drugs, and these are like poor neighborhoods, people who don't really have much. The effect of that is crazy. And then the 3 strikes rule. A lot of my black friends never had a father growing up. Not because their fathers weren't around, but just because they're in prison for 3 strikes. And it's like, oh shit, you only had your mom and your grandma, and they have a whole different relationship with the police than I do. I was thinking like, oh, we could go do this, that, and the other. My friends are like, no. Those cops are there. I'm like, so what? Oh no, they have a whole different, you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it, but it's like, it's a whole different history, relationship, that has never kind of been dealt with. It's still there, and it's just pervasive. It's kind of
and I think a lot of the rap music is. This is I might be ignorant. I'm sort of divorced from a lot of things, but to me, it's like things were getting better, and then it's like that the culture of maybe drugs and guns or whatever, that was sort of extended through that the culture was it was kept going through the rap music, through the resentment and the anger just kept going and going. There couldn't be healing.
Why does the music record labels only promote that kind of music?
I know.
Why?
I know.
And who's running those labels?
I know what they're doing.
Who's running those labels up?
Well, I'm not going to blame some ethnic group, but I think there is. But it's nefarious.
Even in let's say like entertainment in Hollywood or music. Forget the music industry, like television or movies.
All of Hollywood, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's all fucking degenerate. It's just black people are gonna be typecasted as like thugs. You know what I mean? That kind of shit.
Well, Hollywood has done a number on the whole culture. I'm Catholic, and I have become very well aware of what the sexual revolution has done to our culture.
But what about
Hollywood has just
Spanish
done a number
Inquisition?
on all of us, huh?
What about the Spanish Inquisition?
Well, what about it? What does it have to do with America?
I'm talking about Catholicism. It's the Catholic Church.
Oh, you're gonna get into it? No, I'm not gonna get into that.
Nobody's doing that. I'm just asking you about it. Like, what are your thoughts about it?
It was run by the government, the Spanish government. The church was doing their own private inquisition. They were dealing with conversos.
And what were the conversos? Who were they?
The conversos were Jews and
where did they go?
And the church was trying to weed them out to see if they were really converted. Okay.
So where did those people go?
What do you mean?
Where did those conversos go after they expelled them? Where did they go?
America? I don't know. Where'd they go?
They went into Africa.
Oh.
North Africa, yeah.
No, not North Africa. Congo. No, specifically the Congo, Angola. Matter of fact, Google. Do you have a laptop? Or does any of you guys got a phone in front of you?
I've got my computer right in front of me.
Okay. Just real quick shit. I just want you to check out this book. It's literally called the Annals. Hold on. The Annals of History, Literature. Hold on.
And so, what did they do in Angola? What did the conversos do in Angola?
Wasn't Christopher Columbus a converso?
Well, that's a whole nother story right there. But so
Yeah,
these people, they went into. Yeah, well, so basically, these people, they were sold into. They went to Cape Verde. They went to modern day the Mali Empire. If you look up the 1747 map called Negro Land, right? Look that up, and it will tell you exactly where the slave coast was. And this is from a guy named Emmanuel Bowen. Let me know when you get that picture up.
I'm putting in Negroland 1747 map.
Emmanuel Bowen.
1747 map, huge images of Negroland.
Is it 1929?
No, the 1747.
Oh, sorry, 1729 or no?
Guinea.
No, it's 1747.
Well, I'm 1747 here. It's sort of an old map. I can't make head nor tails of it. But
I see one at 1727.
There's one 17. Just put in 1747 map, the Negro Land. Do you see it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Do you see where it says Slave Coast?
Slave Coast. I don't
Oh,
see
yeah,
it.
yeah. Right there, Guinea, right below.
See where it says Slave Coast? Zoom in more, and see if it doesn't say Kingdom of Judah.
Oh,
the Republican Party hates America.
It doesn't say Kingdom of Judah here. No, it says.
Zoom in. It has Ouida in the middle, and they have a northern and southern kingdom that says, Ouida, and it has a northern and southern kingdom that says.
I see Lagos or Lagos.
Do you see where it says? Do you see where it says Slave Coast? It says Gold Coast and it says Slave Coast.
Yeah, I see Slave Coast.
Okay, zoom in on the Slave Coast. Zoom in on where it says Slave Coast. Do you see Ouida and do you see Kingdom of Judah?
I see Ouida. I see.
And right above and below, it has Judah.
No, I don't see Judah, bro. Where's Judah?
If you see Ouida, just go up or down, and you're going to see Kingdom of Judah because it's mentioned there twice.
I don't see.
Is this Hebrew Israelite stuff?
It's not Hebrew Israelite stuff. It's called the truth.
Oh boy.
I don't see.
Look at the Manuelian ordinances.
Wait. Let's stay on this. Where's Kingdom of Judah? I don't see it.
Why listen, who cares about that?
Let me change my PTO.
Why do you support Israel? Why do you support Netanyahu? Why?
I don't support Netanyahu. Fuck.
Nobody's talking about that. Yeah.
The problem is you are
King City, see Formosa.
I'm about to change. I'm about to find it in my PTR and change my PTR to it. I'll help you out.
Yeah.
The bottom barrel fucking garbage.
You guys were talking about the KKK.
Where?
What was the conversation around that?
KKK is the new NAMBLA, which is a new MAGA.
KKK basically.
What is NAMBLA?
They did a lot of fucked up shit in terms of like voting processes for black
Have you
Americans
ever
in the Civil War.
seen any of them at a Kamala rally? These motherfuckers.
Yo, is Matt awake?
Nah.
Oh, okay.
So you're gonna get rid of this guy?
Yeah.
No, I was just curious.
He's noise.
My bad, Beaver. Leave it to
KKK did a lot of damage post Civil War.
What were you saying about the vote for black people?
Yeah, they basically terrorized, and basically, like, whenever there was an election or anything, they would make sure, like, if any black people were to go try to vote, they would go fuck it up. They would make sure that there was no, black candidates. they would do like crazy shit through methods of terrorism, basically to either intimidate through violence or just straight up go murder people.
But did you vote for Trump?
They also went after Catholics too. I sent my kids to a Catholic school here. Listen to me.
And Irish.
Listen to me. My kids went to a Catholic school here in Southwest Colorado, and they didn't wear uniforms, and that was because of the history of the KKK in our town. They went after Catholics, and that's why the kids didn't wear uniforms.
Yeah,
Normally,
I mean more in the South after.
Okay. I'm just saying they didn't just go after blacks; they went after Catholics too.
Listen, they went after
Wait a minute. What about me? What about me?
Historically in the South.
Well, I'm
What about
telling
the
you
Irish?
my history.
What about the Irish? What about us?
That's right.
We were persecuted.
So why do you dismiss
We had
it
red
like
hair.
that? Why do you?
Well, that's
why do
my
you do that?
experience with the KKK.
The
You know,
problem is
grandma
that
used to talk about her experience with the KKK growing up. She met Bonnie and Clyde in Texas in 1920.
KKK came to my city and
well, no, the thing is this, bro. It's not even that. I'm from Ohio, bro. Okay, I'm from Ohio, from the Midwest.
What part of Ohio?
I'm from Columbus, but I drove out to Chillicothe,
I'm from
I was in
Columbus.
Zanesville, and I've been to.
Oh, don't talk that shit. I'm from Columbus, bro.
Yo, Cypher, where's the
but I'm
king?
saying, have you driven out to
I
Zanesville?
thought that Columbus was KKK territory.
No, Columbus is a great
You see it, Jack?
Columbus is a great
Are
city.
you sure?
Columbus is a great city. Don't do that, bro. It is. You haven't traveled enough to know that Columbus is a great city. You haven't.
It is.
The problem is,
No, I
what about
definitely have. I live very close. I've been to Columbus before, but I'm pretty sure that that's KK. That is KKK territory.
No, it's
Yeah.
not. Columbus is not.
Yeah,
No, they just had some white nationalists marching down the street.
Yeah, they did.
DC and
also a history of the KKK being there.
I don't see it on the map
Listen, you
that I
can't
see
speak on behalf of the whole city because it was so
It's the same man.
Some trailer trash inbreds who happen to fucking walk through the city, these fucking meth heads who live outside of the city of Columbus, who come to the city.
I mean, we're not gonna act like Columbus ain't racist though, bro. We're not gonna sit there and say that, bro. I grew up there. I'm born and raised, bro.
Columbus is a fucking hero in this household.
I am too, bro. I lived in
Yeah,
Columbus.
PTR.
I
Cypher,
seen it.
this is how the map looks on my shit. I don't see Kingdom of Judah anywhere.
What the fuck is that? What is the Kingdom of Judah?
PTR.
Oh, you looked at the wrong. Yeah, you looked at the wrong. Yeah, but it's still there. You gotta assume.
No, it's not.
Where's that?
That
Where
one,
you from?
it says Weta. It says Weta, right? On that one, you had the wrong one. The one that I got is the Manuel Bone one. If you go into it, it says 1747. He made a Negro land map of Negro land. It was Manuel Bone. Yeah, you see it. Yeah, but bro, we're not gonna say that Ohio ain't fucking racist, bro.
I never
Like,
said that.
the whole.
I never said that. I said Columbus, where I'm from. You stopped. Y'all didn't even fucking let me finish. What I said was, if you drive out to the outskirts of certain places, okay, why you heading out somewhere? Yes, you do see it. But the problem is that they're so focused on what people in the city are doing, and these cities are being destroyed. You know how many fucking meth and fentanyl, drug abuse, all this shit, it is destroying the fucking rural Ohio towns. They're so focused on the city, and all these drugs and all these opioids are destroying this shit. You can't go into a bathroom without seeing a poster about some sort of opioid addiction and somebody help. This is what happens.
Who's making them do
You
it?
focus on what everybody else is doing, and you're so fucking gung-ho about what you lose focus on what the people that you voted for, right? Because all that shit it's so fucking red. Outside of Columbus is red. Athens, Chillicothe, Zanesville, but that's where all the fucking, you'll never see so many more drug addicts and opioid crisis happening more than anywhere else. When I come back home, bro, I moved to DC, bro, and when I left Columbus. When I come back home and I go to Columbus on the west side, you know what I'm talking about? You know Columbus.
Oh, yeah, Sullivan.
You know what I'm talking about? Over there by Westo, Hilltop. Zombies. These people were zombies, man. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening to the city? Because people are.
I mean, they're investing like $200 billion in it, though. They're modernizing the West Side now because of.
They are now.
And guess who gets to move out, right? Because before that, it was poor white people who lived in the west side of Columbus.
That's
and
that.
the
Yeah,
east
the
side, it was
bottoms,
more or less.
the south side with the bottoms. Them white boys down there, boy, they are some real white niggers. If you want to talk about some nigger shit, them white boys down there, boy, they don't fuck around.
Yeah, but they are the descendants of the Confederate people, right? Who essentially moved to Ohio. Same way that
basically
there was a migration that happened from the south of Mississippi River up to Chicago and Milwaukee. That's why you see a lot of. So it's essentially the same thing. The problem is that some people use that. They like, listen, I'm fucking poor because of you. My life is terrible. I'm an alcoholic. I'm a meth head because of black people. I do drugs because of black people. My life is terrible because of black people. My life, I'm an alcoholic because of black people. My life is awful because of black people. This is those same people who have never amounted to shit, and they don't blame somebody else. So the problem is that you will never see that progress because you see the punch down as opposed to the people who you vote for. 9 out of the top 10 poorest states are ran by Republicans. The poorest states. Iowa has the highest cancer rates. You understand that shit? AI data centers are being built all through these fucking rural towns, and they don't give a fuck because they love Trump and they love Republicans. That's fine. You can hate me all you want, but I'm not the one who are putting these fucking AI data centers and polluting these cities. And that's the problem. People have this issue of looking at someone else to blame where you punch down as opposed to fucking looking up. These billionaires you fucking love and you trust, they don't give a fuck about you. You will not get invited to Mar-a-Lago. You will not get an invite to the fucking ballroom. You will not. He doesn't care about you like he doesn't care about me. That's your problem. Diesel prices are killing truckers. Farmers are losing their fucking farms because of tariffs. They're going bankrupt. Do you understand this shit? This shit is real, and it's beyond me. You can hate me all you fucking want. You can blame me for your life problem. You know, oh, black people did this to me. I don't give a fuck. You understand this shit? It's bigger than this. It really is. And that's the problem. I'm just being honest.
Yeah. You know what's interesting? Something you brought up, and I've also noticed this as well. You brought up the fact that a lot of these people talking about like, oh, we need to do like crime crackdowns and like drug crackdowns. Well, if you look, and this is the pattern across the entire country, is they're only going to cities that voted Democrat, which is really interesting. But when you get out of the city, exactly the same thing that you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I grew up in the city and I moved outside of the city. And thankfully, my little small town is a... Okay, amazing.
I grew up in the city.
Amazing. I'm speaking. Shut the fuck up. Do you have any fucking manners? Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Beaver, can you drop him?
No, just so I'm from the city.
Nobody gives a fuck where you're from, bro. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
So, anyways, what I was saying is, once you get outside of the city, you see, oh shit, like you're in a red wave, you're in an ocean of just Republican counties, right? Thankfully, in my little small town, it's just a little blue dot, and I love that for me. But what I've noticed is in these Republican, rural towns is there's a lot of drug issues. Absolutely. Like meth labs are constantly getting cracked down, and I'm like, what the fuck? These people are doing meth? Like I had a cultural shock at first. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. People actually do meth, and they're like doing, they have these fucking labs that explode and they kill themselves because they're retarded, But, Trump isn't doing any of the crackdowns in the rural cities not cities, rural towns that voted red, and they have drug problems too, and crime as well, and I don't get that.
But he's doing a disservice to those people because what you're essentially doing is you're focusing on Chicago and New York and places that you don't live in. Why do you give a fuck? You live in Alabama and Arkansas and West Virginia. Why the fuck do you care about what's going on in the blue city? When the blue cities are feeding the red cities. You understand that shit? 9 out of the top 10 poorest states are led by Republicans. So why are you focused on the blue states and the blue cities? And you can say that shit all you want. But those cities, California has the California has the fourth highest GDP in the country. I mean, in the world. In the world. 25 states rely on California alone.
Hey,
and that's
Coco,
25 states rely on California alone. And I'm not from there, though. I'm from the Midwest, so I see this shit. I'm from Ohio. I drive around.
Yeah.
I go to cities.
I'm from the
I
Midwest.
drive to Indiana. I drive to Ohio. I drive to Wisconsin. I drive to Minnesota. I drive to West Virginia. I drive to these places, and I see what's going on. You can hate me all you want, but it's not me who's preventing you from getting what the fuck you need to make your life better. You can blame me. You can blame whatever. I don't give a fuck. I promise you, it's not me.
I don't think nobody's blaming you.
The problem is they want to look down as opposed to who fuck. Why is Kerry getting fucking subsidies for moving to Mexico? Instead of building plants in Indiana. What happened to Foxtrot building fucking plants in Racine, Wisconsin, instead of leaving to Mexico? And that's the shit they don't question. That's the shit. Because it's so easy to say, oh, you a fucking Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not none of that shit. What I believe in is I'm an American first. I love this country. I want to see this country do better. I'm a progressive. I want to see it progress. I don't give a fuck about your ideals. It means nothing to me. You hate me, I hate you too. That's fine. But what are you going to do about this country, and how do you see it progress? Do you want to see us all eat, or do you want to see a few eat? Who are the billionaires who are fucking starving you motherfuckers and building AI data centers and wiping out these fucking family farms to buy them? BlackRock is buying all these family farms. So is JD Vance. It's a fact.
Somebody got to send it to him, bro.
It's happening.
Yeah, but somebody has to.
Farms are going to be obsolete. And they voted for it. They voted for it.
Slow down.
They voted for it.
Literally, somebody's making a profit, so nobody's taking this shit. Somebody's making a profit.
BlackRock is.
So, but hold on one second.
You don't know who look how many family farms they're buying up, bro.
Yeah, I understand, bro.
I understand.
You can't get mad at the person. Brother, I hear you, but you literally.
It's American. Why
I hear you. Bro, listen, I hear you, but literally, I wanted to pivot real quick to Coco and Michaela. Michaela, I put it in the chat. Are you still there?
Yes.
Okay, Coco, are you still there?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. I wanted you to see the link. Did you get the link that I sent you in the chat?
No, I didn't see it.
You might have to scroll up just a little bit. I'm going to see if I can drop it again. It's like maybe 5 minutes or some shit.
I found it.
Go to page 141 for me. Okay. Let me know when you get there. Now, Michaela, I want you to pay extra special attention to this because this is one of the stronger evidences that I was telling you about. I got others, but you want to go follow that link and go to page 143. When you get there, let me know. I wonder if the other brother was still in the room though too, because he wanted to
143 or 141?
143.
Wow.
Or it might be 141. Hold on.
Michaela. Is her name Michaela?
Yeah, I think it's 143. Coco, are you there? Do you see it?
And I'm scrolling.
The thing is, though, a lot of us, we rule for America. That's what you don't realize.
Yeah,
Trump was doing a great thing. I would
get it there.
I would root for him 100% if he had everything going like he said he would. Right?
Yeah, I fuck with Trump. Trump doing the thing.
No. I said if he was. Cypher.
If he was what?
Doing what he said he was going to do.
What did he say he was going to do that he didn't do?
What the fuck are you fucking kidding me?
I'm just asking a question, good brother.
Where the fuck have you been? Anything on the world?
I believe it is 141 though. Love. Yeah, it's 14.
Why are we in a war right now, bro? Why?
Hold
You already know the answers.
Why is gas at $4 a gallon? Why is diesel at $8?
Well, I mean, it's just temporary.
What about
brother.
tariffs, bro?
It's temporary.
Shut the fuck about this temporary bullshit. I don't want to hear that, bro. Man, why is it always the African American that has to take this temporary pain for this necessary gain? Why is it the rich people? Why is the billionaires?
What are you talking about? Why is it the African American?
Why is it not the fucking rich people?
What do you mean
The billionaires have to take this hit. Why is it the African American motherfucker? Why?
Average.
Yes.
Who's taking it? I mean,
gain.
you're choosing to buy from it. Yeah, you're choosing to buy the gas. You know, there's a lot of shit to this, bro.
The link that you put in there comes up to 143, and I'm trying to search for 141, and I can't get to it.
Hold on. I'm about to do a searching.
Tell those truckers to take the necessary pain, bro. Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, they still trucking, ain't they? They still trucking, ain't they?
Yeah, they are. $8 a gallon. A lot of them are going out of business. Farmers are going out of business. They're selling their family farms because of tariffs and diesel prices. You okay with that? You want Bill Gates to own every farm? You want Bill Gates to own every farm?
Somebody got to sell it to them.
Damn.
For them to own it, somebody got to sell it.
And that's exactly who these people.
What is?
They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about America. I promise you don't care about America.
Chill.
That's the fact, Uncle.
Chill. Okay, but like you are just like I don't know.
There's a lot of energy.
How do you sell your family farm?
Bro, I didn't sell no family farm. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You gotta chill. Huh?
Oh, that's 1798. Oh, hold on. This one's supposed to be 1783. Hold on, y'all.
Yo, I don't know what you're
saying. My bad. Hold on, that's my bad. Same thing, but just different year. Hold on.
Matt.
Okay.
What's the topic?
I just got back. You guys still off? What are you guys talking about?
I don't know. I just came back and I don't know. This conversation's all over the place.
Okay.
So I was trying to educate about my history.
No, just go. Okay, it's put 17. It's put 1783 on the same joint, and then go to page 143.
He's trying to make Michaela feel guilty about slavery.
Oh no.
They trying to make her feel guilty.
That's wild. You know, wild.
Don't feel guilty about that. You weren't there, Michaela.
And it's actually 141.
That's fucked up, man.
Yep.
Yo, I think Abby is sleeping with her mic on.
Here, I'll meet her.
She's making sounds in her sleep.
That was fun.
Yeah, I went off that link, bro. This is too much. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not doing all that. You could just tell me whatever you want to tell me then.
Yeah, no, I'm about to put the link back in there, and I'll read it out loud real quick, because this is a conversation I was having with Michaela about the Spanish Inquisition.
So what happened with the Trump shooting? I don't know. I was watching the basketball game.
So I asked her if she knew what it was, but it says this, and I'll let it go. But it said the Swedes, the Danes, and the Brandenburgers, North Americans, since 1778, and the Spaniards in their trade have felt an increase, not only by the Swedes and the Brandenburgers ceasing their navigations to the coast of Guinea, but to the annual demand and supply of more than 100,000 Negroes, recruits for their own colonies. Rockford confines his relation to the first Negro trade that carried by the Portuguese and the Spaniards. Gonzalez's first Portuguese, who in 1442 returned with the Negro slaves purchased instead of right, to who had till then been carried off by merely more violence. But soon after, the Portuguese became better acquainted with the African regions and their valuable productions. Prince Henry founded the first Guinea company that settled the factories and fortresses in Argentine and got the exclusive privilege of trading with the Arabs. The Trade soon increased to that in 1455. Not less than 700 or 800 Negro slaves were annually exported to Lisbon. At the length of the Portuguese in 1471 discovered the Gold Coast. That was the map that we talked about earlier. And ever since, intercourse between Portugal and Guinea was continued. The Portuguese endeavored to exclude other nations from Guinea, which had till then the rest of the European navigators were, in spite of the papal bulls. Let's go into the thing. Papal bulls and the reports that indiscriminately spread to the pretended dangers of the coast, striving to get a share of the profitable gold trade. The discovery of the Gold Coast served, indeed, yet more enlarged the sphere of the navigation of the Portuguese and the slave trade, but it forced them to extend themselves to the coast and the settled colonies of Congo, Angola, and other places that they had till then neglected. Prince Henry's colonies were enlarged by his successor, King John II, in 1492, expelled all of the Jews, not some, all of the Jews to the islands of St. Thomas, which had till been then discovered in 1471, and the Portuguese settlements on the continent of Africa. And from these banished Jews, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, the Jews of Luango, who are despised by the very Negroes, they are descended. This is published in 1783.
By the very Negroes, they are descended? What
Descended,
does that mean?
yes.
Descended
So you had the Lancados and the Degradados. The Lancado Jews were the mixed European Black Jews who had the vernacular to be able to middleman and arbitrage the trade of Black Jews. And those Degradados were basically dark-skinned Negroes that were settled in those colonies. And from that map that I showed you, which they called that place the Kingdom of Judah, that's where they were trafficked out of. They called that place the Slave Coast. And they came to America. So you're saying the Jews
trafficked the Africans? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's well documented.
Yeah, boy.
But it was also for the Spanish crown. The Spanish crown wanted them out of Europe because the Moors and the Jews started to fight against the Spanish Inquisition or the Spanish time. This is back in like 1300s. This goes back to the papal bulls and all that shit. So when you were talking about, well, I'm Catholic. So the papal bulls that's where the Emmanuelian ordinances come into. This was the expulsion of all the Negro, Spanish, Portuguese, and were in the conversos, and those were the places where they were sent.
That's what the papal bull was about?
The papal bulls there are multiples. Our name specifically, the Emmanuelian Ordinance, 1521, Book 5, Title 1 to 112. And then also there's John Ogilvy's America book that came out 1671, and Africa's 1670, that talk about the Hebrew origins of American inhabitants. So that they had Black Hebrew people that were in America. So this isn't about Hebrew Israelite shit. I'm saying that they're right. I don't like how they do things, and I'm not religious, but they're historically right. And there are specific things when you mention that you're from Ireland and that you have that you're Catholic, as if that exonerates some of the ignorance of Black experiences, which, mind you, I didn't talk about slavery. You started bringing up slavery. I was talking about everything after slavery, as to why there should be some kind of repair and or conversation that moves the needle forward about the original sin. If you understand the background, you ask, well, how do you fix it? I said through education. If this nuanced information, you go down this rabbit hole, you'll find out a lot of interesting things that will make you feel a certain way about it, adversely, maybe. And then I think the more you learn, the less you feel responsible for, because you can see all the dynamics. This is what keeps that shit going.
You said the more I learn, the less I feel responsible for?
I mean, that journey's up to you. I feel like if there's some things that are going to make you feel uncomfortable, I want to make sure I clarify.
The more I learn, the less I feel responsible for.
No, listen to what I'm saying in full context. The more you learn, your journey about that is up to you. You might feel jarred by a lot of different information, but I think the more you learn, the more you continue on that journey, you'll feel less of that because then you'll get the full picture. You get what I'm saying? So a lot of people fear what they don't know. A lot of people hate what they don't know. But the more you start to understand a thing, you can start to understand its origin or deal with its existence better.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. And is there anything in in the history of your people or your group that you identify with that you have to deal with that
oh, fuck yeah, absolutely.
Whatever.
I mean, absolutely. The fact that we let people like you conquer us is fucked up.
Horrible stuff in the humanities past, okay?
Well, I mean, the thing is that you asked me what was the pathway forward, right? All I'm presenting to you is that, hey, this is something that you can do. Now, how you feel about it and how far you go with it is up to you, right?
Yeah.
Education.
So I know
that's
that
the first
papal
step.
bulls existed, and the papal bulls did a lot of things that were terrible to people all over the world in history, right? I'm completely aware of that. And I've read these things in deeper context at different points in my life. However, the ending part of where you said that there's like Hebrews that, were in America to begin with, that's bullshit. That doesn't exist, and I don't believe in that, and I know that for a fact because I'm from America. I originate from this side of the world, and I've read context in so much historical documents and archaeology and so on and so forth, because that's my history. And that's just bullshit. This is an idea that comes from it's racist, and it comes out of the Mormon church originally, and other groups have co-opted this idea, and now it's turned into this huge mind fucked where people are completely brainwashed and actually believe this is something true. People go to to the extent of literally creating AI about it. They'll make up random
You know that
shit
the book that I just read is real, right?
Okay, that's all right. I'm telling you, I don't believe in. No, there was no Hebrews in America to begin with. It's just not realistic. It's not true.
How do you know that? How did you come to that conclusion?
I already told you.
Dude, come on, bro. We're not doing this. He is risen.
I was just asking.
Hebrews come from literally Hebrews come from the other side of the world. They're not Americans.
How do you know that though? Like, I mean, what gave you that idea?
Oh my God.
Lack of evidence.
History. Reality. Evidence.
Like what? Give me an example.
I already did. This is ridiculous.
Come on now. Look, you made the argument. I was just asking where it comes from. I just want to understand how did you get there?
I've already told you. I've looked into archaeology. I've read text, history books from all over the Americas. I know that's fucking bullshit. That's my history. I'm an American. I was here before America was here. I don't identify as a black person. I don't identify as a Hebrew. I identify as an American who was here before America was here.
What tribe are you? What tribe are you?
I'm an Anishinaabe.
Anishinaabe from where?
Okay, amazing. And this is sad. This is why I think that, Beaver, this is why when I told you that conversation that I had with you, when I said, I really like how Canada teaches their students when they're children about the original people, how they do that when they're kids, because Canadians don't have these kinds of conversations. You notice that?
I've never heard this shit until I got on Clubhouse about Black Hebrew Israelites and Hebrews, being from America and all that bullshit.
Yeah. Why is it bullshit though, to you?
And it's really sad too. Like, you live on our land and you have no clue. You probably don't even know whose land you live on. Which tribal nation's land do you live on?
I mean, I'm in Ohio, love. I mean, that's where I'm from. But
okay. All right. So you don't know. This is my point.
Back Creek, you have a lot of different tribes, love. There's like hundreds of fucking tribes. I'm just like, didn't say Cherokee.
The Zips, the Rockets, the Falcons, the Penguins.
Yeah, Cincinnati Reds. Yeah, the Cincinnati Reds. Go.
The Guardians.
Big brother.
The Browns. Michaela, do you feel guilty? Are you going to do the work so you don't feel guilty anymore?
I do not feel guilty, no.
Yeah, and you know what? You shouldn't. I mean, if you understand it, you shouldn't.
No. But if
But Michaela, but to Coco's part though, I'm just you're making blanketed statements and you're kind of talking around in circles. I mean, like, what makes things like? How do you explain John Oglesby talking about this shit back in the 1670s, specifically in a book from the 1670s? Like, how do you reconcile that? Maps from the 1747 Back Creek Stone in Ohio. There are multiple findings of Hebrew existence in America, actual artifacts.
So if you go
and we do know that
John Oglesby is, right? If you look up who this is some random Christian gynecologist and whatever, OB, and he was a historical Illinois politician. So if we go back in context, even
from what year? What year? What years ago?
Can I finish my statement?
I was just asking what year to make sure we're talking about the same person.
Okay, what year are you talking about?
I just said it. What year were you looking
John
up?
Oglesby are you talking about?
What year were you looking up, love?
I literally just typed into Google. What year are you talking about?
Why aren't you telling me the year? I asked you.
I just typed into Google John Oglesby. What year are you talking about?
I said 1671.
1671. And this doesn't sound like a Native American to me, by the way.
You're so offended.
No, I think it's hilarious because you're trying to tell me about my history and you're like rewriting.
Well, it's my history too. I mean, it's my history too.
John Oglesby, a 17th century Scottish cartographer, geographer from London. Amazing. So a white man from London, probably a part of the, what is the other church called? It's not the Catholic Church. It comes out of England. It was your opposition.
Well, he's just saying, well, you've never read this book, but just so you know who John Oglesby is.
It doesn't matter.
It shows that Hebrew-speaking people were documented in the Americas before the 1700s. You don't like that. Why do you have such an aversion to that?
Funny? It's funny because you're quoting people who came over here and made up all
But that's from the
stories.
1671.
Are you going to just keep over talking me, or are you going to actually let me respond to anything that you're saying?
My apologies. I'll go on mute.
Okay. So you brought up a document by some European man from the 1600s who's not from the United States. White people are not from the United States, right? Okay? When going back to the 1600s, yeah, now in modern day, okay, you know, you're the great grandkids of settlers or whatever. So in the 1600s, this is active colonization in this part of the country. So, you know, you have an invader coming into lands who are trying to come up with any kind of fucking stories and using all sorts of coercion tactics. You know, these are abusive people. Obviously, they committed the worst genocide of all time. Making up a story to basically erase the people whose land they're on so that they can have a claim to the land. This is not anything new. This is like very textbook, settler, erasure. I mean, anybody who has any sense at looking at history would say, yeah, I think that's some fucking bullshit. How would a white man from London who's colonizing America in the 1600s know what a Hebrew is, right? No, you have a different objective. You're here to colonize the land, settle the land, genocide the people, and enforce whatever your practices is for your new society. So whatever tactics you've got to do to try to erase the people, you will do. And I'm from the Midwest, so I know this is bullshit. And it's just weird. Why do you guys hold on to this stuff? It's like, it reminds me of like somebody romanticizing Manifest Destiny. It's really gross.
So have you ever read this book?
What if I made up a story about the black
That was just a yes or no.
in America?
That was just a yes or no question.
And I just started writing books from like pulling books from.
Are you bothered by this conversation?
No, I'm asking you. I'm trying to level the playing field.
I just asked you a yes or no question.
Okay, I didn't hear you because I was in the middle of speaking.
No, you wasn't. I asked you a question, and you went into this.
Now, Yo is crashing out in the chat. Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
So I'm just wondering. Yeah, stay focused. Mom. Have you ever read this book? The answer would be no. So you're dismissing
I don't know what
things
book
because
you're talking about.
the book we were just looking it up. The John Oglesby America, 1671.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about that book.
Right, I understand because you don't really know that much about the you don't know much about this topic.
I don't know much.
You don't know.
much about it.
No, about this topic.
Wow.
You don't even know that much though. I mean, that does not make any difference.
Yeah, no, this is erasure.
But the thing is, you feel insecure about it because you're speaking on something that you don't know. I'm actually talking. I went on mute for you, dog. I gave you. No. I would like to speak because I did go on. I went on mute for you. Could you do the same?
You sit here and talk about, let's fix racism in America. Here you are practicing erasure.
Well, you wouldn't know because you don't know what the truth is.
No, I would definitely know. And
so are you going to allow me to finish? I did go on mute for you,
your
though.
whole movement, by the way, is racist as well.
I don't have a movement. I'm not even religious.
No, I know what group you're a part of.
That.
You think that
you don't know anything. I'm not a part of any religion.
Was from like
ma'am, could you go on mute so I can finish what I was saying? No, I don't want to be rude to you. I didn't get rude with you. I know you're triggered by this.
It's gross.
I know you feel insecure about it.
No, fuck you.
You feel insecure.
I know. Why you're trying to take Jewish people's identity and American Indian identity.
But you don't know enough to have an opinion like that.
You have an identity crisis. Not me, buddy. You're practicing.
Ma'am, my identity, you wouldn't even begin to understand or comprehend. You don't read enough books. You don't know enough history. You listen, like literally, I know that I'm introducing new information, and the insecure people like you that are insecure, I get it. Are you done? You're not done?
Person's point of view. That's what's
I'm not talking about. I don't know what you are.
Land you're on. That's what's crazy.
Ma'am, that's fine. That's fine. But I like to finish what I'm saying.
You say you don't even know whose land that you're occupying right now. And you want to tell me about who was here before anybody else?
So
talking about, you don't read it.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
You're insecure. No, you're insecure.
You know, you're young, you're spunky, you don't know that much about this topic.
Insecure and who I am. And that's why I'm telling you,
you're
full of shit.
Who are you?
Well,
who are you, though?
Practicing erasure. It's disgusting. Shame on you.
But who are you, though?
So do you not believe, like, Feather Indians were here first? Is that what you're saying, Cypher?
I think he was saying that there was some conversos that were part of the slave trade, so they weren't here before. They weren't here like before the colonial. The Portuguese brought the slaves in. I don't think he's saying that there was. I don't think it's the Hebrew Israelite thing that says that there was Hebrews here before the colonists.
So what I'm saying is that there were some Hebrews that were already here before Europeans came, there were Hebrews that got trafficked here during the slave trade as well.
So you think there was some here before that?
Some of those became the Gullah Geechee, the Geechee Gullahs, the Seminoles. Some of them merged in with Crete, right? Blackfoot,
But who was
Sioux,
here before the colonists?
and the same people that I'm talking about. But the Seminoles, but listen. The Seminoles and the Geechee Gullahs, for instance, those two were parts runaway slaves and native indigenous people who mixed with each other. The others were always here too, the ones that I just named. Now the lady in my PTR on the 19th picture, right? That lady is my mother's great grandmother.
Wait a second.
And her mother was born on an Indian reservation in Oklahoma in 1925.
Fine, but you're talking about the Hebrews.
Yeah, but what about way before that? That's what she's asking you.
Before. Are you saying that there was Hebrews here before the Europeans came over?
Those were my people, and they were here. They would always been here. They didn't just come over from Africa.
And your people were part Hebrew?
Some of them were.
And where did they come from? How did the Hebrews get here?
Well, there's a little interesting story to this, right? So, and this is from my research too, and I'm 30 plus years into the research. I'll tell you this, there's a guy named Zena Pania. He was the governor of Egypt during the time of Ramses III, right?
Oh, okay.
And supposedly they had the Isis temples and all that stuff that they found in the Grand Canyon are connected to him and his dynasty. And Zena Pania is the name that Pharaoh gave Joseph.
Okay.
How do you believe this stuff?
Well, I mean, it's called research.
It's literally called propaganda.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, but here's the thing. If you can cross-reference the things that I say, let's just assume that it could be something true about it. If it's true, just for a moment, think of how you would feel. Just hold on. Let me say this and I'll shut up. Just think of the energy that you would feel if you knew that it was true.
Why would I feel energy about it?
If I feel the energy of it, I promise you, there's no one in the fucking world that could convince me that it's not that is true. You feel me?
I mean, I wouldn't care if it was
true. And why would it give you energy?
No, the energy.
What kind is what you need to look into? So it could be good energy. It could be negative energy. I'm just thinking for you, think about close your eyes for a minute and imagine the energy that you would feel if you knew that what I'm telling you is true. That's the thing.
I wouldn't feel any energy.
Hold on,
Then why are you so defensive about it? Why is it so much of an aversion to it? Why is it bullshit? And I'm introducing it. It's new to you today. You haven't studied it. I'm just saying, hey, look at this. Look.
Because it's so damn asinine. There's no evidence for it. It's just like the earth is flat. Those people, it's just
dismissive energy to it.
His point when he says that, though, he's just saying, look at how he says it, though. Just look at it. Look at how Cypress says it, though. This dude Cypress is literally the dumbest thing I've ever met. It's no bullshit.
Well, it seems like one group's always trying to steal the identity of others.
Like what the Europeans that bought their way on the Dawes Rolls for $5?
What is it, like the pretendians?
Hey, Beaver, just notice what he says when he says it. Just
elaborate.
No, just from what you said this whole time while talking, the whole time when you had your mic unmuted, and from the whole thing you should say, I just want Beaver to I'm not saying judge, but just just be careful.
What did you hear? What did you hear being said?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I sensed this from Cypher. Going back, he wants to go back and say, oh, this people did this and that people did that and this and that and this and that and this and that. And that's supposed to make us educated so that then we can to me, it has a lot to do with resentment and blame and lack of forgiveness and
a lack of forgiveness.
Yeah.
You don't think that people like to kill people?
What?
You don't think that people like that shouldn't go back and kill those people? I mean, you guys did it over tax.
People like who should go back and kill who?
The people, the very people, those black Americans, those native indigenous people that were oppressed and killed, do you think that they would have the right to kill back and get their land?
Do you think so? Do you think they should?
They would be wrong.
I know. This is the whole thing. Your
but
whole
you want
thing
forgiveness, and when you say, no, listen, love, because you don't even know. You want me to say this. You want me to say, but hold on, no. Don't put words in my mouth. Let me speak for myself. I am literally saying that they would not be wrong. But when you say that you want a lack of forgiveness, the fact that you're breathing and that nobody's coming after you just for the simple fact that you're white is an act of forgiveness.
What?
Right? Literally. Think about this. Think about it. The fact that we fight in all of your wars is an act of forgiveness.
Yes. Yeah, right.
The fact that we haven't gone that route is literally what you mean by forgiveness. What you mean by forgiveness. What you mean by a lack of forgiveness is that you want to be exonerated.
Okay, look.
Because you feel guilt. Hold on.
Wait a minute. How can she get your forgiveness? What could she do to be absolved of this horrific thing that she's responsible for? That happened with me.
I didn't say that she's responsible for it, but she's willfully ignorant because she doesn't want to deal with the truth. And if you had to deal with the truth, then it's like it's not so.
So if these people are this,
and we did that to them
from you, it's in her mouth like 5 times when she inhaled it, would that absolve her?
Say that again.
This is so absurd.
No, say that again. What did you say?
It's like the South Park episode where, the black people would fart and the white people would bend over and smell it. And then they would say they're sorry.
No, so what we're talking about is the original sin. And it really sparked from the conversation about Trump.
Sin.
Yeah, of
you
America,
probably don't
right?
even believe
It's
in
never
the
been
real
dealt with.
original sin. I do believe in the original sin. And I do think we're all fallen. And we all
I'm not talking about that. That would include fucking. I'm not talking
Even
about
the
that.
Native
The original sin
Americans
was sex.
committed sin.
All I'm saying is the original sin of America. And here's the thing, though. This is where I touched on this, but maybe just to make you feel a little bit better. When I talked about to cure that would start with, because you asked me what would be the solution, I said knowledge. And everything I'm giving you that's new information today, you're dismissing it without reading it first. That's number one. Hold on. That's number one. The number two part of it is that I also indicted black people. There's no way that we, who brought you out of the dark ages, brought you into the Renaissance, and gave you...
See, you're lying. Why do you just make up this history? Like, I don't know. Where do you get this from? That black people...
You're just uneducated, you cracker. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm worried about Michaela's soul. I want her to do some soul searching so she can get better.
Yeah. My thing is what I'm saying with that is that how did we allow people like you guys to conquer us? And you are the original slave. The word slave comes from the word Slav. The real answer lived in caves. So how did people like that come up against us and fuck us up? Well, we got out of the way, we got out of our way. We started oppressing ourselves. We do it today, even in the hood, motherfucker.
No, you were outwitted. Intelligence.
This is called oppressor. There's niggas that actually own other niggas. There's niggas that hate niggas worse than the white man. Okay. And we talked about it earlier, how my favorite hero is John Brown and all that other shit. I see both sides. That's why I'm not, when I flex my racism, it's really to agitate you motherfuckers and just debunk you motherfuckers from the ground up. But the other side of it, though, I understand how fucked up we are. Like, how dare we, complain about this motherfucker? That didn't have a language? You know what I'm saying? What religion, what major world religion comes from them? What kind of, what would the world be without us? But that's where.
When did you guys guys discover the wheel in Africa?
I mean, brother, you don't know nothing about Africa to speak on Africa. But I will tell you this: they're fucked up today. They're fucked up. They're fucked up. They're fucked up today. Black people. No, wait. I'm gonna finish the point, love. There's black Americans, not black Americans, but black Africans that were. No, you're not even listening. There's Africans shitting on other Africans, and I said that earlier today. I said, look, there's Africans in Africa fucking each other up, but they want to blame the white man. Some people use that as a motherfucking trope. I just happen to know who you are, right? And so I can never be oppressed or offended by you, right? Because some of your people suffer from the same shit. But see, I said earlier, my definition of racism is the personification of ignorance and fear. I brought new information today, and none of you looked into it, and y'all dismissed it.
But I'm not racist.
Fear of being wrong. Because it's your fear of being wrong. Because it's your fear of being wrong.
Amazing. Oh, God. Can I say one thing, please?
No, Michaela, I'm speaking now. No,
okay. So for you and me, I don't have a racist bone in my body.
This is too much white on white violence. Calm down.
Let Coco go, and then Michaela wanted to say something.
Okay, so, you said a lot of stuff about my white brothers and sisters, and I might poke fun at white people here and then, but I don't hate white people. I'm just not a fucking hater. It's not in me. I don't hate black people. I don't like racists, though. I'll tell you that. I don't like erasure either. And you're sitting up here, you're criticizing everybody about, you're racist and blah, 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 blah. But you're actively trying to erase Jewish people. You're actively trying to erase the American Indian. And now you just try to erase white people. And you just made a claim that all white come from Russia. That's not fucking true. And then you said that...
That's how I know you don't listen.
Yeah, I didn't finish. Okay.
Yeah. Tell us how much you don't know.
Then you made the claim that white people had no language and no religion. Now, I know that's not true, because white people, I've studied your history.
I said, what world major religion did they create?
White people, I've studied your religion too, right? So
if I could study, what major world religion did white people create?
Wow, you didn't say that. You didn't say that. You didn't. You just told me.
You don't listen.
Mormonism?
That they didn't have a language. White definitely have a language, and you're speaking their language right now. You're not even speaking your native tongue right now. You're speaking the white man's language right now, English. Hello?
The white man's language? Do you know what the English language comes from?
It comes from an older version of English.
Which comes from what?
White people.
White people? Who is white people?
Oh my God!
What is white people?
Why do you believe white people?
Okay.
I thought that the English language is an amalgamation of Spanish, Arabic, German, all kinds of different languages and root words.
Actually, it's not Arabic. It's German.
French. They have Arabic. Arabic. An Arabic word would be science, geology, all those things. Those are.
So you just named a bunch of white people. Cypher. I think you're Muslim, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not religious, man.
Okay. Sorry, Coco. Go ahead.
No, not religious, but...
No, it's just funny because you said white people.
I'm biblically based,
from
though.
white people, and then, you start naming a bunch of groups that are white people. It's just weird. Like,
what about white people? What did you say that I said about white people?
You just said, no, the English doesn't come from white people, and then you named...
I never said that. I never said that. I said, where does English come from? I said, where does English come from?
No, you did say.
You lie more than you think. You lie more than you think. You need to think before you speak if you're going to lie.
Here's what I don't get. If whites are so inferior to blacks, then you taught us how to bathe and you were superior, then why is the scoreboard...
I didn't say that, but that's true.
What is the scoreboard, what the last 500 years, what have you guys done? The scoreboard is pretty lopsided.
Okay, where does GPS come from?
Whites.
as possible.
Hey,
Like
before
that.
you guys, I thought I had my
Go
turn.
look her up.
You did,
She's a
yeah,
black woman.
Michaela, great.
Yeah, I just quickly want to say that when we were talking earlier about the Soviet Union,
That y'all got an issue with dealing with this issue. Y'all be getting triggered and shit. That's y'all only downfall.
No, I mean,
y'all reveal yourselves when these conversations come up.
no, you triggered me when you didn't know anything about the Soviet Union, communism in the Soviet Union.
What?
Your history.
I asked you a question.
Purely
I know exactly what it is.
No, you didn't. You didn't. You said, didn't they have entrepreneurship in the Soviet Union?
I asked you if that exists. Yes, it does.
Right. Okay. You found.
Those are the people that usually break out of the system.
There. Okay. Your focus is. I see where your focus is in your historical research, and a lot of it is on ethnicity and blame and
ethnicity and blame.
Yeah.
Nobody is your focus.
Yeah, and
That's interesting. How did you? Where did I blame anybody?
Probably it's sort of a communist.
Where did I blame anybody? I said black people let themselves down. Matter of fact, I would say this. This is interesting. I really do believe this. I believe that if you pull the hood off of the actual powers that be that create this racism shit, I would not be surprised if it was a nigga.
Well, anyway, I think that you have a certain focus that you do not.
Where do you think my focus is? You said it's ethnicity and blame. Where did you get that?
Yeah. And the fact that you didn't know about communism.
What did I say about communism? I asked you a question about it in your perspective. What made you believe I didn't know?
You said, tell me. You didn't. You said, wasn't there entrepreneurship? You seem to know nothing about.
Yeah, I asked questions, right? To see, it's called the Socratic method, right? It's made to disarm you from even having a.
Let's go over the most influential inventions and advancements in history, and then we can all throw in and say what they are. The printing press is one. The transistor is another. The assembly line, the automobile, the airplane, the internet.
Those are Wright brothers.
Let's see, what else is there? That's the vaccination, modern medicine. What have we got?
Who's this?
Light
what are you talking
bulb,
about?
Telephone, telegraph. Else the steam engine. Okay. Now, all these were made by white people.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Look up black inventions.
Yeah, butter, the doorknob, and the saw.
No, you didn't Google it. I want you to Google it. I want you to Google it.
It's all fiction.
But this is the willful ignorance that I'm talking about, though.
On your part.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm just asking you, can you look up black inventions? Just Google it.
Yeah, I could. It would say something about the elevator, the stoplight.
Let me keep going.
Some black girl in NASA during the moon launch. Like, it'd say all these little, like, contributions.
Why aren't you looking it up? Why aren't you looking it up? What makes you feel so inferior about your position that where you don't want to look that up?
I've already
What makes you feel so insecure about your position where you won't look that up and read it out loud, just like you did that
I'm not insecure about my position. I'm very secure. That's why I just listen
to all these. Name a patent that you didn't steal.
Oh, it was stolen. Okay.
Name a patent that you didn't steal.
Did Henry Ford steal the assembly line?
Name a country that you didn't steal.
Did Einstein steal the theory of relativity?
Is Einstein black?
No.
Oh, you didn't know.
Well, so he's black now?
He's black now. You should look him up. You should look him up. You should look up Picasso. You should look up Picasso. You should look up Alexander Dumas. You know who Alexander Dumas is?
I just want to know how you guys, like,
do you know who Alexander Dumas is?
He's a novelist.
Who wrote what? What books did he write?
I forget. I don't know. I've never read him. I just know.
Three Musketeers.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, a lot of those big books. And check this out. Check this out. His daddy is the one that won all the wars for Napoleon.
So why are you telling us all this?
He was Haitian and white.
Why are you telling us all this?
Because you guys don't know that much. And that's what makes you triggered by a lot of the things that I'm saying.
No, again, you're focused on ethnicity.
Cleopatra was actually a French woman, and
France was around in the BCs.
Yeah,
It's Macedonia.
And I'm really a Viking, right? I'm really
It doesn't
a Viking.
matter. We can give you Cleopatra.
Vikings invaded Ireland.
She's one of thousands that you would have to go through. Like, what do you mean?
Why are you getting louder?
Oh no, I'm entertained, especially by you.
Yeah, Donald Trump is also a Haitian man.
Michael Jordan.
I thought he was German. I thought he was German.
He's a Haitian man. See, you don't know that much. You don't read.
I didn't know that. I thought he was German.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. was a black dude.
Jesus was definitely black. I forgot Tupac is white.
And what are Americans? We're a mixture of everybody from all over the world.
Yeah, we're human beings.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of you I question your humanity.
Yeah. Oh, really?
I do.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, how's that?
Just the way you think.
You're evil, Michaela.
Huh?
Not you, and not necessarily Michaela specifically, but
I know
white Europeans and Americans,
that's why
I
you're
question
focused
their
on
humanity.
ethnicity.
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Yes, you are.
I said white Europeans and Americans, which would be that melting pot that you're describing. And I question certain motherfuckers' humanity.
Cypher, if you order, say, a $40 meal on Uber Eats, and then your driver pops up and it's a white guy with a mustache, you tip 0, or do you actually give him a tip?
Depends on how I feel that day. If I feel racist, I won't give him any some advice on the way out. If I feel non-racist that day, let's say it's 79 degrees, and when it hits my balls a certain kind of way, then maybe I might give him, $5 in pesos. Maybe in pesos.
Can I tell you a little story, Cypher? I had a boyfriend who was in the IRA, and he, I was all for all that stuff. He dropped out of the IRA. He left. They had him infiltrate the British Army. First, they sent him to Cuba to be trained as a teenager, and then they sent him to infiltrate the British Army in Northern Ireland. And he got to know the British soldiers there, and he thought, I can't blow these guys up. And he fled to England and never went back. And I met him in America.
Interesting. Well, my great-grandmother helped build up Bryan, Texas in the 1940s as a single black woman. And she told my granddaddy he would have been 102 this year. You go up to Ohio with that woman, with that girl, and your children's children going to end up working for the white man. And over 70, 80 years, none of us have worked for the European. I said, damn.
My great granddaddy, he owned slaves, and he killed several of them.
Yeah,
then my great granddaddy,
and my great grandmother, the guy that helped her get the land that she got down there, was an old Jewish white guy, friend of the family to this day.
I can hear the hate.
When you get more knowledge, it's hard to hate a motherfucker when you know their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
It just makes you feel a little bit more humble about being a human being.
That's right. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but you gotta get people there, love. That's the whole thing. Like, listen, people that look like you bear that fucking thing, just like we bear the whole criminal, black people, this, that, and the third. But y'all don't ever look at yourself. You know how dysfunctional your children are. They emulate us.
Yes, I do.
You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Like, and think about it.
You think I'm proud?
Hold on. I gotta get this out. I gotta get this out. This ain't even for you, but let me get this out. I don't like the gay community. I don't support the gay community. And I hate the fact that it doesn't matter the ethnic group of the ethnicity of the gay, overly gay guy, whatever. They always emulate ratchet black women. And I'd be like looking at my sisters like, y'all see what y'all be endorsing over here? It could be an Asian motherfucker, sassy and sissy as hell, and he's emulating a ratchet ass black woman. Now understand that deep down that black woman's mind, her mama might have been a bed woman. Somebody in her bloodline could have been
Shut the fuck up.
Somewhere down her bloodline, her mom could have been raped or been on an incest farm, because they used to have breeding farms. And some black people owned slaves. Some black people had breeding farms. Some black people had more slaves than whites. There were black Ku Klux Klan motherfuckers. There were motherfuckers. Hold on, there were black Confederates. There were black Confederates. So we played a part.
Yeah,
so you call impolite to other people, and at the same time you expect
somebody headshot this motherfucker.
No, exactly. This is your level of respect. Calling other motherfuckers at the same time expecting respect.
Headshot. Asshole. Okay. So check this out. There's people that, like we said about Trump, there's fine people.
You have this right just because of being American.
There is an element that you see of black degeneracy that is wired and engineered to be that way. If we understand it, we could be like, hey, I'm not excusing bullshit, but I can't judge them as a people because most of them, A, are not like that. B, are hardworking and contributing people, and they have an excellent group, a place in history and in society, and without them, we wouldn't be as great as we are. Now, if you have aversion to that, that speaks to what you don't know. If you can know that central air, heating and cooling, central air, the gas mask, the stoplight, the doorknob, the iron board, this, that, and the third. If you can't acknowledge how great we are, right? Right, yeah. But everybody, but what I'm saying is see that right there, that's your aversion to the truth. What I'm saying is that if you're great, you're great. It has nothing to do with your ethnicity. Because you can't sit here and talk about how fucked up. You can't sit here and talk about how fucked up America is and talk about black degeneracy without talking about the people that created the environment. It's called humility, right? And if you lack that, then that's a lot of part of the fucking reason why we're in this position talking about it today in 2026.
That gave you this right. United States was too strong to give you this right to disrespect others at the same time expecting respect. United States was too strong, not fucked up. Too strong.
Peter, that's really deep right there. You just planted a seed, I think, in this room.
That's fucking super dope.
It's so deep. Michaela, you just made a statement a minute ago about the Irish culture, and I don't appreciate that.
What's that? What's that? Yeah. What did I say?
Yeah, like the Irish culture is fine. Like people in Ireland, they still speak the language.
I didn't say anything about the culture. I love the Irish culture.
Okay,
I'm Irish. What?
Amazing. You said that you don't like how your culture has turned out in response to Cypher.
Oh, I meant America.
What's the origin of the Irish culture? I'm curious. Do you guys know where that come from?
Gaelic and Celtic.
What is Gaelic and Celtic? What's the origin of that? Where did they come from?
Indigenous people of Ireland and their cousin island or brother island.
The guy just won the fucking national championship in Augusta. Rory. He's from Ireland.
Oh, period.
Yeah, you want to hear 2 times in a row.
So that's great. That's great. What natural resources come out of Ireland that the world depends on?
Fish.
Potatoes.
Rainbows. Gold corn.
Lucky Charms.
Leprechaun.
Beef.
Like now, let's tell the truth. What does the world depend on?
Poetry.
Let me ask you this: Where does the history of the police come from? Were they Irish?
The who?
the police force, like the order of police and the firefighters, weren't they Irish?
Not Irish, yeah.
I mean, so what about their racism? What about their implicity in the racism?
What about it?
What about the gangs? What about the gangs in New York?
What about it?
The original gangs,
What about the
bootleggers,
of the crib?
pimps, and well, they came far about 100 years plus after. About 150 years after.
Those are Italian.
If they were not holding those guns, you did
Why are they the only people that had a dark age? What was their dark age?
What are you talking about?
What were they doing in the dark ages?
What about the Jonathan? Guys, what about
That was engineered by the same people that lived in Fraggle Rock. They created the Fraggle Rock.
They are quite capable in gang. Irish people are quite capable in ganging.
What about the black slave owners?
We already talked about that.
What about sagging your pants?
Okay, well, I thought we were doing what about it.
I already talked about that too. I talked about that at Lightem.
You talked about what aboutism.
No, you are, because you're deflecting it. Y'all don't like to deal with that, and that's the thing. The sensitive father, like here's. Let me tell you, the fall of the white man will be your children rejecting you. I think your biggest fear is black people doing something violent, but your children will grow up and learn about the truth, and then they'll be like,
we're not afraid of black people.
Yeah, the difference. Here's the difference. Your children will
not at all.
Your children will reject you because they'll grow up and they'll realize that, oh, my dad has a fucking identity crisis and I wasn't rooted in anything that I actually come from. Versus other people in the room who do practice their actual cultural practices that have been passed down generation
what makes you think I'm confused and you're not?
Well, I know I'm not.
Because you're over here speaking.
How do you know?
Because you started talking about American Indians coming from Egypt and then coming from Hebrews. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Why is that so hard for you to comprehend?
Because it's not realistic. You are like.
Have you ever heard of the Kincaid? Why do they got a place? Why do they have places named after Egypt? Why is Mississippi and Tennessee places in Egypt?
Okay.
Why is there Egyptian fucking hieroglyphs in the Grand Canyon now?
This is what I'll tell you, right?
You don't know that much.
I was confused about this earlier. No, you don't know that much. You think that American Indians are Egyptians. You're fucking retarded.
Just for the name of the
So here's the thing. There's
the name of the country is much bigger than your mouth.
Amazing. Thank you. So there's places all around the United States that were renamed by colonizers.
Is that not by name?
Do I need to explain further, or do you grasp that concept?
Have you ever heard of the Hebrew Decalogue stones?
They are not Indians.
Okay.
And where they were found?
You know what I think? I think, Cypher, if you just converted to the Latter-day Saints of Mormonism, I think you would belong much better there.
Why would I do that?
Than whatever you're doing, because this is the
Why would I do
ideal.
that?
This is the ideals that you have.
But no, I just asked you a question and you danced around it because you don't know that much. I'm asking you, have you heard of the Decalogue stone? They were found in America, man. Explain that.
Okay, yeah.
How do you explain that? How do you explain that, though?
How do you
The
explain
Hebrew
that, though?
Decalogue stones.
Oh, the Mormons? Yeah. You talking about the guy who was a fraud and a con artist? Said that he found gold in
Joseph Smith.
Yeah,
Don't say that about my prophet, bitch.
Dum 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 dum
Watch your
dum.
fucking mouth, Pepe.
Pepe.
Anyways.
What about that? How do you explain that?
Yeah, you're going off of a con man's religion. And by the way, if you go further into that religion,
you don't even know. You're not even smart enough to look it up in real time. You're not that smart.
Oh wow. Oh, you're not that smart. You're fucking stupid. You think that American Indians are Egyptians? You're retarded.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, ma'am. But the Los Lunas Decalogue stones is a large boulder hidden in the mountain of Los Lunas, New Mexico. Inscription of the commandments of Paleo-Hebrew discovered in the 1930s.
Wrote about how black people are more sinful because they are black people, and because of their sin, they are unpure, unholy people. And in order to make these black people, you need to make them white. So how do you make them white? You infiltrate their families and you have kids with them. And this is the same ideals, comes from the same person, the same ideals that you're quoting about Hebrew decalogues. It's fucking amazing.
Did you know that thing existed, though? Did you know about the Hebrew Decalogue stone?
Did you know that the sky is orange?
You see that right there? That's called wilderness. You feel a way about it because I mean, if it doesn't do anything, my question is this: if it doesn't do anything for you, if it's true, then why do you have such an aversion to new information?
According to archaeologist Kenneth Welder, the stone is almost certainly a fake.
Source.
Wikipedia.
If slaves could build the air conditioner, is a place in your map. How is that possible? To put a
look at the back creek stones.
Man, tonight was a crazy ass night.
And what does all of this history do for you?
Well, it makes me not racist.
It gives them a sense
of ignorance. You assume that if we don't know all of this arcane history, we're racist.
Well, you're more prone to being racist.
Oh, that's what you're
racism is for the low IQ. Listen, racism is for the low IQ.
Okay.
Yeah. Because remember, I said racism is to me. Racism is the personification of ignorance and fear. So if you're ignorant, that's low IQ.
You have to study all the arcane conspiracy.
Well, just learn the more that you learn.
Wait a minute. Blacks have an average IQ of 85, so that means they're the most racist group.
You're more influent when you're able to learn.
Pronounce it right. Decalogue.
What did I say? What did you hear me say? Did you have a stick in your ear or something?
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, I did definitely said the Los Lunas Decalogue stone.
Yeah.
And then look at the Back Creek stone. The Back Creek stone, 1889, artifact from Tennessee.
Versus 10 Commandments.
Paleo-Hebrew.
That's exactly what it is.
Pre-Columbian transoceanic contact. There's a lot of evidence that suggests that there were Hebrews in America, but y'all don't want to know this because you don't want to. You fear being wrong. You do. You care. You see how it bursts you. You see your aversion to it.
Okay, tell me where the Chaco people from.
It is voice. Think that if you are wrong or not, it is voice. So if you should also try that. Sometimes people are wrong and they need to second guess themselves.
I hate the end of
it is voice.
But what I'm curious about, Bill Cipher, is that you get like Native Americans. So I lived in Alaska. Native Americans, all Native Americans look somewhat alike. Now I get it; they can like differ in phenotype quite a bit. But why is it that from whether it's all the way in the Caribbean, the southern tip of South America to Alaska, and of course Siberia, the Siberians look like the Native Americans. Why do they all look the same and none of them look black?
I have a...
What? I mean, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?
Can I speak?
Like literally, PP. The reason why a lot of the Negro ones, they were reclassified. That's actual history. They were reclassified as Negroes, and millions of them died from your diseases and war.
So all of these archaeological things that you claimed are actually hoaxes. So.
Nah, I mean, I get what he's saying. Like, is it?
I don't have to. There's
you just don't know what you don't. You're not them. You're not them.
Just Google it. Just Google it. You'll find it's a hoax and that you're. Yep. Just Google it. Literally. You'll see a bunch of different links that say that scholars and archaeologists.
She doesn't even recognize the Seminole, bro. Seminoles or the Gullah Geechees.
But that's what
she don't know.
I know Seminole, but you're not a Seminole. Seminoles don't think they're fucking Hebrew Israelites.
Well, my
that's not what I'm trying to allude to.
Well, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. You think that you're a black.
Where did the Seminoles come from?
American
Tell us where the Seminoles came from, though.
You think that you're a black.
Tell them where the Seminoles came from.
Asking a question that you know the answer of. Is this some kind of interrogation, PC?
That's right, Peter.
I said I'm black.
No, he's asking her. He's asking her.
So you give me
the Seminoles are from Florida.
I said I'm black, but I have IQ.
It's the Miccosukee. It's the
you have 100 IQ?
Yes, and I proved it too. I got tested a couple years ago.
So you have the IQ of an average white person.
Yep.
What? Wait, why are you acting like that, bro? Why are you talking to him like that?
Because I'm not dumb. Like I'm not dumb.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why the fuck he's talking shit.
Wait, who said Seminoles? Was that Cypher? Who said that?
Cypher.
Yeah, you don't even pronounce the name of the fucking tribe right. You're not a fucking Seminole. You're a pretendian. You're a weirdo. It's gross.
It's Miccosukee.
It's called insecurity. I get it, baby.
Florida State Seminoles.
You're so insecure that you're calling Seminoles. If you were Seminole, you would know how to pronounce your family name.
You know what's crazy? The family, they get 90.
An outsider talking about an insider like it's an outsider's paradise.
Cypher,
That's what you're doing. That's what's interesting, because I'm an actual Native American and you're not. So it's funny.
That's what you said.
No, that's why I'm on your ass like this, because you're gross. You're practicing erasing.
No, you like eating ass. That's why you're on my ass. You're not right about anything you said.
Are just rolling in their fucking graves because you won't honor them.
And your ancestors are embarrassed by your OnlyFans.
Your ancestors are. I don't have an OnlyFans. Your ancestors are maggot food.
You go by Pocahontas. Pocahontas.
Okay, and you go by slave.
No. Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King. No, Martin Luther King. Say it right. I had a dream. Martin Luther King.
Okay, porch monkey. No problem.
Porch monkey. That doesn't offend me. Do you understand? If you shave a white man, what he would look like? You shave an ape and his back, and you see what he would look like? He looked like your dad. You know what I'm saying? Like, you had more Neanderthal genetics in you. You had more Neanderthal genetics than anybody else on the planet.
My dad's not black.
Ma'am, you have more Neanderthal than anything.
No, I don't.
You have more Neanderthal in you than black dicks. Because I know you like BBC.
Ew, that's disgusting. You're gross. You should go fuck yourself.
Coco, you said you're from Canada, but you're from the Midwest too, or?
No, I'm not from Canada.
She's from all over. She's trans.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your tribe is
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Hey, Kendo, get up here. This guy's he's claiming to be Seminole, but he can't even pronounce Seminole correctly.
Hello, can I
Funny.
No, Kendo, come up here, bro. Where did he go?
Bro, look at that. Look at the black vernacular. Wait for me. She can't even
Who claimed to be some of that and came pronounced some of that crap?
And then he also said that he's.
Wait. You said who?
Cypher. He also said he's a Egyptian.
Oh, that's the Brody.
What up, dog? What's up, baby?
That's a shit.
Shit, you know I'm in this motherfucker. I'm taking ass to school, bro. They have a version to a nigga right now.
What's good? Oh yeah, that's what up,
dog. Yeah.
It's not finna be that.
I do that to certain people. You know what I'm saying? We already know. He from the Midwest. You better stop it.
I don't know if this guy's practicing English.
Bucks, this one, nigga. What?
That's what she said. That's what she said. She think I'm a pretendian and niggas need to get over slavery. Niggas need to get over slavery and shit. We have identity crisis and
man, this
all
nigga
kinds
is
of
talking about man, the aisle and everything. Money, I'm not finna get off of my butt. You think I'm finna fight in front of these white people?
No, we ain't doing that. Hey, she's all good. I'm over here talking my shit now. Cause they done woke a nigga up.
I smacked the pixie cut off of Michaela before I fucking got down.
What did you want?
No, I'm just like, how you doing?
Debbie, how come you're keeping so quiet? Are you there?
Oh, damn, Alaska white ass with a little bit. No, I don't want to hear that.
Question.
No, you know what? How you did me the other day, little mama?
No, but that wasn't my fault. I didn't say anything. I was asleep, and then
I said
No, I was asleep. I didn't know if you could be a bitch. I just had to be quiet. I'm sorry.
I see how you do me.
I owe you one, Lego. I owe you one. Well, you'll see. Oh no, please don't.
No, don't be angry at you. I'm not gonna be nice.
I'll make up to you. What's with the Trump shooting? Because like I don't understand how these big events.
You're from London.
London, yeah, London.
I think the shooter this time.
Oh, I'm not gonna be nice.
I think the shooter this time he was biracial.
Well, nice. No, I don't understand how you guys have guns, but like the security at these events is so lacking. I don't get it.
That motherfucker could run a 3.9. He was fast. I ain't gonna lie. All I seen was a big ass forehead and a flash. Yeah, they got his motherfucking ass. But yeah, that's interesting, man. Hey man, you know, baby girl Coco was like talking about some porch monkeys and shit, calling us niggas monkeys and shit.
Hey, fuck, you wild.
She was calling us all kinds of monkeys and shit, and jigaboos. Dead ass, cuz.
She seems pretty cool.
Coco, tell me I'm lying.
Hey, leave my people alone.
Live there before Cypher, are you Egyptian now, or what are you?
I'm a what?
No, y'all stop that, both of y'all.
I mean, 5 minutes later.
Oh shit, when did I get a medal?
I thought I was still a porch monkey. I thought I was a nigger. I thought I was a nigger porch monkey.
I never said the N-word, but I said that other.
Well, you said everything else but that. You said everything else, monkey and all kinds of shit. What's that?
And I'll do it again. And I'll do it again.
What are you?
I'll do it again.
And what are you?
According to you, I'm a bunch of racial slurs as well. So I mean.
What are you? What did I call you? What did I call you? Did I call you a cave preacher?
You called me all sorts of shit. You know what you called me.
I know what I called you. You know what I didn't call you? I didn't call you bitch. I didn't call you bitch.
So are you a Jew, or are you an Egyptian, or are you American Indian? Because you're claiming all three.
I am a man of God. I'm a man of God.
You're also claiming a tribe you can't pronounce.
A tribe I can't pronounce.
Yeah.
How old are you? You gotta be like.
How old are you? How old are you?
20s. You have to be in your fucking 20s.
How many drugs do you do?
Does your pussy smell like girl?
Oh, why do you keep talking about my vagina? Like, dead ass is weird.
Right.
Because he's high. He might be high.
Not at all. She smells like she sounds like she smells bad. Like she doesn't keep her hydrated up.
Hey, Coco, he probably.
Hey, come on. You guys weren't talking like this till about 10 minutes ago.
You wasn't chiming in when she was calling them monkeys and shit.
We gonna respect the elders.
You're getting into the bodily fluids.
Nah, ma'am, no, ma'am. You gotta calm your ass down too, though. Because when she was talking all that racist shit, you was on mute. You didn't have shit to say. So now I'm talking about her vagina.
Oh, come on, hey. It's broken, y'all, my niggas, fucks.
Right, and when you was racist, it wasn't a problem, bitch. But when I return the favor, now you want to cry and play victim. You're not no motherfucking victim. Ooh,
why would I be a victim by you? Who are you?
I said, look, if I did the same shit to you, you would sit here and cry wolf. And what are you doing now?
I'm a victim now. You think I'm a cry because it's coming from you?
You're a
dead ass? Is that another black vernacular that you stole?
You want to cry, racist?
More dead ass.
Right?
Okay, preacher is talking black vernacular so well.
I promise you, I'm finna get the fuck out of here.
Go figure out your identity.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's respect the elders, y'all. Well, whatever. Look, it's like too early in the morning for y'all to be sex frustrated. I know that everybody in here some kind of weekend like agenda to where they want to, BDSM and what's that shit called? The degrader and shit. Everybody in here and shit. Shut up, Alaska. Cause you don't have no fucking talk. Alright, all I'm finna say is that we've been on this app for too many years for us to still fight about redundant topics. We need to get latency in this bitch. And all you white people, I'm disappointed in y'all too. I'm looking at you, Matt, Beaver, Peter, Pepe, BB. Well, no, she ain't even white, but Alaska was partially. Anyway, let me cut. Oh, Michaela, Michelle, Michaela, whatever. Bro, all of y'all need to be the elders. If y'all want to be like continuously running the world and getting us in wars and shit and starting shit all over the country, Monica too, but you Amish, so I don't put you with the whites. Y'all gotta like stop this shit. Well, if we being honest, man, like. Wait, black man, you gonna jump your light skinned ass in the way while I'm still cooking? Come on. You get up in this white shit too, nigga. Now what? What? You white? No. Yes. I'm not white. Oh, no, okay. You can't change my mind. Anyway, all I'm saying is, yeah, like, y'all gotta know how to de-escalate some shit. And y'all de-escalation tactics on this bitch is poor. I'm disappointed in all of y'all. All of y'all experience and all of y'all goddamn longevity and all this other shit, y'all not even using it. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing the fuck here? Okay,
I'll let you
Michaela,
know.
you want to try on what are we doing?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
40 years ago in 1980, I worked on the nuclear freeze campaign. I was assigned to Watts to organize in that area. Okay, I've been committed to getting rid of nuclear weapons probably my whole life. And so I support what Trump's doing. And I'm an elder.
We respect.
I love everything.
I don't mean no harm. I respect the elders, okay? I don't want people cussing out people that's old, because I don't like that, because that's someone's grandmother or great-grandmother, or nothing like that. So anybody, y'all could cuss anybody out, but somebody that's old, that's fine. Look, folks, hold on. This all I'm saying. What the fuck did 1948 have to do with anything? And this is what I'm saying. Like, this is crazy. We didn't even need that psyop right now. Like, bro, you didn't even help nothing. And then this light-skinned ass nigga trying to jump in and elbow drop for you.
Like what?
Shout out to the there has been a big rise in white people actually doing the work, putting themselves in
You shut
danger
your white ass
when they
up.
should be doing that. They should be doing that though. I think it's brilliant. There's a woman.
Why is this white
went
bitch
viral.
from Britain speaking on behalf of black people? Shut up, ho.
No, we're not close like that. Enough for that joke. Yeah, like there's an old woman and people were like, oh, but where are the black people? She's like, they should be at home. Like, we need to be here doing the work. It's like, fuck yeah, lady.
What are you talking about? I don't get it.
You see what I'm saying, Michaela? She's
using
white
privilege
too.
to
And see, that's what the fuck I'm talking about.
Stop it.
Just using the privilege to like to help causes. I think it's really important, and you know,
what? To help horses?
Causes.
Causes.
Issues. Sorry. That's my accent. Okay. I do love horses too, but
okay.
Very chic accent.
Sadly British. I know.
No,
This is if you will.
So were you supporting what I had said or what? I don't get it.
Just not the Trump thing. I don't support Trump. But other than that, I think it's awesome.
No Europeans support Trump. I think that we have to get rid of nuclear weapons.
I
think Trump does too. I picked that up about him early on. And I think I wish that this could blossom into maybe some like new disarmament moves. I mean, he does move quickly for what he wants. It would be nice if he could turn this into what?
How do you want to comply Russia to this? They have nuclear bomb and they would.
Well, it has to be an international agreement. It would have to be the international, all the nuclear. Armed nations would have to agree to start. See, I don't think it should go. I don't agree that any more nuclear weapons should go to any more countries. I don't know how Pakistan and India got the nukes. I was raising kids during that time. It sort of passed me by. But I'm shocked that, we've got to disarm, not spread them to more countries.
Pakistan is a different story. They cannot use it. But Russia.
What?
If you disarm United States, Europe, and other countries, Russia will never ever comply with that, and they will take over the world.
No, I agree. Neither will China. It has to be international. It can't just be one or two countries.
Yes, international.
Actually, China will.
Voluntarily.
China likes to secretly suck our dick, and they don't want to admit that they do.
Love this supremacy. They want to be. They want to fear others. They want to lead their government out of fear. They want.
And talk that shit, Peter.
Are you Chinese, Peter, or what are you?
I am from Iran.
Israel.
No, he's lying to you. He's Chinese.
I am from Iran.
You're from Iran?
Yes, and
really?
I am seeking for another Henry Kissinger between Iran and the United States this time, not between China and the United States. Another Kissinger for this generation. Do you have?
It's a great.
I don't understand what you're saying. What?
Do not need to understand. Just listen.
Okay.
I was wishing. These are my wishes because, as I remember, the history of diplomacy of the United States had a very big turning point at the time that Henry Kissinger was the foreign minister of the United States, and it was a very brilliant progress during his service. One of the biggest moves was the peace between China and United States. He was not successful to, for example, solve other issues and other countries. And for example, we need to take the inspiration that he had now between, for example, Iran and United States and Israel. And this is my wishes. I was thinking that this kind of mindset is not going to be implemented by mindsets like Cypher. It is different, it is too simple for this level of diplomacy.
But what happened as a result of Kissinger opening up China is that now China became the manufacturing center of the world, and it's become, and the whole Western world has become dependent on China and enrich China.
But also, China also needs waste. This is some kind of mutual need to each other. It is not something bad because they are populated countries, they have a lot of capacities, and it is undeniable to be strong. They will remain strong if the competition is fair because they are two populated countries. They have a very big collective power. So they are the second power of the world. It is undeniable, I think, because they are too populated. They have much more population than US, Europe and things, but their power is still lower than United States.
They are loyal to the United States, you said?
No, their power is lower than United States.
Lower.
With this level of population, they are 4-5 times more populated than United States. But they are not as strong. They are weaker. The first power is United States, undeniably.
Do you think we should have disarm our nuclear weapons?
I think that they won't because they love this supremacy. They want to see countries like Iran, Turkey, and Egypt from upper positions. And for example, they do not even choose voluntarily humble position that sometimes the United States put themselves in. They love that supremacy. For example, if countries like Russia see you from upper position, they want to destroy you, extinct you. But if United States see you from that position, they are much more humble and they want to coexist. Two different concepts that brings me to a table with United States rather than those who want us to see us like that kind of position. This is my choice. And
so you're Iranian. Do you agree with what's going on with the war?
I think that it needed to be handled this way because mullahs made these choices. They had they made their choices and they made it like this. Now they need to take the responsibility of what they did because they were thinking that they can do this and go away with that because they are strong and nobody will face them. Now they are being faced with the ultimate power of the world and they are being taken, it is a big shock for them and this is a big level of accountability for the government around the world. If you machine gun your people, you have no chance to stay in power. And even if you are too strong, you are done.
Yes. So how long have you been away from Iran?
I was here since October 2023. I was in Iran from 1992 to 2023. I am in Germany since then.
Did you have to leave or?
No, I did not have to leave, but I had a lot of limitations and the freedom that I did not have. I immigrated because of that, because the situation was going to be much more harder than before. They were coming step by step to much more private issues that you have. Even during the last decades was not this strict. They are implementing those laws differently on different people. This is totally unacceptable because this is a tool to suppress people. Some people come out and walk in the street freely without a scarf. Another person with more covered position is taken out of the street. This is some kind of discrimination between people. This is not a code. This is something to hit people and make, for example, to suppress them. This is something that needs to be dealt like they deserve to, I think. They need to be out of the decision-making processes. We need our country back.
Yeah. Do you still have a lot of friends there and family that you communicate with?
My all assets and family members are there. I am alone in Berlin. I came here to see how it is, to progress and to tap my untapped potentials. There are numerous chances for me here. However, I see that we could have had that there if we just could have made our independence, because we had all these. We were not poor people. We did not have lack of land to progress, and this was just self-control by mullah to the people. They did not want us to progress. Because of that, I am expressing clearly that if Russia puts themselves in that position of governing another country or colonization, they would try to extinct them, like they did in Iran during 2 decades. But when their name came out surfaced, when their name came to public, they are getting the heat from that. Before that, their hands were hidden inside the power. When they were exposed, for example, 15 years ago, after the 2009 election, presidential elections, we figured out that this is the Russian influence into our elections.
Really?
From that time, they are taking the fall. Until now, they won't experience the Tehran with peace under their colonization. I promise them. We would escalate it to make this planet out of the orbit if it comes to that point. It is my father's land.
Yeah. So do most of the people? Do you think most of the people in Iran want to change the regime?
Yes, and that's the reason that they cannot access simple Google search. Because if they access simple Google search, if they access their Gmails, they would be able to send the evidences that you need to kick the mullahs out in 48 hours, to come in all in. But they even deprive the people, engineers, hospitals, and all the infrastructures to not use even simple Google search. They take very big monies from privates, and they take all the information, for example, the place of birth, the date of birth, the where you live, and everything, to give you a simple Google search with a very hefty amount of money. And that is something that can be done just by those Russians who think that they are supreme, they are different from other people. Yes,
the Russians.
Exactly. Mullahs who are impostering Russians. I mean, Russians who are impostering mullahs, because the mullahs in the time of kingdom, in the last governance of Iran, were influential, but the special party for Russia inside Iran, named Tudeh, was not legal in Iran. The Iranian people closed the doors of their parties. They invested their assets inside some specific and particular branch of mullahs, and historically, the United Kingdom is the founder of mullahs in these modern days. I don't mean that Islam was not there, but since 150 years ago, the kind of management of mullah was changed, and they were positioned and based in Iran. They were funded by British and United Kingdom. And during the last 60 years, the assets of Tudeh party was also redirected to that. So now they are partners into mullah, Russians and United Kingdom. United Kingdom tried to save Americans to not kick out mullah from politics from that front. And Russia is inside. They are doing the inside job. But they are cooperating with each other against the whole other world, Iranian people, United States government, EU, and the other places. I think that China is aware of this, but they want their own interest, and their level of strategic dependency does not come to Russia. For example, they want money and they want to have the influence in Iran, but they don't have the strategic opposition with the United States when it comes to the international security. But I think that Russians would do that. They do not hesitate. Because they
the communists had a lot to do with the Ayatollah taking over with the 79 revolution, right? The Communist Party was Russia supporting them during the 1979 revolution?
It is more complex than this. About those lefties, if you want my explanation about those leftists who helped mullahs, they were deceived before because they were musicians, not politicians. When you are a politician, you learn music. It makes you sane because you know the complexity of politics, but you learn music to balance yourself. But when you are a musician who thinks that you are the best, you are balanced and think, and then come to politics, you are too naive for this level. You are played with, and they were played with these Russians. And at the first, they had some extent of power in their hands. But step by step, they got retired, they were replaced by some dumbs who did not the rights of that organization and from the main organization. For example, when you are from the state benefit organization, when you are retired and replaced with a dumb who do not know the history of this organization, and the main organization would be able to manipulate you if they want. And the main organization was conquered at the first of the revolution. Then this level of penetration was increased to this level, step by step, to layers of the power. And now it is something that even the engineers and the doctors during the last decades worked for those infrastructures with very hard dedication. Now we need to exploit them because it was penetrated and it was conquered by mullahs. They say that it is ours. Firstly, my parents and the previous generations of Iran trusted them because they were religious people, and they were thinking that they are like the people who taught them the religious. Because my family and the Islam in Iran was learned to each other chest by chest. For example, I learned it from my parents, they learned it from their parents. But when they shouted that we are Muslims and things, they were deceived that this is the same thing that we learned. You know, they took the place and now they say that it is ours, you know. Out of blue, they came to the government and they say that the country is ours, you were not here before. Now they need to take the fight back. If we cannot kick them out, we don't deserve that land. I am in this all in. If we cannot kick them out, we did not deserve that. We were too naive.
Yeah. Do you think there's a possibility of the Iranian people, if the war is over with the U.S., that the Iranian people can kick out the mullahs?
Yes, if they are weak enough, we can kick them out because...
Is there what?
There is one crucial point. After the Islamic Revolution, the people of Iran trusted the new government and they disarmed themselves voluntarily. There is a big move, you can search it and ask ChatGPT. But the government did not disarm themselves because of the valid reasons that they have, because they needed to defend the country from the external powers. But they decided that the internal things can be handled without any gun. So we are disarmed. The people of Iran were raised, for example me, born and raised in cities. I cannot even handle a single gun. But now they use that as our weakness. You know, first we need to disarm them like we disarmed ourselves, then we will deal with them like they deserve, because they want to see them with a gun when we don't have a gun. You know, otherwise they won't survive. They need to have gun while we are disarmed. This is something that we need to solve it, otherwise we do not deserve that land. We would shake this planet out of the orbit if this is going to be the supremacy that they expect, that they can handle a gun. But the people who are living with you cannot handle a gun, cannot have the allowance to have that. Or cannot stand that.
So what do you say? How do you think the Iranian people can get rid of the regime then if they don't have guns?
Exactly.
Do you think if they were armed, they wouldn't know how to use them? They're not trained. I mean, could it be civil disobedience? Could it be strikes? Could it be?
I think that this disarming needs to be implemented. This army needs to be weakened. We don't need a big army in this modern day. We need to be able to defend the territorial integrity, and we need to make sure of that. For example, how the army of Germany after the World War became, they are very capable to defend their borders, but they don't have another army. Iran also needs to follow this lead, I think, and become one of the alliance of the Western alliance. We need to align ourselves with the mainstream. We cannot be against the other places.
So who's going to disarm them? The army or
I
the
think that
IRGC?
there is an international alliance right now, and we need to take them accountable, each one of them. For example, United States is willingly in this, and they are the best side of this alliance, in my point of view. They do this willingly, but others, they are weaker and smaller. They see from their own position. They are not as strong as United States to make this kind of independent stances. For example, countries like European ones, they need the energy from Strait of Hormuz. They are in a much weaker position. So we need to understand them and help them make their stance clear. Because if they are under threat of lack of energy, they cannot express what they want, because people of Germany, people of Europe, people of United Kingdom, all of them are human people. If they are under good condition, if they don't depend on that, if their survival is not depend on that energy, they would make humanitarian positions if it is their choice. We need to let them make their choice, I think.
Boy. So it has to be the international community, Europeans and Chinese too, maybe.
Chinese people, when it comes to the strategic security, they would come with United States again. But when it is in the, for example, less importance of their own principles, because they have their own principles. They act with their own principles. They are not out of principle like Mullah does. For example, if they have a code, they would implement it equally to the society. If they have a stricter code, it is their choice. But the code is similar everywhere, all around China. So these are wise people. If the strategic security of their principle is under threat or is under question, they would shift their positions like a wise person, I think.
So maybe you think the war needs to keep on going on. If the U.S. can't get more support, maybe they have to keep going and just disarm the mullahs themselves, huh? Or IRGC. What about the MEK? Are they an issue? The MEK?
Sorry, I don't know them.
You don't know them? They're sort of communist leftovers, I think, from the revolution.
Inside Iran?
Yeah. Well, maybe they're outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know them. The people who got allied with the biggest enemy of Iran in that time, while the whole population of Iran was defending the territorial integrity against Saddam, they sat with Saddam, and nobody inside Iran, I promise you, want those leftists, because they are far left. They are too far left. They are even going to demolish the country to, for example, say that we are Democrats. What is that? The nature of democracy says that you are willingly going to accept that. And if you are going to enforce the democracy with gun, you are just stepping on the first philosophy of democracy. You had a big misunderstanding, and it is because they are too old school. They are old people, and they have the knowledge of, for example, universities, political universities of 40 years ago. They did not update them with the recent days, modern day, and I think that the new generation of Iran, outside Iran, is almost as populated as 10 million, and we can set our positions clear. We don't need them to, for example, speak about all positions. I can speak my position, and I am not disabled. For example, I don't have disability to ask them to talk on behalf of me. You know, I can talk myself.
What about Pahlavi?
Pahlavi is also a victim like me, I think, because he was born and raised until 16 in Iran, and he was born and raised in a situation that was extremely changed afterwards, and it was out of their expectations. Even the kind that he's resilient in my point of view, because he could have survived that, and he is still loyal to the nationality of Iran after that level of humiliation, threat. His family members committed suicide, but his element is strong enough to stay on his own principles. I see him as a loyal Iranian, and he's one of us. I think he's one of us. However, putting whole responsibility on him, it is a big deal. It is a big country. Iran is a big country, like for example Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan. No king is possible to take over the country and say, this is my property. This is too big for you.
No, but he says he wants to go in and head up an interim government that will lead to elections.
Yes, if the level of accountability can be guaranteed, if he can be questioned by people like me, if I don't receive this kind of emojis when I talk about the level of accountability, then I love him. Mm-hmm. But the people around him, for example, they were trying to play smart. They are pro-IRGC spies who are descendants of the deceased Hashemi Rafsanjani, and he was too influential during the time of the Islamic regime's governance in Iran, during the peacetime of Islamic regime's governance, and they have a lot of money and resources. They are outside the country. They made a big shell around him. We need to first break the shell. The people like Zardin Abad, Max Fakhravi, who is other name is Askaruladi, and they are around him. Until they are around him, I don't trust the speeches of Prince. While I love him, you know, that is something that I am supposed to do, because I know who they are. If this doesn't change, they want to change IRGC to Garde Javidan. They just want to change the title, you know? Mm-hmm. And we need to change the concept.
Pahlavi's going along with that? He's surrounded by IRGC people who are reformers or something?
Pahlavi is out of the country for the last half a century.
Right. You said that he's got IRGC around him? Or spies?
Yes, he has, and a bunch of them. Because at this point, he needs to get to know them. Because he cannot distinguish them, because he was not in the society of Iran during that half a century. And, for example, he cannot distinguish me with another IRGC member, while both of us come out of Iran. He needs time to process us, and the time that we don't have at this point. We need to have, for example, that level of knowledge and the data that we have, and which is also cross-referenced with other references. But he needs time to distinguish. He cannot distinguish between people inside Iran. He needs support of people like me and the people who were also victimized in their mind. And we need to, for example, speak up, and he would judge who is the honest person. But until I can speak with him, and the other side also can be able to clarify their position, they don't let me question them to Pahlavi, you know? If you see him as the leader, I need to explain my side to him, you need to explain your side to him, then he would judge independently. While you don't let me speak to him, you just clear your position, and you want him to process your only influence. This is some kind of bullshit that I am standing to fight with.
he's been in Germany a lot. Were you trying to talk to him, or?
No, I think that the shell around him won't let me. Even my security is not guaranteed when I go to that places. I don't participate in that because I am politically active in Clubhouse and I don't feel safe to go out with them. I go out with myself, I wear my own hoodie, Woman Life Freedom, and I do it alone because I don't trust them. I don't trust them. I am not one of them.
Ooh, that's bad. I would think that gosh. I saw him with a group of leaders from different parts of Iran giving a press conference. So you're saying those people he had around him in that press conference are guarding him or something?
That's people from different tribes of Iran. That is just a laughable concept. Those people were outside Iran for that half a century. They have some memories from 50 years ago and before that, and they are from that tribes. But now they have no clue what's going on with that tribe inside Iran.
So how could he communicate with the right people inside Iran?
I am already having my Instagram account, and sometimes they get online. I understand when the time the internet is a bit opener than before, who can access the pro internet with a lot of data that they have to give to the manipulative power of Iran. And I can see that, for example, in the political diaspora especially. For this sake, I think that I can give a valid opinion about the internet and whose allegiances lies with who.
Mm-hmm. So, are you in your 20s or how old are you?
I am 34, 1992.
Okay, so you just left there just a few years ago, so you have a lot of contacts and experience.
I know all the details. I know if you ask each and every details. I learned English by political context. For example, I was watching CNN and I was learning, for example, English from Christian Amanpour or Farid Zakaria. Somebody else goes and watch some other concepts. For example, this guy cannot deal with the level of reasonability that I have. He just want to interfere because they want the independency. They don't know how, and they have no clue for that. When somebody comes to speak up, they just out of some naturalistic feelings like feel jealousy and things. They would rather to demolish the country rather than speaking. Let me speak. You know, this level of selfishness is unbelievable for me. That is some kind of treason in my point of view. When you are not able to, when you did not spend enough time to learn, now you do not let the other person who has studied about that talk on behalf of yourself. Who asshole you are. You are ready to demolish the country, but don't let me speak. Interesting, no? This level of bullshit. They are setting another standard.
Are you talking about somebody here in this room that is trying to talk over you? Oh.
Yes, this guy was a Kurdish guy, and from the language that he was using, he was too dumb. He was a separatist, and he was not those kind of Kurd that we have inside.
That's right. The separatists, the Kurdish separatists, are the downfall. They care more about their issue, their separatist issue, than Iran, the freedom of Iran. It seems that they'd be willing to create a civil war or something.
However, this problem is not just for him. It is for all the political diaspora of Iran. When they cannot speak themselves, they won't let any other person to speak, even if they speak better. This is the biggest weakness of opposition party of Iran, this level of selfishness. And even a lot of those people, jealous people, chose the prince just because of that. Just because if you are educated, then you cannot take a better position. You know, to change the script to what it was. For example, to don't let us enforce the changes like we want. They just want to change the name from IRGC to God Javidan. And to keep the layers of power like it was, like manipulation that Hashemi Rafsanjani did. Exactly, they are making the shell.
It could turn into a big power struggle there, you know.
Since they are disarmed, it is not a power struggle. When they are asked by their own community members not to bullshit, they cannot bullshit. When they are not asked and when they are not taken accountable by their words. For example, this guy spoke like this. Their other fellow friends do not say that don't do this. We are under existential threat. This level of jealousy is for kindergarten. You don't belong on this international political stage. They don't face them with this, and this is the consequences.
Yes. No, I really appreciate talking to you. Huh? Go on. I'll let somebody else talk. Anyone else want to talk to Peter?
I was just gonna say they're saying you a liar in the chat, Peter.
He sounds very with it or logical or on top of things. I wonder what they think he's lying about.
Exactly, that level of jealousy is undeniable. I will stand the test of time like I did. For example, when the time that I made this account in the clubhouse, they were always in fight with me. They were calling me IRGC spy and thing. I came to this point to talk to person, step by step, and they have always made barriers in my front, like in the real life. But I focus on myself and my security. I am in Berlin, and they cannot, for example, hack my account. They cannot apprehend me and think I can speak up. Then the time will solve it. Who is who?
It seems amazing to me that Pahlavi would allow himself to be surrounded by, you said IRGC people?
Some kind of IRGC. They are not direct member of IRGC because they didn't need to, but they have a lot of connections inside and their existence depend on that. For example, a person named Max Fakhroi, he's one of his best friends and he's one of his most influential friends. His main name is Mohsen Asgarouladi. He lives in Spain and he made the government of Spain under his influence to face United States. Now you see that Spain is making positions against United States. It is because of the hefty wealth that he has inside Spain, and he put even the government of Spain under his influence. And when it comes to that point, he cannot deny them. And he needs to process them and expose them correctly like they deserve. And this is a big gamble. This is a big political gamble. He is clean in my point of view. But he is not that strong to reach this level of conspiracy, I think.
Boy.
He needs support. But they don't let us support him because they know that if people like me support them, they would for real fall, you know. The fall would be for real. They would not be able to lure out the people with an announcement, then gun them down. Because this was a conspiracy. Both people, Max Fakhroi, made the announcement instead of Princess Pahlavi to come out on 18th and 19th of the day last year, for example, for 5 months, and promised that the people who are now out of the IRGC, want to cooperate with the protesting people, and the protesting people can come out with safety. They cannot. They can take over the government buildings, and that's it. Finish. When the people came out, they were machine gunned because this exact asshole, Mohsen Askaruladi, were lying. They did not change their loyalty out of IRGC. They just wanted to take the people out so they can gun them out together with the group, like they did.
So they're the ones who advise Pahlavi to tell people to come out?
Yes, exactly. And how to move. They are making the moves of Prince Reza Pahlavi in some extent. Because he can make his own moves. He cannot control them. He is one person and they are independent, truly independent from him. They don't need him. They are not under his leadership. They are just barking his name. The leadership comes with influence. He has no influence on top of them. They have influence on top of him. They can even influence the king of Spain.
Oh, but you said they are the ones who advised him to tell people to come out for those 2 days?
Yes, to bring them up. It is a very valid point. You can see the history of this in the clubhouse and everywhere else. The people who are now trying to don't publish passport, they don't issue passport to normal citizens who were born in Iran, were in that time some kind of supporting Pahlavi. There are some accounts like Kiai, like Max Bakhrai. They were supporting him in that time to lure people out, so gun them down. Afterwards, now they are showing their main allegiances. We would die for regime and thing, you know. They are going to the rooms that they used to go. Because now they see him as a less problematic problem. Before that, he had more assets than they were thinking, and they needed to gun them down.
You said they go to other rooms, so these are people on Clubhouse or on
Political diaspora. And a lot of them are outside Iran. This is some kind of a small sample of the political diaspora. Each and every one of them is listening with one account. For example, 1,000 of them or 100 of them have one account. They listen together, and it is in Clubhouse. And the voices, for example, is going to be played in a room that one account is only there. Some of the rooms even see the comments when you want to send inside the back channel of the room before letting it to be visible for everybody. They even control the chats. You cannot send a comment on the chats in Clubhouse if they don't want to. Now, out of sudden, when you progress, when you come to this point themselves, they want you to, for example, come and say our problems. You can talk about us, I think. But this is a big lie. Because now they see you as something that can add to their credibility. They want to use our credibility. They don't want us. They want us dead, like the people inside Iran had experienced. They want me dead too. But at this point, they cannot touch me. They would approach like that. They want to use my credibility.
So you have credibility. You're not just a lone wolf.
No, as much as one person. For example, if one person is good, they want it. And when it is new, they don't want it. They would remove, blog, they would let the comment, they would kill even. And when you are, for example, when you have some level of credibility, they want you to be with them, to use your credibility, but they would have conspiracies behind you, like they did to their own people. For example, how they killed their own Hashemi Rafsanjani, how they killed the children of those responsibles. For example, these people cannot soft spot for their own children. How would they spare me? They would kill their own children. For example, Mohsen Rezai, one of the main IRGC members, killed his own boy in Dubai. Hassan Rouhani, another reformist, who is populist, for example, more popular than others. He killed his own son with self-gun. Another person, Hamid Rashai, he says that what kind of music do you play in your car when you go to another place, when you are inside car? He plays the speech of another mullah for his children. He doesn't let them listen to music. You know, if they want to listen to music, real music, they would kill them. They would say, you are out of the circle of Islam. You need to listen to this. They need to be sane. They need to keep their sanity. You need to play them real music. You know what kind of terror they are under. By the terror, I mean the scare. Humans shouldn't be under this level of scare. That is a very bad role model. They are
Is there any way for the people within Iran right now to communicate with each other and organize, or can they get on the Clubhouse? I know they can't. Well, they just can't get on the internet at all, right?
Yes, they cannot access anything. They cannot even do a single Google search. For example, last night I was online in the other room for NIC, for National Congress of Fakhravar. There is a couple of guys from inside Iran, and they paid a huge amount of money to let them have, for example, 1 gig. For example, $200 for 1 gig of internet, so that they can come with VPNs into the stages, and with a lot of information that they ask them for before giving pricey internet.
So people have to be just communicating with each other just like the old-fashioned way.
There are some internal internet that is under heavy surveillance, that is under it is full of bugs. For example, if you want to call them with video call, you need to have SIM cards from inside Iran. My sister needs to, for example, call with roaming to them to ask the code with SMS. Enter it, then we would make a video call. You make a video call, the voice is not coming. The voice is coming, the video is not coming. Sometimes it says that you cannot even call him because we don't want it. There are some bogus messages that you cannot even believe, errors. It doesn't explain anything. It says error, we don't want. And this is some kind of bullshit that I cannot stand in this world, especially. A simple Google search was available for me since I was 8. If they want to exclude us from simple Google search, we would fight to death. I don't see if I'm disarmed or not. I cannot go back to Iran or not. We need simple Google search. If you cannot provide that, if you don't feel safe for country to not have a simple Google search, you don't deserve governance. It's simple. If you cannot, they say, even if you consider their excuse to say that this is because of security, if because of security you cannot provide a simple Google search, you don't deserve shit. No?
Yeah. Well, they know that you guys would be communicating with each other. I mean, Google search is the least of the problem. Well, I suppose it hurts businesses there and all that, but
yes,
people need to be able to organize and communicate with each other. It's gonna, well, before Google, before the internet, people were able to organize. So, gosh. Does anyone else want to talk to Peter? I'm hogging the stage talking to him. Anyone else there? Is anyone else awake? Do you come to this room much, Peter? Is this your first time, or?
Yes, these people bothered me 2 or 3 times. I loved them, and these were the guys who trusted on me, gave me the stage I want to, and they let me speak. While my own countrymates deny this from me, and while they need me, they need me, but they deny it from me. But these people do not need me, but they let me speak. This is very admirable, and I love them. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really good to hear you. It's I've been following this since things started just after Christmas. Watching all the time. I watch Tusi TV. Do you watch him, Mayar Tusi?
No, sorry, I don't know that.
You don't know who that is? Go on the internet. Tusi. He's from Iran. He's in England, in Britain.
Oh, Tusi is some kind of religious preacher, right?
No, he's not religious. He's been in Britain since he was, I think, young. I don't know if he was a teenager or what. I think he's in his 30s. But his father is still in Tehran. I guess his parents divorced, so his mother and he moved to Britain. But he's been following the whole situation there. He's very clued in on things. But I haven't heard from him what you're saying about Pahlavi being surrounded by these people that are...
If I know the exact person, if you write it in the chat or something, I can search it and tell you the exact root of his political view. If it doesn't stand the test, I would not comment.
Tusi.
Can you spell it?
Yeah, Tousi.
And this is a general family name. What about the first? This Tusi, a lot of Tusis are.
Yeah, that's his last name. His first name is Mayar, but just put it in.
Mahyar.
Put in YouTube.
This is good. Okay, let me Mahyar.
He's on YouTube. It's called Tusi TV. There's a free part on YouTube, and then also you can subscribe. And then also I've been watching Iran Revolution live with Goldie Gamari. She's a Canadian. She was in Parliament in Canada, but she's from Iran, and her family left there when she was young. And then she has another guy on with her. Pardon?
He is not a bad guy. He is somehow like Pahlavi because his information is not current. He does not know the complexity inside Iran, and he might also approve my point of view if I
think he would. I think he would. And also Goldie Gamari, she's on. She might want to talk to you too. Tusi's a little bit higher level. He's been going on Fox News and stuff. But Goldie is. They have the Iranian fellow that comes on her show with her. He does a lot of. He also has a YouTube channel where he gets a lot of people discussing things on there. You can sign up to talk, and I can't remember his name. It's Iranian. I can't remember it. What? Hello? Somebody say something? But I bet you if you want to talk with others, Goldie would be good. Iran Revolution Live.
Goldie Gamari.
Yeah. Where have you been getting your news from?
He's also good.
Huh?
She has also good intentions in my point of view.
Yeah.
Yes, the intentions, however, is not enough, I think.
Yeah, they do a lot of rah-rah, stuff. Just I remember when the shooting started, for those 2 days. It's like she couldn't even, she says, let's not cover this. No, we have to keep positive. We have to keep positive. She couldn't, it was just, she does, they have a lot of music and videos on there but she's on for hours a day. Hours a day.
But I think that I can also help with this, guys. These are positive guys. These are positive guys, Mahir Tusi and Goldi Ramali. I don't see them as those spies like I see in others. However, I am thinking that I can also be in that. I can also help them with my ideas. I can also speak what I am blocked from those rooms for kingdom followers.
Yeah, they're very positive. They're pro, freedom.
But they are not open for us to give opinions. They are positive. They are good, but I think that they are not open to listen to people like me.
Well, they might be. The guy that's on with her, what's his name?
I hope so. I hope.
Oh no, I'm trying to remember his name because he has his own channel where you can sign up for it, and then they have several hours a day. They have discussions, and you could be part of those discussions.
I follow them now on Instagram, and I will see how my comments go because I'm going to comment on each and every post that they make to see if I take any attention or not.
Yes. Hey, it's really good talking to you. I gotta go to bed before the sun comes up.
Thank you very much. It was truly constructive for me.
Good. Very good. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. Praying for you guys.
Best wishes.
Being a good boy, Peter.
Sorry, did you ask me a question?
You being a good boy.
Thank you very much. I love you. South America, yeah, maybe. We don't want the same Iran, do we? I think that you are in the... I don't know what to say.
I mean, really, I gotta get audio with it. You know what bothers me the most? It's like, well, to be honest, it's like, I think I could even, forgive you for it.
For what? Why do I need your
But then in the
forgiveness?
future, what would you do with people like you?
You cannot do shit.
What?
What will you do with me? What makes you in that position? Why do you think you can do shit
I love
to
the
me?
IRGC is coming out of me.
You are really interesting. Really
No,
interesting.
I'm not gonna do anything with you. The Kurds are gonna do all of that with you.
Okay, no problem.
You
Leave
know,
that to me and
how many Kurds
It is not your
had the
concern.
IRGC been killing over the past 50 years?
It is not your concern. It is between me and Kurds then. If you don't kill me and Kurds will kill me, I would have to talk with them, not
so
with
let's
you.
say, Iran gets liberated, it's future Iran. What would you do with people like you?
If you could
But
have
also,
done
where are you
something,
gonna go?
you would have killed me.
Germany's gonna send you
If
back.
you could, you would. That's the point. You would not find the chance.
What would I do?
Like you did not find the chance by now. You will never ever find the chance.
I'm 2,500 years.
To the audience, but I don't.
Old type of person.
Because I am strong
You're
enough to
47
overcome
years
myself.
old.
You know? I am strong enough to overcome myself. Even when you talk like this, I
But
don't move
people
into the
like you,
audience.
would you forgive
You
people
know?
like you?
This is my managerial position. Even I do not manipulate like that. You know? Even I cannot, for example, when I have the choice button, move to audience, I don't. I would listen to you. That is something that you don't have.
I think it's like quite high
Even your
up,
parents
to be
don't
honest.
have this level of ability. You do not voluntarily excuse people, but I do. That is the difference between me and you.
Well, but like you say, you here
I am
trying
not in discussion with you.
you're infiltrating.
I am not in discussion with you. I am just answering your bullshit.
No, I mean, well, you're not, because I'm asking, what would you do if it was you? I mean, we know what you guys do. You just execute without trial.
Me execute? I cannot kill an ant. I cannot handle a gun. Execute. What do you say? Who do you think you are talking to?
Yeah, but by your purpose, do you know how many you're responsible for having been killed?
You need to find somebody from IRGC to point that. I see that day, the other night. You saw the Korean guy like Chinese. He removed you from the room. He was Korean, from South Korea. He had problems with China. You saw him as a Chinese. Now you're seeing me as IRGC. Go.
Oh, you said China, IRC. Doesn't sound like, but China's not going to care about you, like, you know.
I see that you are in a big misunderstanding.
No, but what you understand is like
You saw the Korean guy as Chinese.
Like when the IRGC is gone, they're going to move on to the next project.
Your level of understanding is not enough to distinguish South Korean from Chinese. Why do you make political comment? He got angry from you. He got mad from you.
But I mean, it's like, but also like the top ones, like one by one, they've been eliminated. So it's like, even if anyone was gonna like go abroad and take a bunch of money, there's no one left. But like, you think like China's or Russia's gonna give people like you asylum?
I say that China and Russia would use the talents that would distinguish the difference between South Korea and China, because they
But
don't
you think you're talented if you're sitting here having this conversation with me, and if Germany let you, you think you're the first German Persian on this app?
Why do you think so? Why should I think like that? Why should I think like that? What do you say? I don't understand you. What is your point?
Well, I mean, what is my point?
Yes, for example, the question, do you think that you are only German Iranian on this app? Why should I think that? Even if I think that, what's the point? You are too food.
Anyways, I'm just saying, it's like, have you like considered your options?
I have duly considered my options, no worries, baby.
But so you're responsible for your choices.
Okay. So peace.
No,
Peace
you
out.
are. But are you Muslim?
No, but I respect this, not to introduce to other people. They go to their home and do what the heck they want to do, but not try to enforce it on others. For example, I don't want to wake up every morning to say pray. I want to sleep. I want to drink. I want to eat pork. But they can go and do what the heck they want.
Yeah, but you know.
Now it's the point that you don't have anything to counter offer in this discussion, so you use the accusations of IRGC.
No, I mean it's not an accusation. It's kind of like I'm just thinking. It's like, have you weighed it up? Your kind of, you know, your whatever.
When I listen to you,
well, you can just play dumb.
When you want to play smart, it is very interesting for me to listen to your tone. Please continue. Now you are playing the smart role. I am a political commentator.
از طرف کی؟
از طرف مامانم. From my mom's side. I have family. My mom was a secretary of a school.
فکر شما رو اجازه دادن so they can keep an eye on you?
Yes, I think I don't have a problem to having eyes on me. I have no problem.
It was valuable people. They would have like, you know, risk losing.
I was grown exactly for this situation because I was grown in Tehran under a lot of eyes from the whole country. چشم کل کشور رو من بود. من بچه سعادت آبادم. هر جا میرفتم به من نگاه میکردن.
تشون برات نیست تو؟
No, but I was under the attention. They wanted to see me. They wanted to, and I am used to that. You know, you are not used to that. You are not used to take that pressure. But keep your focus.
اصیل رو میشناسن که مثل تو نیستن.
ایرانیای اصیل ها. I don't know. how to answer you, not to be racist. Because if I try to answer to you, you would not be happy, you know. But it is some kind of racist. I am not willing to disclose that with you because if I want to defend my originality, you would not like it.
ولی یک
Others
ایرانی
also won't like it.
اصیل مثل چیزش حرکتاش مثل تو
ایرانی اصیل چجوری حرکت میکنه؟ How does original Iranian move? How do you describe that? We would diversify. You were thinking you know something to extinct us. We would diversify on the forest.
چجوری فکر میکنی؟ Okay. چیه تو نمیفهمی؟
We have survived the whole history as the longest history of the governance on the country in the
Your
whole
voice is only 47 years old, by the way.
Iran, I am from a country that has the oldest history of the being under the same flag. You understand that? I come from there. I'm one of them. I don't need any more.
Yes.
I don't need to be special.
No,
I am one of them, and I know that.
میتونست برده ولی که چیز rejected کرد.
Because you don't have any other concept than this.
نه.
You need to just
به خاطر که تو ارزش اونی که
You are racist to talk
زیرش تو بودی هیچ وقت نفهمیدی. شاید هم فهمیدی ولی برای ارزش نداشتی. چرا؟ به خاطر که دهاتی هستی یا نفهمی یا
دیگ بدی میگه تعدی
یا هر چی که بودی. ولی اون هر چی که تو بودی wasn't that innocent به خاطر خیلی از کشتی به خاطر این.
بیبی بین تو پیره کیر پیره تو دهن تو.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Sure. That's a lot of power.
خودش کسخله ولی بین تو این کیره این تو دهن تو.
Do you want to play smart, Julia?
No, I don't want to.
هر چی شما هستیم برای من فرق نمیکنه.
All I know is that this woman is wasted, guys. Whoever is listening to this, she's not Persian. She's not a true Persian. She's fucked up. She's wasted. All I can say about it. Bibi Montini is a wasted woman. I don't know where the fuck she lives in. But this woman is fucking out of her fucking mind. You guys are all should know this.
It's dangerous, by the way. خردای این کار اصلا نکرد.
Yeah.
شما کی هستین؟
Are you waiting for my response to your BS? I don't have any response to this.
هرچی هست شاید ایرانی هم باشی. But the type
برو کسکش زیاد کوک زدی صبح شده برو بگی بخواب برو بخواب
نه
برو بخواب کسشر نگو برو بخواب کسشر نگو مغز ما رو گاییدی با این افکار کیری تاخه برو خفه خون بگیر بابا زن زوله بی سواده بی مغزه بی کل آخه تو چی گو میخوری اینجا
خورده همتون رو میکشن
میره هرچی کرده تو دهن تو ننه جنت که تو رو پس انداخت متوجهی؟ Do you understand my friend? Yeah. Do you get it?
فکر میکنی اومدی اینجا برات خوبه
فکر میکنی The fuck you talking about
فکر
fam?
میکنی هنوز تو چی sustainability داری؟
Sustainability انه کیرم تو خودت و سواد مادرت جایزی نصف و نیمش
چرا قد از من بدت میاد؟
Fuck man, I rather
Because you're speaking BS on the political stage, baby.
هیچ که فارسی صحبت نمیکنه.
International political stage, we are not supposed to speak Persian in this.
فرق میکنه.
فرق کلا.
نه فکر میکنی من از IRGC میترسم.
Do you think that I am scared of IRGC?
نه براشون کار میکنیم و یعنی یه نفر مثل تو انقدر چی میگن پخم نه چیه خپل نمیمد اینجا حرف بزنم به خودش هیچ وقت اجازه
We understand your language. I am waiting for you to address the Iranian interest instead of me to listen to you to see how you want to defend me. Defend Iran, not attack me. Defend Iran if you are Iranian. If you are originally Iranian, you should not pay attention to me. You should defend your position. You are not originally Iranian. You are the dumbest soldier wasted.
Well, how do you and I, like, what's the difference between us?
The difference is that you are bullhead.
No, the difference is
bullhead is the main difference of it.
You might not even be religion, but you would still fight for that ideology.
You want to stop
ایرانی اصیل هیچ وقت این کار نمی‌کرد. That's the difference, you motherfucker. A true Persian would never fight for
you. Now you called me motherfucker, and since I come from a good mom, I cannot stand you. If I have the power of motivation, I would send you to audience right now. I have the courtesy to inform you before. Sorry, he called me motherfucker. She called me motherfucker. I cannot stand on the parent this accusation. You say you can bring her back home. Did you say I could have sent you motherfucker? I brought you up a girl. I sent you down, I brought you up a girl. Because you called me motherfucker.
ولی چرا؟
You see?
پوریا یه چیز دیگه است.
یه چیز دیگه خواهم.
گناه داری.
What's gonna say to you? I'm speechless. You made me speechless.
پس چی بگم؟
Good. You don't need to always take something. Good.
تو این کار نمیتونی. پوریا یه چیز دیگه است. اون ایرانیه.
Okay. What is my problem with him? He is Iranian, you are Iranian. But I am not as bad as
نه
you.
ولی تو ماینورتی هستی
I tolerate you on this stage. If I have the moderation power, I would tolerate you on this stage. But if you had the moderation power, you would have blocked me and removed me.
Why are we talking about moderation?
I can't keep this discussion
I
ongoing.
would have never entertained this conversation.
You cannot the discussion ongoing. I can the discussion ongoing.
چرا؟
Because I am capable.
Of what?
Capable of tolerance. I am political commentator. You are just bullhead. Your ass is in LA. You are making comment on
پس من دارم تو را انستنت دارم بیشتر چیز میخوام نشون بدم.
I cannot believe that I am having this discussion with you on this stage.
چرا؟
چون که زیرا.
نه خب فکر میکنی من وطن خودم رو نمیشناسم؟
Yes, I think so.
نه تو نمیشناسی. دلم برای این میسوزه.
نه تو نمیشناسی. من تو.
ولی it's not a game by the way. یه خود به خاطر همین میگم یه خوردم خورچلی بخاطر که نمیدونی چقدر سریس هستی.
من سریس هستم خیلی.
نه خیلی هم نیست
خیلیه.
ولی چی بدبختیه؟ بیپولیه؟ یا no the options?
I love my country. You cannot understand that. You cannot understand because that level of patriotism comes from the homeland. You have never been.
Hi Peter, how are you?
Hello.
patriotism که این نیست. patriotism ایرانی بودنه.
What are you talking about, Bibi عزیزم؟
none of your concern. واقعا دلم میسوزه.
چرا دلم میسوزه؟
چه؟
به خاطر که کشورم رو دوست دارم.
الان مشکلت what's wrong with Peter؟ چی شده؟
پیتر هم دوست دارم.
وای interesting. You need to be discovered. I still need to discover that.
ولی فکر میکنی این وری you matter any more than you would have the other way around? نه باطلت کردم.
I don't know what to say, how to defend myself.
ولی حتما یک اسمی داری.
Yes.
ولی اونو مثل یه طول سو استفاده کردن از استفاده کرد.
ای بیو.
دلم برای این میسوزه.
No problem.
ولی میدونم وقتی یه نفر to this level میتونه brainwash بشه. You could easily have me killed.
Have you killed?
No, I mean you wouldn't. You don't care, to be honest. It's not like you're gonna go and like rat on me.
Killing you. Why should I? You cannot do shit. Why should I kill you?
Yeah, but that's what I like you, because you have no idea.
Exactly, I have no idea about you. Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, so it is, you can't like. دیدین وقتی شاه رفت چند نفر رو کشتن.
The king had the ultimate power in Iran in that time. When he left the country with his suitcases, he left them without their guards.
He didn't leave with the suitcases.
And a couple of more suitcases.
Yeah. But he didn't run. He left.
He left them.
And that's why he can come back.
They were
میدونی ازش چی پرسیدن؟
Because they didn't have a leader.
They asked him, do you want to stay and fight? He said, no, I'm not going to kill my own people.
But his own people was also military people were killed. What about the military people? Weren't they his people? They were under his command. They were under his command. They were killed because they left them alone. They left them alone. I would rather to die inside my homeland not let the others kill my army members. They kill. If they want to kill my army members, they first have to go through me. They first go through myself, then kill my army members. He was not in the level of command. But he had the power to save a lot of army members who were loyal to him. They were under his command. They lost because of me. They lost a lot because he left just the guard. They did not used to get command from any other person. They were under his command, and he left them alone.
That's when what's it called? When something, the end justifies the means, or the means justify the end.
Okay.
Exactly just that.
If this is your justifiability, then you should have defended your army against those people who are destroying the order inside your country. Keeping the order is the first importance.
That was America. Just like
if you want to use that justifiability, that is to keep the order. That's justifiability. You are wrong.
That's how.
If you are using that justifiability, that is for bigger cause, not for.
And it's not gonna work.
Going on.
And you're gonna come back to me.
I think that you don't understand what you say. That level of justifiability and reasonability is for the point that you keep.
هر چقدر یه نفری رو بخواد برات بگی هیچ وقت تو اینو نمیفهمی.
ببین
اگه
چیزی رو بذار به فارسی بگم بفهمی. میگم اگر تو میخوای این سطح دلیل رو بیاری که طرف میخواست برای دلیل بزرگتر یه چیز کوچیکتر رو فدا کنه، اولش باید اون قدرت خودش رو حفظ میکرد. میدونی قدرت خودش دلیل بزرگتر بود، نه اون چیزی که تو میگی.
اولین چیزی که خمینی گفت ما درباره ریس و کشور نیستیم، ما درباره ایدئولوژی هستیم. اون مردی که اینجوری میگفت.
Yes, Khomeini was a bigger asshole that was let inside the country because mismanagement of the
mismanagement of people like you.
I was not planted in that time. I was not. My father was the child.
چرا روی تو این اتاقایی که ایرانی‌ها تو کلاب هست اصلا 5,000 تا
7,000 تا
و فکر نکن چند میلیون ایرانی الان تو اروپا بزرگ شدن، همه اینا برمیگردن.
Yes, all of them visited and take the power inside Iran and make Iran the strongest ally of the United States.
هیچ وقت دیگه نمیذارن.
We would be the strongest ally of the United States with these assets that we have all around the world. The Mullah cannot face us because we are not limited to one country. For example, if some of us are in the United Kingdom, some of us are in Germany, if United Kingdom wants to misuse the intentions of Iranians inside their country, let me address this clearly, then I will bring her up again. She said about something touching in my heart, and this is about the population of Iranians outside the country. We are in all around the world in different countries, and each country who wants to misuse the population of Iranians with their own politics when it comes to sacrifice and choose between those two interests. Iranians in the third country would interfere. You know, if United Kingdom wants to misuse Iranians in their land, the Iranians in Germany would support Iranians in United Kingdom. And that goes to other places too, like United States and everywhere. This is the point that I wanted to add. I would bring it. Did you understand the person? Can you have this level of reasonability? Are you more valuable asset than me, or not? Did you listen to what I said?
حتما که هستم. ولی
You could have not digest what I said.
نمیدونی.
اصلا نفهمیدی چی گفتم.
من هستم به خاطر که میتونم تو رو کمک کنم بفهمم. و اگه نمیدونستی این کار رو نمیکردی. ولی فکر کنی که داری الان میکنی بهتر از اینه که حرف من رو گوش کنی. But also, like, we didn't used to have these issues.
She got the problem when I guaranteed that I can't speak my part, then you have the chance to speak your part. She did not want me to have that chance. She left that because she could have not stand that opportunity that I had.
She left or you removed her? Peter?
I did not even move to audience. She left.
What was happening?
I'm not sure what's happening. So my hand was wet. I could have not opened the mic. Did you see or did not remove her? She came back.
Yeah, my battery died. Where were we?
I think that if you have international diplomatic mission, your backfield would die again. Since this is international political stage, this is not important for you.
Everybody's sleeping. Like, what's international about this?
I don't know. I don't know. You say.
I mean, also, like, I don't care. میترسی. But anyway, that's got nothing to do with it.
Escape from what? From what?
چی فکر میکنی؟
بابا بیا برو تو پارک یه 4 تا از این حرکت های کیوکوشین و کاراته بزن یه ذره سبک بشین اقدر برو یکم جفتک بنداز.
Anyways. واقعا فکر نمی کنی اینا وقتشون تمام شده؟
Why not? They are ended. Mullah is going to be ended by Peter.
نه مالا نمیم IRGC ها
IRGC is going to be ended by Peter.
نه فکر نمی کنی اینا وقتشون تمام شده؟
Yes, I will end it. Somebody needs to end it. If it is game over, then somebody needs to announce that. I'm here to announce it.
ازشون کسی دیگه نمونده. چی میگی؟
I agree.
کی؟ نه کی مونده؟ اونا هم که مونده هم حتما اونایی بودن. نه اونایی اگه کسی مونده حتما باید بدونی که اونا بودن که بقیه رو ستاپ کردن.
پیتر مگه تو با IRGC و جمهوری اسلامی هستی؟
بابا این داره شلوه میگه. این اصلا کلا آدم مریضیه. مگه تو این اکانتو نمیشناسی دیدی؟
نه.
She's sick. She's high.
یعنی چی داریم حرف میزنیم؟
اومده بود به چینیه به کره میگفت تو چینی هستی در دوره ایران نظر نده برداشت ریمووش کرد خاطی کرده بود و این فرق چینی
هنسن هم میگی؟ هنسن کره نیست فکر نمی کنه من همه رو اینجا میشنم
You don't know the difference between China and South Korea.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Exactly. You need to Google it. That is not for this stage. That is for kindergarten.
ندید پوتین رو چیکار کردن؟
آخه شومه من تو اولین دشمن پوتین دارم زندگی میکنم مگه من دشمن آلمان بودم مگه مثلا با پوتین بودم مگه من اینجا بودم شومه دکت کلیه
چی رو داشتم گفتم
شب در نبودی که فضای سیاست رو بود
مگه سیاست هم complicated either it works or it doesn't
یا برو بازی تو کن یا برو کبرکای بازی کن
خب داریم حرف میزنیم
آخه واقعا داری حرفای سبوکی بگیری برای این استیج نیست واقعا میگم به تو من
سبکش چیه؟ Why don't you just agree with me?
I am speechless. I don't know from which front I answer you because this this is not the level of response that I was expecting to make, the level of reasonability for this stage, to defend the country. With this logic, they will come and misuse us again. With this level of mindset that you have, with this sharpness that you have, you are not for that stage. I promise you.
Yeah, ولی یه چیزی هم بهت بگم. نه، بیشتر به خاطر تو میگم تا برای خاطر تو هم جوون ایران هستی whatever. اگه یه کشور آدمای خودش نمیتونن توی اپ بشینن like straight up درباره بعضی چیزا حرف بزنن، این یک government healthyه.
Can't you find the IRGC members to ask this? Why should I answer this?
نه، رفتم میخندن ازم.
By default, you put me in the position of IRGC and you think that you are the smartest. By default,
بگم به چی؟ بعدم نمیاد.
فکر میکنی باهوشی نه؟
باهوشی درباره چی هست؟
میخوای مثلا ذکاوت به کار ببری یا این چیزه؟ مثلا بگی که
نه، من
تو که IRGC هستی
چرا؟ اگه تو هموطن من هستی
تو رو بگم.
نه، من فقط میخوام بگم ببین اگرم اوکی میخوای یه چیز دیگه بگم، من دلم میسوزه که این آدمایی که انقدر کیپبیلیتی داشتن برای بعضی چیزا اگه یه جوری درست اینو استفاده کرده بودم به نفع کشورشون، به نفع وطناشون. Like, wouldn't that be better for all of us?
به تو جواب بدم. آخه من نمیدونم چی بگم. ترکی تو
That's fine, it's cute. چی باید بگم؟ خب هممون با هم صحبت میکنیم. چرا صحبت نکنیم؟ ولی نمیتونی جوانهای خود تو اینجوری بکشی. It's like هیچ کدوم کشور این کارو میکنه؟ حالا هر چقدر مسلمون باشی یا هر چی باشی باید ادبت بکنی که این اصلا it's really something else. ولی that's the problem with ideology, unfortunately. ولی فکر میکنی وقتی رژیم عوض میشه you think it's going to be any different?
How old are you, Bibi?
فرق میکنه؟
عمری خیلی فرق میکنه. ببینیم کدوم دوره بچگی کردی.
ایرانی هستم.
جان؟
جون how cute. ایرانی هستم.
خب منم ایرانی هستم. 33 سالمه ولی چه ربطی داره به سن ایرانی هستی؟
پس خیلی وقت براشون کار میکنی. خوبی تو اینه که میتونن تو رو ریسایکل بکنن.
ریسایکل بکنی؟ خوبی تو هم اینه که باید زیاد حرف نزنی، بری اونجا فقط ببینی چی میگن. ماسل هستی دیگه، میتونی ماسلتو استفاده کنی اگه حرف کامند درست بهت بدن. بری از ماسلت استفاده کنی.
نه فقط میگم بهتر از این نیست که ادامت بکنم.
ادامت بکنم؟ فارسی هم بلد نیستی آخه، من چی تو رو بگم؟
انگار اصلا بیخیالی.
برای جالب نیستش من الان میتونم تو رو ریموف کنم موف کنم ولی هیچ کدومو نمی کنم، با اینکه میتونم بکنم الان.
فکر میکنه اگه من فکر میکردم میتونستی کاری بکنی این کانورسیشن رو باید
اگه میخوای چلنجم کنی ببینی میتونم یا نمیتونم میکنم. میخوای امتحان کنی؟ میخوای ببینی چلنج میخوای بکنی که من میتونم ریموف کنم یا نه؟ اگه میخوای اینو چلنج کنی بکنم.
فکر نمیکنی already here Germany deported میکنه؟ همین حرف که زدی فکر میکنی سمارت هست؟
دیپورت میکنه ها؟ جالبه. آخه بیشور من مقیم اینجا، من تو بیشتر اینجا حق به خاطر تو منو دیپورت کنه؟ چقدر تو شمپتی.
واقعا خولی ها. چرا دروغ میگی؟
چه دروغی من تو رو بگم؟ من چه دروغی دارم میگم؟
خوبش اینه که هیچ که فارسی نمیفهم.
Exactly. And you are using that language to misuse others, huh? Not let them know what you are saying. Because you are not based on your codes, you want to use
اگه
other
باید
language.
فارسی صحبت بکنم اگه نکنم بگیرس تو میتونه این چیزا رو بگی.
You cannot say. I can speak in the PhD level and study in the PhD level in English.
PhD چی خوندی تو؟
من چیزای زیادی خوندم بیبی. یه چیز من 33 سالمه، از 5 سالگی دارم میخونم. از زمان زیزیگولو به بعد نمیدونم دیدی یا نه. من دیگه دارم درس میخونم از زیزیگولو تا الان.
دو دقیقه طول کشید.
به خاطر همون از پرسیدم چند سال بدم خواستم با این زیزیگولو اینا یادت یا نه؟ فکر کردی مثلا من از تو اطلاعات میخوام پوفیوز.
چی گفتی؟ گفتی پوفیوز؟
آره برای پوفیوز. من پوفیوز به اطلاعات تو چه نیازی دارم؟ میخوام ببینم که بچه بودی کارتونا شدن.
نه من خواستم اطلاعات تو رو بفهمم.
وای گل خیلی تو بیار منو ترور کنی من میذارم تو منو ترور کنی.
من شکار به تو دارم
چون بالاخره یه سری چیزا هست که
100,000 تا مثل تو هست.
ادب اجازه نمیده بگم.
کی به کی اجازه نمیده؟
ادب به من اجازه نمیده یه سری چیزا رو بگم اونجوری که دلم میخواد. متاسفم.
میخوای فوش بدی؟
نه یه ریزنینگی کنم یه دلایلی بیارم که یه ذره دیگه برای استیج نیست دیگه.
خب
برای
کسی
پیز زدن مثلا.
نه مثلا چی میتونی بگی؟
خب من برای استیج گفتم که برای استیج نیست.
آه
من بخوام
بگی
بگم
زن
نمیگم.
هستن
الان نخواستم بگم.
میخوای بگی جده هستن
نه دیگه بلان دیگه روخ بگم نظراتمو روخ پوسکنده بگم نمیتونم اخلاق اجازه نمیده سیاست هم اجازه نمیده باید روخ و پوسکنده بگم
تحریکم بکنیم
نه نظرمو بگم نه یه نظراتی دارم نمیتونم بگم نمیدونم چی نمیفهمی؟
نه اصلا
یه نظراتی دارم با همون دیگه تا حالا تو این شرایط
نه تو میتونی چه نظری داشته باشی
ولی اینجا جایگاه نداره
به جز تحریک کردن چه نظری میتونی داشته باشی؟
یه نظراتی که تحقیر نیست ولی بر اساس واقعیت یه جوری تو بشنویش جالبه برات ولی نمیدونم جالبه یا نه ولی یه جاهایی رو تاچ میکنه که نبوده قبلا
کجا؟
تاچ میکنه اگه قرار بود بگم این همه داستان نمیگفتم اونو میگفتم دیگه
خب اونو نمیخواستی بگی ولی گفت
نگفتم هنوز نگفتم خیالت را اونو بگم برای جالب شب باشه
چه جا؟
من نمیدونم چی بگم تو فکر میکنی اینا فارسی نمیفهم اینا بهتره تو فارسی میفهم فارسی هم بگم میفهم
کی؟ چه فهم؟
تو
ایرانی داریم حرف میزنیم
آره داری توی پارک حرف میزنی
فکر نمیکنی نرفتی پروفایلم ببینی فکر میکنی اولین RGC هستی باش صحبت میکنم رفتم تو اتاقشون تازه دوستم داشتم
خب به خاطر همونه دیگه اونا فکر میکنی دوستش دارن
تو هم منو دوست داری
میبرن اون پشت میکننش بیبی اینا توی اینجا دستشون بهت نمیرسه دوست دارن من دارم روی که پوسکنده بهت میگم دستشون میرسه میکردنه
نه کی داره کی رو میکنه
بابا اون IRGC رو میگم دستش به تو نرسیده مهربونه از دور مهربونه تو رو بگیره میکنه من دارم راستشو میگم به تو الان فکر میکنی اینم دارم اون حرفای دیگرم بگم مثل همینه بلانته بعد برات جالبه میدونی این ولی واقعیته همینی که میگم واقعیت تو رو من میگم برو از بابات بپرس الان داره از پشت خط به تو میخنده بگیرتت میکنته من دارم به تو میگم بعد اون نظر دیگه هم مثل همینه واقعیته ولی جاش تو این استیج نیست
ولی فکر میکنی وقتی رژیم عوض میشه اونا اینا رو نمیکنن
بابا این آمریکایی‌ها که نمیرن فیزیکی بکنن اونا واقعا میکنن یعنی کردن رو میگم میدونی کردن یعنی چی؟
فکر میکنی ایرانی با ایرانی فرق میکنه
فرو کنه آره فرق میکنه من معلومه نمیکنم یه نفر که به زورم برسه چون بخوام بتونم بکنم برم بندازم چی میگی تو؟ اینجا جام نبود که من تو برلین شهروند برلین نه
ولی پاور اینه که بهتری نکنی ولی بعضی ها رو
بهتری نکنی دقیقا بهتری نکنی
بهتر نکنیم به خاطر که اگه نکنی بیشتر پاور داری ولی وقتی کردی بایدم بشی دیگه
خب میتونی با چیز دیگه بشی مثلا با چوب بشی نباید بری فروش کنی که مثلا این باید میداره مگه خودت مهم نیستی الان میخوای بری اونو بکنی مگه تو الان داری نمی کنی
نه
خودت چی؟ خود گاگولت چی؟
نه اینجوری حرف نزن یعنی
دیدی الان من بخوام اون نظر دیگه من بگم به همین جا
داشتیم پالیتیکس حرف میزدیم
خب دیگه پس من پالیتیک با تو صحبت آخه چه دارم تو چین و کره رو نمیدونی
خب چین و کره
فرق چین و کره رو برو بیاد ببینم
ولی برای کجاست
Let's speak English from now on.
You're a good boy, Peter.
Thank you.
ولی فکر میکنی چرا آمریکا انوالو شده
she asks the reason why United States is involved in this.
Oh, we're just talking politics, Peter. Finally, I got the real Peter. I told you.
I just posted the video of the shooter talking in an interview.
Where is he from?
California.
Your hometown, baby.
Yeah. She just oh yeah. So I don't know. Peter lives in fantasy world.
Yes, Berlin is a very fantasy city.
I've only been to Hamburg.
No,
Hamburg
actually,
is even better. Hamburg is even better because it is a port.
yeah, but Berlin is like very.
I became part of Berlin. Berlin became part of me. I am inseparable. I would never ever live here, even after the revolution.
I mean, Berlin doesn't mess around.
I would never ever live here. Go out of Berlin.
What about Munich?
Munich is good, but Berlin is a capital. Munich is very good and technological. Berlin is much bigger, metropolitan.
Yeah. Isn't Pahlavi in Berlin at the moment?
Yes, the Berliner people are hospitable to everybody, even that high-profile politicians. They don't escape easily.
Mel, are you disappointed Trump lived?
Trump believed what? There was another assassination attempt on Trump?
Well, the gunman didn't get close, but I think that was his objective.
What happened? There's news? I haven't even looked at the news.
You haven't heard?
No, what happened?
There was a gunman at the White House Correspondents' Dinner who ran through the metal detector with a shotgun and knives and a handgun, and he got shot down. There's like 6 shots, but he survived. But they had to cancel the event, and they had to whisk Trump away. The Secret Service came up and grabbed him and rushed him off the stage.
Dang, y'all MAGAs really want Trump dead now. Y'all are feeling aggrieved that he pulled. You guys are like Joe Rogan and all the podcast birds. You guys
Well, it
are
was a
feeling
California
away.
libtard that was the culprit.
Ain't no California libtard, some MAGA person trying to kill him. I bet you.
No.
I don't even know, but I'm sensing that's what it is.
I mean, wasn't he like a mixed race?
Yeah, his mom's white, his dad's black. He's a teacher in California. He went to Caltech, which is a very good school. He's 31 years old.
So is he
He's
left
married,
or right?
single. He's a loner.
Yeah, he's left.
Sound like a MAGA. Sound like a Democrat that used to be a MAGA. Voted for Trump, expecting Trump to change the world with all his promises, and he disappointed them.
If Trump did get shot and killed, would you be secretly happy?
No. Why?
Now, why are you being honest right now?
I'm being honest. I am indifferent. Unlike you guys who want to. I mean, it is what it is. Trump is who he is. It's not like I didn't know who Trump was. Listen, my wife had an encounter with Trump once. When my wife was in college, undergrad, she worked for, I'm not going to mention the guy's name, and he used to host a lot of parties in New York. And then, so Trump got a friend of his to get him invited to the party as a plus. He went to the party. So the friend called my wife and I tell my wife, hey, I have a friend of mine who's coming, blah, blah, blah. His name is, Donald, whatever, Trump. My wife was like, okay, so my wife ended up putting his name on the list because my wife was responsible for putting the list. She was like the assistant to the guy.
Yeah, but he was a reality show host. But
that's before that.
Elected
Hold
by the
on.
American people straight after Obama.
Bibi, hold on. Let me get to it. So after, when Trump showed up, my wife's boss looked at her and said, "How the fuck did he get on the list?" And that's in the fucking that's in the fucking 90s. Like, how the fuck did he get on the list? And wife goes, "Well, call and put him on the list." He goes, "That's the last motherfucker in New York I want ever invited to one of my parties. This is a fucking creep." So that's my wife's personal interaction with Trump. So my wife had to go and ask Trump to fucking leave the party.
Really?
So my wife kicked Trump out of the party.
Told him to leave?
Huh?
She actually went up to him and said, "I need you to leave."
Yeah, she went up to him with her and said, "Hey," because the guy was it's a pretty famous guy. And he don't give a fuck because he was a guy that everybody wanted to do business with. So he vehemently hated Trump. I don't know what the fuck Trump did to him. Trump stole his girlfriend or whatever. But he told him, "I'd get that fucking creep out of here." That's the last fucking person I want you to ever add to my fucking invite list.
Why do you think he got elected?
Because Americans are racist and they thought that Trump would be the white savior. Trump is the white savior. He's a call. Every time black people make any progress in America, they have what you call, the backlash, the whiplash or the white lash, they call it. White people say, "Oh fuck, we're losing this motherfucker. The brown and the black people are taking over." Really? All the wealth in America is still concentrated at the top. Black and brown people are not that rich except for celebrities and whatnot. But somehow white people are fear that somehow black people and brown people are going to take all the wealth. So they get very antsy and they vote in racist people. A la Germany and Hitler. Because the Jews were owning everything.
What?
That's what happens.
Okay,
That's America. It's easy to play on somebody's race and hatred versus playing on, "Hey, let's all get together and guess what? Fight the rich man," because the rich man is the one benefiting from the tax code and poor people are the ones actually being squeezed. But poor people are so stupidly
do you think Obama was a good president?
Oh, no, Obama was an okay president. He wasn't a great president. I wouldn't say he was a great president because he didn't give universal health care in the way it was supposed to be. He let a whole bunch of people make amendments to it when it became some of the fucking useless. It's a healthcare policy that some people who had healthcare didn't get. Who didn't have healthcare got healthcare. But a true awesome they could have created a true awesome healthcare policy. Because listen, I am a retired military. I'm on like three healthcare plans. Well, 4 really. When I look at my job, I got TRICARE. I could go to military installations. I could go to the VA.
But you think inexperience but good intentions is enough to lead the most powerful country in the world?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think America is the most powerful country in the world anymore. I think China is technology. When you look at the technology spend, R&D, America's kind of lost its way because look now, China is on parity, but for dollar cost averaging, they surpass us in research and development. Anytime that happens in the world that we live in, that country now becomes the dominant superpower. And China will be the dominant superpower because America do not spend on R&D like it used to. And the government used to lead a lot of that R&D spend in America. That's why we're able...
Based on the ideology.
No, but not ideology. It was based on the advancement. We had goals. We wanted to go to the moon. So you know how much technology is derived from that? We wanted to do this, wanted to do that. There are a lot of commercial and military applications, dual use, what you call dual use technology.
Are you American, by the way?
Yes, I am an American with an accent because I am from a special place in America that I could go back to where there's majority black people. It's the U.S. Virgin Islands. Why do you ask me that? Because you're not even American. I'm wild with y'all. Why do you think I'm not American? Because you never heard American with an accent?
I don't know. Usually if you're like sort of citizen or you live somewhere, you kind of like, you like to be there.
No, I liked America so much. I spent 23 years in the military defending America. I went to war. 6 years of my life.
I was having the same conversation with Peter.
So the point is that I have the right to criticize America.
BB's
and my criticism of America is that we've kind of lost our way. We're no longer the beacon on the hill. We're acting like bullies, and we're not getting anything back for it, but just hatred around the world. People are literally hating Americans now. And before, we were the most liked. No matter where we go in the world, people adored us. That's no longer the case. I
love you, ML. I love you, brother.
Well, I'm not agreeing with anything you're saying, Luong, but I'm being honest about how I view the world, and because unlike you guys, I travel a lot.
Someone said you were smart.
So I travel a lot, and I work internationally. So I go to a lot of countries, and I obviously I have conversations with a lot of the locals, because a lot of the locals work for me, and they always bring up politics, because Trump is always. As soon as people find out that you're an American, it directs straight to Trump. Don't pass go, Trump. And they want you to explain to them why they thought so much about America and then we elect Trump. They're lost, they're confused, and they want you as an American to explain, to deconstruct what happened. Because they cannot seem to they cannot comprehend
what if it works?
Nothing is going to work. But anyway, I'll be right.
Where are you going?
He told the truth. When the truth hurts, he just told the truth. Accept it.
I love it when they ask me why we voted to vote.
It's always good to get an insight into how people feel.
I had a coworker text me a couple days ago. I hadn't spoken to her in over a year. Former coworker. She's Somalian Muslim. And she was like, fuck you for voting for Trump and ruining my life, you asshole. And she sent an article about the DOJ trying to take away citizenship from naturalized citizens. And I was like, I don't understand. She's like, of course you don't understand. And I was like, okay, well, you want to explain? And she goes, no. And I was like, all right, well, sorry, whatever you're going through. But, I have no regrets.
Trump exposes the ugly warts of America that exist even when he's not in power. And the world.
But in what way, though?
He just makes them more visible. They've always been there. He didn't do anything.
No, I fully agree with you, but in what way?
I mean, do you need to ask? Because he's so viral and so triggering, like so magnetic.
He stopped. He shut the border down. He's deporting illegals. I don't like this thing with Iran, though. He went wrong. It's probably going to ruin his legacy.
Where did Trump went wrong, Beaver? Beaver, Trump did something wrong for you?
Yeah, he's done a couple things wrong.
I think the whole Iranian thing is going to go exactly to plan. It's going to work exactly the way it's been fully planned. Like, not even just Israel or America, but you'll find like Germany is also quite eager to move because Europe also needs, they also want to eat. So it's like, I think sometimes you are very myopic in your ways of thinking that you're right.
Hey,
but isn't that great that it will ambush you the most?
ML, are you cool with GOAT?
I mean, we're all right. I mean, good. Why?
Because it's not a big deal. I'm not trying to start some shit, but
then also you have to start considering. It's like what
are you gonna start? You gonna have to come tell GOAT.
What people are we letting into our countries? Like, what are they?
I'm not carrying any message for GOAT.
It's like you also have to consider that conversation is gonna start coming up at some point.
I'm gonna wait for BB to stop talking. So basically there was a room and they were talking about like the military people with money and your name came up and he was so salty that like you got your shit together. It was crazy. It was like they're just hating that you're established. You sound like an established dude. Like, you can tell by the way you carry yourself. You travel, you're balanced, you got your shit together. So salute to you, bro.
Why would
I've been lucky. I've been
Why would
lucky.
they care if ML has money?
So you pump something up and you kind of like make it a little bit vulnerable so you can give it the most exposure. You kind of like let it fail so it looks like it's not working, but like in the background, it's kind of like really, you know?
BD's having a one-way conversation with herself right now.
Yeah, I just don't see why Goat would care if ML has money. That's weird.
What conversation y'all trying to start there?
No, it was about just like how much like sometimes people in the military can make, and he was really like he was kind of like tripping like damn, people can make $300,000 or whatever, and then your name came up. He was hating, dude. But it's not a big deal.
Nah.
People just mad. They're mad that you can't get it. I understand. Life issues.
It's like Peter here. He's Persian, right? It's like he's managed to fool everyone to think like he's the cutest liberating Iran, whatever. It's like IRGC operated the whole time.
Peter's an IRGC.
Peter, are you gonna take this?
Should I answer this bullshit or not?
Why do you guys mod Peter? I never understood that.
You know what I can do to you?
I have an iPhone. My whole life is like that.
Peter,
Is that important?
Silly.
IRGC is part of international terrorism. If you suspect that I am part of IRGC, then check my iPhone. It is easy. My whole life is stored here.
Peter,
You said you Peter.
So, apologize if you be accused. No? Are you brave enough or not?
She said you're cute.
I mean, to be honest, I don't really mind either way because it's, you know, I feel like you could have also not been. I mean, but there are some people that you just think, you know, you couldn't. But then also maybe that's your, what's it called? Your niche.
Hey, Bibi, are you Israeli?
But I mean, it should
She's
take
Iranian.
me like 2 minutes one-to-one to figure that out.
She's Iranian living in England.
She's pro-regime change.
She's in LA, this baby.
No, she's in London, I thought.
Iranians in London? That's a fast stretch. LA, I could believe.
Tel Aviv, really. No, I'm joking.
She's in
But
LA.
I used to work with an Iranian Jew, actually.
If she was in the United Kingdom, she was much more politically aware than this. She would have recognized the difference between China and South Korea. The other guy in the other room removed her because of, she said that it is related.
He's saying that
to
Hansen
Chinese
is
people.
Korean. Isn't Hansen
He was
Chinese?
from South Korea. He was from South Korea. She did not understand the difference between political.
Hansen is Chinese.
I thought he was Chinese.
She's in LA. She's living in her life.
Koreans are not political people.
She does not have any idea of what's going on in the world.
So Beaver, every time Trump is losing in the polls, he brings up somebody to try to assassinate him.
I mean,
and that rallies the MAGAs. I think that's a trap. Think about it, Beaver.
I don't know. But I wasn't happy with him about Epstein files. How he all of a sudden acted like he didn't care. Like, that wasn't part of his campaign.
I know. That was wild to me. He's telling y'all, I know y'all dumb fucks really believe that, but it's the Democrats. They don't want to say that. We didn't say nothing about Epstein files. That you guys are that in your fucking head. I was like, are they really gonna fall for that?
If you say you're gonna do something, you fucking do it. You don't just all of a sudden act like, what are you talking about? That's a hoax. Why are we talking about the Epstein files? Well, you said you would release it.
You guys didn't believe Elon Musk when he said that Trump's in the Epstein file.
Well, I mean, he's in the files, but I don't think he did anything wrong.
Hey,
He just fucked a bunch of children.
if I have to take a bet on if Trump did something wrong, knowing what I know about him, I would say he did something wrong.
Well, okay, let me rephrase.
Trump cannot help himself. Temptation. Hey, they say don't lead me to that. Trump always finds temptation. Temptation is.
I'm sure he did plenty wrong, but I'm talking about illegal. I don't think he did anything illegal as far as that.
If you're a pedophile, you're not gonna go.
Dude, you cannot be that close to Epstein and don't do anything wrong. I believe Bill Gates did some shit wrong.
It's like someone like you. I don't even know if you say it because you somehow believe you're
Baby, do you have any self-control?
Running with it.
Because you're like having a conversation with yourself among a bunch of people.
No, because you're too stupid to understand. It's not going to work for you, and in the long run, it's going to like damage you even more. It's going to set you back much further. That you should even know for yourself that I'm trying to protect you.
She's projecting. She's talking to
the conversation with. So Diva, man, what else, man? The war? Are you in favor of the war?
I'm the war.
America first.
I'm torn because if we struck Iran for our interests, then I'm okay with it. But I wouldn't be against it so far. But if we did it for Israel, then I have a huge problem with it. But I don't know what the case is.
I kind of come to realize, but then I shouldn't tell you because if I told you, then could you make a difference?
Baby, do one thing for me. Who are you talking to and what are you talking about?
Did you know? Okay, so this way.
How many shots of tequila have you had? Tell the truth.
Oh no, I haven't had any drinks. But I have plenty of.
I think she is under something stronger and stuff.
Alright, well, anyways. That's like, but why should I say it?
What do you want, sweetheart? I want to try something. What you play with? I want to get to where you're at. That's what that fatty white.
Alright, let me put it this way. So it's like you get pushback from the left, because they have their own agendas with you. And you're like perfectly happy to like buy into that because for some reason you think it works better for you. And I don't really know why, but that's the whole, that's when you're dishonest, it's like somebody else is going to be more dishonest than you, always. Okay, so that's like one of it. But then, you also have like the Hispanics within America who's also pushing to take over somehow your spot and by trying to be exactly not like you and be like a little bit opposite. But then as Americans, it's like you really don't want that because you let them one foot inside, they're gonna like fucking colonize you. So somehow that's somehow a little bit of a good deterrent to kind of like keep that there.
Are you in Afghanistan, BB? You sound like you're in a giant poppy field.
Yeah, but this is when stupid people try and like rule the world. And they kind of like, deliver it. I mean, it's like somehow just like landed it. But anyways, so for like the Americans, it's like at this point, okay, so how are we dealing with the black community? Because it's like when we need them the most, they're kind of like letting us down the most. Like, oh, we have megas like this and this and that. But then again, isn't that better? Because that way, it's kind of a deterrent towards like the Hispanics to somehow utilize, if there was any
do you freebase, snort?
structure there. So, you know, like either way, but the thing is for the Americans, because they're kind of like actually good people, they kind of like lost touch of how to, you know, consciousness, but also because they've grown, you know, they kind of like feel a bit guilty, but at the same time,
Do you see that painter or
but the thing is, it is what it is.
Industrial
And,
painter? Something's going on. Using
so why not just be aware of it, like mutually? As you probably always have been, but I mean, you can reject it all you want. It's not going to make a difference. It's probably going to even help the cause even more. But for the American whites, it's like it's just about dealing with it in a different way. And once you see it for what it is, and you stop like looking at it because you think it could be something else, it can be something else, but not necessarily what you need from it. And but then that's because you had good intentions. You were like, hang on a second, you know? We kind of like grew up together. We almost came here at the same time. Why are you like hindering us or trying to? But that also happens for a reason.
BB, can I ask you a serious question, BB?
But it's always the good intentions
BB,
that will benefit.
BB.
And it's always about.
Hello?
So, you know,
BB.
it's like we're not bad people to each other.
How do you see each other when you cannot distinguish
Exactly
between people,
Exactly.
between countries?
It's exactly
You know the difference of countries.
But,
how do you know the difference of people?
But we're not bad people to each other if we don't know how to manage what needs our management in the right way, rather than in the wrong
way, huh?
Yeah, because you know you could also be a perfectly nice person.
What is the right way? First clarify that.
I mean, someone like Peoria, you know, but that's part of me. That's a Persian.
You can also be a
deal with that.
A narcissist.
Deal with that. But you, I take responsibility for. It's like the whites with the leftists. So, and it's through people like this, you know, someone like Peter, you find this out.
What did you find out from me? What do you think that you found out? You think that you know something? Let us know.
I knew from first minute.
Okay, let us know too. You have time to.
But you didn't bother me. You annoyed me. You didn't bother me because I thought it's like, I mean, you know exactly that you and I are not the same. You play that game because I am who I am.
Exactly. You are just generalizing the bullshit.
And
you are not specific in this point. You are just.
But then actually, it's not a game. It's exactly how they look at you.
It is not a game. When it is
No, but you think it's a game against me, but they already see you as an idiot.
When I wear my yellow vest, it is something special. It is not green. I wore my yellow vest. It is very dangerous. You should be scared.
But I mean, Germany, maybe in Britain you could get away with it.
Yellow vest I wore.
Germans, they'll see through that like within a second. Why do you think they let you through?
because I am a good asset. I was worth bringing from Tehran to Berlin for them. They assess their risk. This is their homeland.
Yes,
this
because
this
you
is the
are
Germans'
good
home.
collateral.
This is the homes of Germans, and they saw the risk that
They can
I am
justify
worth
to
the
their own
risk.
people to attack you
Also, President
by letting
Trump's
people like
rule
you in.
gave me the
pretending
opportunity
that they
to become a moderator,
don't
like
know,
Germans. They trusted
but
on
exactly
me
when they
while
need
my
it,
countrymates
they were like fully exposed. Do you think they're gonna let like people who really smart in?
Did you see? I can mute you. You cannot talk over me. You should listen. I told you that they assess the risk for their homeland. When they want to let anybody inside Germany, they don't take any suggestions from any country. This is their ultimate sacred land for Germans. When they let you in, they assess everything beforehand. I promise you. This keeps them in the highest level of credibility assessment in the whole world. They are one of the top tier credibility assessors of the whole world. You want to question them, right? First go and find out the difference between China and South Korea. Now tell me the reason. I told my part. You can continue from mine. If I get silent, you can just bullshit blah blah. But if I start defending myself, you have no chance for reasoning.
Bibi, how do you feel about white women that use drugs on Clubhouse? What's your opinion?
این مثل پشت دستی بود ها. قد حرف نزن رو حرفم دیگه. تو حرف نپر دیگه میگه خیلی.
Peter, are you on dope too? Are you on dope too, bro?
Sorry, what can you... I couldn't get your question.
Are you on drugs like Bibi?
No, no. But I am cooking lunch. I am hungry.
We gotta get help for Bibi. You gotta help her.
Yes, we need to help her first. She needs a couple of coffee to get to her best state in this moment. Then we can continue the discussion more reasonably. But she's all in this moment.
She doesn't like me because I tell the truth.
I think that she has problems with a lot of people. You are not the only problem with her. She has problems.
We gotta fix her. We can fix her. Intervention.
Yes, if she wants. If she's not willing to. If she's insisting on this BS, we cannot do anything. But that depends on the willingness.
Peter, where are you from, man?
I am from Iran, Tehran, and currently living in Germany since 2023 October.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
Thank you very much. I was really honored to be, to deserve coming from Tehran to Berlin, and when they gave me the visa, that was the biggest moment for me that to realize my value. That gave me some kind of confidence that, for example, when you see that they ask you to come and join us from Tehran to Berlin, this gave me some confidence. I'm not sure if I'm right or not, but this makes me sure that I have done something good in their eyes.
What did you do to beat your visa?
I studied civil engineering for bachelor. I studied masters of industrial management, and I was a PhD student in Iran. And in the PhD entrance exam, I had the 203rd placement in the whole country. And I had the experience in the field too, in the field of architecture. I was working in the time of studying masters and PhD, and during some gaps in between, I had found time during the COVID to build a three-story building in north of Iran, which was truly economical for my family. They, from scratch to the end of the project, they were just financing as much as materials, and the other things were handled by that level of expenses. The other parts, the engineering parts, they did not have to pay. And that is the biggest thing on my resume to get the admission from Technical University of Berlin. And since 2023, I am in Berlin and studying that. Civil Systems Engineering for second master's. Because my first master was Industrial Management, and this was related to my first bachelor.
Why don't you come to China? You can get a lot of experience in industrial management. A lot of big projects. We need you.
In Thailand?
China. There's a lot of jobs for you here. A lot of money.
Also, Germany has a good engineering reputation, and it is, in fact, safe for me to stay here too. It is more safer than China for me. And it is more, they value humanity much more than Chinese, I think. And even though Chinese people are also good people, they are intelligent and they are progressive. However, I was thinking that Germany is the top tier in this. I see Germany as good as United States somehow, but much smaller. United States has a much bigger territory, but in the area of wisdom, I saw them using their maximum capacity when they want to act on something. They use their own best version. This is very respectable.
You're too political. You're thinking too much about politics. If you come to China, you will have bigger projects, real industrial management projects to work on, the biggest in the world.
I am one person, and I don't need that to be participant in the biggest project of the world. Yes, thank you, Mommy.
There's so many opportunity in Germany too.
Yes, I agree.
You know?
I agree.
Yeah, even better than USA.
Somehow they are equivalent because you can find also good opportunities in the United States. If you are a good civil engineer, you can find opportunities there too.
Yeah, I tell that because I live in Germany too. I think you know me or not. We were in the other rooms before. Did you remember?
Yes, I know your profile, but when you said you know me, maybe in person, I was thinking.
Yeah, we are talking in Farsi.
Do we know each other in person because you don't have profile photo?
No. In Clubhouse.
Yes, I'm happy to know. Thank
you. Mahi, you're Iranian?
Yeah. I'm from Iran, Tehran, but living in Germany.
Wow. Peter, I thought you were the only one, okay.
I think that she is wiser, based on what we discussed by now. She is wiser than Bibi. Much wiser.
think the smartest people in the world, many times they're like borderline retarded. I don't need to be a participant in the biggest project of the world, even if China is proposing the biggest project to me. Because my capacity is clear. I need to use my own capacity to work the benefits of the projects that I am involved in. And Germany can provide that for me. And Germany is my choice. I choose here to stay. But I also don't have any problem.
Marceline and Radcliffe. Welcome to the waiting room. Good morning. It's Sunday morning. If y'all have anything y'all like to discuss, by all means, please do. Have a great day. I was just playing some music in the interim, smoking some weed, you know.
Cool enough to kick it, got a beach house I can show you in Idaho. Since you think I don't love you, I just thought you were cute. That's why I kiss you. Got a fighter jet, I don't get to fly it, though I'm lying down thinking about you. Ooh, no, 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 I've been thinking about you. You, no, 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 I've been thinking about you. Do you think about me still? Do you? You see, you never really learned to love yourself, and that's why you feel worthless within. And for this exact same reason, you're willing to let that person hurt you again. Expecting love in all the wrong places, so impatient as the searching begins. But you will never find sunshine until you open the curtains within. You hurt and pretend time and time again, but things really haven't been the same. And every heartbreak leaves you even more broken, hoping that feelings change. How many tears have to trickle down your window pane before you realize that you need to invest in you? You do know that sometimes the things that hurt worse are what's best to do. Nobody likes to swim alone, but it's more difficult when you have to take breaths for two. In the ocean of life, when your love boat sinks, only you can rescue you. Only you can rescue you. You are the healer, but you can't heal. But you can't heal everybody. Why do you try to force yourself into situations that you don't need to? Failing to realize that before you pour yourself into someone, they must first be a vessel to hold and receive you. Don't let your deceitful ego mislead you. The more you try to pour yourself into a broken vessel, it will overflow and leak through. And that's what seems to defeat you. Because you try to be the healer in ill situations that you're not meant to treat through. See through the blind illusions of your own mind games. You have to understand that people and times change. And you can't walk back into the same hurtful doors expecting not to find pain. You see, letting go is easy, but we make it seem challenging. Because we're so caught up in the memories and not focused on the reality. You are the healer, but you can't heal. But you can't heal everybody. You can't heal. You are the healer, but you can't heal. But you can't heal everybody.
You take my soul, or is it too heavy to hold on? Help me if I look within your eyes. When I see a world of paradise, I felt the rush. I can't give up on you, so I sacrifice what's needed. It's just if you want to pay, maybe one day it'll all be worth it. But till then we can't waste no more time, no more. Baby, won't you try to help me? Patience could have done as well, 'cause I could tell that all we lacked was presence, and I would have felt you could have helped, but here's to being nice. Neither of us knew what we wanted, but all we knew is how we can. Still, how we made it wasn't more. When I walked away, I left footsteps in the mud so you could follow me. And when I walked away, I left footsteps in the mud so you could follow me. But still cheers to being honest. Neither of us knew what we wanted. But all we knew is that we cared. Still love with pain, it wasn't more. When I walked away, I left footsteps in the mud so you could follow me. And when I walked away, I left footsteps in the mud so you could follow me. It's so bad it holding water, slips right through your fingers. We both end up drowning. Had to wash away, wash away. Hey, you let them know.
My shit just cut out. Oh, there we go.
Sipping my kombucha on a rooftop, smoking blue dream on my Kama Sutra. Life is but a dream for a dark-skinned bitch like me. Life gets dark when you're dark like me. Times get hard with a heart this big. Mouths get fed when your ass gets thick. Count my sheep and I catch my Z's. I don't read y'all tweets, I delete y'all threads. Don't need weed to be 10 feet tall. I don't need keys when I knock down walls. Been pushing peace since bathroom stalls. Why sell my soul when I know I'm God? We in the bag of the day, doing meditation in the girl, get up. No, no, invitation, fuck a limitation in the girl, get up. Somehow I know that everything is mine. All that industry plant shit whack. I see it on the blogs, I see you in the chats. You suck every rap nigga dick from the back. But what's the agenda when that it girl black? Y'all can't fathom that I worked this hard. And y'all can't fathom that I earned this chart. Y'all can't stand my vibe cause I'm anointed. All y'all evil assholes just annoying. Blame it on the fame, blame it on the coke, blame it on the Douce, got you feeling low. Y'all wouldn't believe I'm on drugs and forsaken. They won't credit me, so they blame it on Satan. Blame it on my label, blame it on my team. End of the day, everything is on me. Miss Mac Lady, Little Messiah, Little Miss higher them hoes, then fire them. We in the bag of the day, doing meditation in the girl, get up. No, no, invitation, fuck a limitation in the girl, get up. Somehow I know that everything is mine. They calling me the intellect amongst the pussy rap. I still be popping pussy to my sister, so I can't agree with that. These niggas misogynistic, I'll address it on the album. For now, let's sink into the fact that hate don't make you powerful. Y'all monitoring spirits, go monitor that checkbook. Fashion week was radical, diamonds what my neck took. Tried to turn the other cheek, but y'all just too damn extra. I had to take it to the stew and shit niggas pressure. Fuckers forgive them, they gon' be hurt when I deliver. The album 6 months old and need a fucking babysitter. I did 8 years of failing, plus a lot of cold winners. Used to be a starving artist, now I want the whole dinner, bitch. I want my things. Me signed to a Billy Coop, fuck you mean? Got a co-sign from K-Dot, she's really God keep me from the bitterness, help me reach the masses. All the black women gon' finish shit. Be in the bag of the day, doing meditation in the girl, get up. No, no, invitation, fuck a limitation in the girl, get up. Somehow I know that everything is mine. Wake up, get cuffed, get your tits up, get my makeup, face fuck, get your wake up. Fake blood, fake tough, niggas sticks up, put your sticks up with a motherfucking princess. Rates up, chicks up, put your dicks up, get your dicks up, put your motherfucking sticks up. They suck, that's tough, nigga, pay up, get your rates up with a motherfucking princess. She kinda niggas Study Kuma, don't you cool it in November? She get hotter than the sun. I take a trip out to Japan and I tsunami hover. Tryna wind it down to Benihana. I'm the new hip hop Madonna. I'm the new hip hop Madonna. I'm the trap race shows. I don't know what type of motherfucking crap they own. I'm a Carrie Bradshaw with a back brace soon. I've been carrying you bitches now for way too long. Got my black bitch, purple cunt, stack chips, smoke a blunt. All beef gets smoked. I'm a real fly bitch, you a coach hoe. I'm a real white bitch, every coast hoe. She was talking on it and she wanna post though. I got these bitches white face, you a ghost hoe. You a Gucci stand on a post hoe. Suck it up, stand up, say the shit with your chest. You bitches talking over phones, I got digits to bench. I can't do bitches, I'm too busy, I don't do it depressed. You the type of hoe to leave a broke to be impressed. You look a mess hoe, broke dick, got you looking real stressed hoe. These broke niggas ain't cut or fetch hoe. Stay up, stay up, stay blessed hoe. You need to wake up, wake up, get your tits up, get my makeup, Facebook, get your pick up. Fake look, fake tough, niggas sticks up, put your sticks up, put a motherfucking princess. Rates up, chicks up, put your dicks up, get your dicks up, put your motherfucking sticks up. Days up, that's tough, nigga, pay up, get your rates up, put a motherfucking. Put the motherfucking money in my motherfucking hands. I'm in Gucci in a bonnet, spinning motherfucking bands. I got hitters, I got fans, I got stands in the stands. Do they love her or they hate her? Either way, they spinning bands. I can really give a damn, I can really give a fuck. Long as you bitches know what's up. It's no G, bitch, miss C-O-E, Don Dada, bitch, you notice me. Then I go to you the Lulu, you a loose screw. She really give me cunt in that pussy voodoo. She swapped the old nigga for a bitch ain't new. She munching on the vibes while she watching Hulu. Wait.
Wow.
On the highway and I'm thinking that I never. On the highway and I'm thinking ain't no rubber. On the highway when I see you coming on the highway and I'm thinking that I never. On the highway and I'm thinking ain't no rubber. On the highway when I see you kicking leather. You been running in the summer, you got a brand new Hummer. We done had a fun day, like Dumber and Dumber. I'm about to shoot my shot, she loved it, my jumper. My favorite outfit is a see-through rubber. Don't worry, I got you, I promise I won't hurt her. Since I like snapping tail, she squirt like that shit fighter. I take my cup on Draco, she knew that ass Draco. I sip a little Danish Draco, we say that she gon' hurt though. I just hope you're down with me. This shit already supposed to be. On the highway and I'm thinking that I never. On the highway and I'm thinking ain't no rubber. On the highway when I see you kicking leather.
I'm about to shoot my shot. She love it, baby. Outfit is a see-through. So y'all left the club and came straight in here and just continue the club.
It's just Ratchet Sundays.
Is that what happened, RJ? Is that what happened, bro? What you saying?
That's
bro?
exactly what happened. It's 6:59. We shaking ass.
What'd you say? Niggas left the club and came straight in here and shit. Who left the club? I mean, you confused, bro? What you, 21? You 20? You're a little boy or something. What'd you say? I'm saying, never mind. Do your thing, bro.
No. I'm confused. You talking about the song I played?
The song. Just playing music.
I woke up, came in here, bro, and heard club music. I'm saying y'all left the club and came straight in here.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't club music. The one I was playing wasn't really club music. It was just vibes. Waking up music.
You went to a lounge. That's cool.
Yeah, it's vibes. Dolce, I think it's vibes. Early waking up, getting to the bag. think she's like getting you ready, to start your day type shit.
No, yeah, I literally got out of bed and I'm like, okay, it's time to clean up. Sunday clean up. Gotta smoke first though.
Word, I'ma join you.
Yeah, I'm finna smoke too, bro.
Just roll up.
I'm working early on a Sunday morning.
About to make some breakfast.
I'm off today, so my grandma's birthday. We're going to a potluck, so I'll spick and span before I leave.
I already got the oxtails and the warmer, like what?
Make sure you bring some food in here when you get back.
Now you can't have no oxtails, they too expensive.
Man, listen. I'm offended that they put me in charge of the salad. I'm just like, what you mean bring salad? I could cook.
That could be a range of things. You could bring the tuna salad, chicken salad, potato salad.
Okay, but they have it like spaghetti, so I know it has to be like, regular.
Okay, yeah. A nice arugula salad, mixed green.
Mixed greens with like the Chick-fil-A avocado ranch dressing. I have like some tomatoes.
Yeah, I definitely need some of that.
Shit. Yeah.
You know what? In the food box that I be getting, they send me like a food box with fresh produce and stuff in it like every week, right? So this time they send me like some arugula. Sometimes they send kale. They send collard greens. They just sent 4 ears of corn with the leaf still on it and everything. They send like 2% milk, tuna, chicken in the can. Yo, and they be helpful because it came with onions and carrots. And the onions and carrots went into that crap.
I wasn't expecting $40 for stuff for salad. Like what?
Yeah, they be sending me cabbages too. They send cabbage. So it be alright. Like them things that I be needing last minute, they come in that box.
From who? Who is it called again?
It's for people in New York. It's called Project Food Box.
Oh, you know what? I think they have one of those out here in California. Because I've been seeing a lot of, what are they called? Like, where they do give out like boxes of food. So a whole bunch.
Yeah, because according to why they give out this food, it's like a food prescription, let's say, like healthier choices and stuff like that. So like low income people will get it. I jumped on that shit. Ain't no shame in my game, right? And then the thing is, we get 2 boxes, right? With one come in my name, one come in my older daughter's name. And I take what I need, and then I put the rest out so that the neighbors could take what they need.
Yes, I love that. Isn't that like what the government cheese came in?
Yeah, kind of like shit.
And the powdered milk.
Got that shit, right?
Okay, I know what you mean. Definitely close.
But this is like fresh produce. I get oranges, apples, radishes, turnips, like
that's fire.
Yeah, it come with mad stuff. So like I said, it come with. Look, I got a little bag of mini cucumbers right now that came in there. So like I said, whatever, I shared it. One lady in the building, she came up to me, she was like, where do you get the boxes from? I was like, why? She said, because I took some of this stuff. I said, I'm glad you did, so I'm going to go knock on her door, help her get her box too. We're going to take care of each other.
Yeah, that's what neighbors are for. Is it though? I always get along with my neighbors though.
I mean, it's not going to happen in this building, but...
We call that community. That's called community.
Yeah, I'ma still, even if they don't like me much, you know what I'm saying? Your feelings towards me don't got nothing to do with me, like, I'm not going to change who I am because you don't like me. I'ma still do what I do, like, I put it out. It might help you. Even though the security guys, most of them are like, they don't even barely speak English, but I be like, look, Papa, is a box with food you take home, okay?
I love that, yes. You know what? I hate my fucking security guards here. I think they end on fucking stealing our mail and shit. I caught one, I was at the gym, and one of the fucking security guards came in there and started lifting weights. I'm like, what are you doing? You're in uniform. You're still on duty. The fuck? That's why our shit is missing it.
Now that's why we got cameras in the building, like in the lobby. I got the ring alarm, so
I actually want to get a ring cam, but I heard that there was like hacking into people's shit, right?
Well, mine is on my Wi-Fi. I mean, it's on my house door, so it's like.
Okay, you can't see much, but who coming in and shit.
Yeah, I don't have it like linked up to the cloud or anything like that. What I did do though was put like one of them little SD cards in it with hold a lot of memory for just in case purposes, and then I got the app and it got motion detector, so I could go back into the dates like last year, 2 years ago, and I could still see.
I love that. You know what? My apartment's just installed these doorknobs. It's like, and we have to like use an app to get into the house, get into the building. I actually do not like that at all.
Me either.
And they like, every time we like do unlock the door with the app or with the code, it takes a picture of us. It's just like, bro, if worst case scenario, and they're saying like, oh, like if things go out, then it should still work because it's like battery operated. But it's just like, bro, I don't want to be locked out of my house. And they didn't give us a master key.
Or locked in. Fuck
yes. Shit, I got a balcony. I could hop off. Yeah.
How many floors now we talking about?
Shit, I'm on the second floor. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Okay. I'm about to say second, I can do that. Maybe third.
Better have that rope.
It's only 4 floors.
One of them rope ladders ready.
Shit.
But that type of stuff, like, I don't really trust it, man. We got too many hackers out here now. Like,
exactly.
Get into all this shit.
And I have too many valuables in my house. Like, I don't like that at all. And then, like, I feel like maintenance could, like, every time maintenance come in, they always compliment, like, my collection. I don't like that. I'm like, nah, don't compliment shit. Come in here and do what you're supposed to do and get up out of here.
Hey, watch them too, man. I'm just get mad. Back in the day when niggas was doing that break-in shit real bad, man, hood I stayed in, the maintenance man was giving motherfuckers a spare key to people's shit. It was gone. Like, you see them packing up, going out of town. He letting them go in there and clean their shit up.
And my gun has been stolen. I would crash, man. If somebody come in my shit, I'm crashing the fuck out. Like, I'm crashing.
But you know what?
I saw my pictures for like insurance and shit.
When I had the ring alarm at my other apartment, I had it fixed in a certain way because the way my apartment door was set up, it was like on an L shape, and it was only a door like to the left. And no other way to, get in or out the building. So I had it set up where I could see anybody that was coming towards that side. I tell you what, ever since I put that ring alarm, no packages went missing on that side of the building.
Wow. You know what? Somebody just stole my neighbor's rug, her welcome mat. It didn't say welcome on it, but they stole it. I'm just like, man.
Stole it.
Sometimes, if you live in a building, right? Sometimes the same management companies and stuff, they'll take it out because people do wicked shit and set those shits on fire. So it could be like a fire hazard, so I could see why they would remove.
No, it was a random person because everybody else on the floor's mat was okay, but hers is really nice. It was like super artsy.
Well, damn.
And she went to go take out the trash and seen it in the trash.
No.
Oh, they threw her shit in the trash.
We were in the trash and just like, why? Oh. If the dog wouldn't hit my shit or no?
That's exactly why I got a doorbell camera though.
Yo, my cat used to steal weed. Stop it.
That's not catnip.
Then my homegirl used to be like, yeah, you smoke the weed. I'm like, nah, bitch. Like, I ain't smoke this shit. One day I started sweeping out and shit, the kids' room and like the closet. I found all the little bags, like half a bags of weed, all chewed up, clawed up and shit. I'm like, look at this shit.
That's crazy. Cat used to get high in his past life.
He hasn't done it no more. See, she ain't done that shit in years now. Shit, Kitty put us through some shit.
Why you over here thinking like somebody stole my weed? What the fuck is the weed? The whole time it's the cat.
Yeah.
Nobody believe you.
Look,
one time these torches are so clutch. Like I love a good torch. You hear it?
bodegas when they open in a fresh case of bigs, and I'll be like, give me them 3, because every big pack comes with like the 3 with, they're different, you know? So I'll be like, nah, give me the 3 ones that come special. Why? Because in that way I know my lighter. People love stealing light.
Man, it don't even be on purpose sometimes. Like, I'll be like on the roto. I just somehow walk off with the lighter. It don't be on purpose.
That's why I got a leash, man. I ain't lost a lighter since I bought this mother.
A leash?
Yeah, like that's a good one. Nah, man, motherfuckers will not. They'll just sit there and be talking to you with their shit, with your shit in their hand. Next thing you know, it's gone. So like, nah, I'm tired of replacing lighters.
And then my sofa eats all the lighters too.
But it's like these, it's like a little handheld little torch, and when you're outside and you gotta light it, like the wind could blow all it won't.
But what you smoking on though?
Just smoking on some tree.
Platinum right here rolled up.
What is this called? Frostberry? It's a hybrid.
Got some platinum because I really just like the way it tastes. It's just that taste of And then I got something called Gold Digger.
Ooh, little nugget.
I'm saving that for last because it smells real good.
You said you got some platinum?
Yeah.
I got the same thing. It's kind of purpley.
Yeah, I love platinum.
That shit tastes good as hell though.
Hell yeah, they get me all the time. Like I was like, I'll take 2 of those.
So the kind I got, it's a little bit, I ain't gonna say compressed, but it's like kind of hard to break down. It's like, it's real firm. But nah, that shit.
You know what's wild? That my older kids, they smoke, but the only one that might smoke with me would be my oldest son when he come, because he still roll up like I do. But my other 2 kids, nah, they be putting that grab up. No, thank you. So we don't smoke together.
Man,
I gotta stop putting the grab up. Yeah, I have a paper and I have a grab. Well, yeah, I have a paper and I put it like a full little in there and rolled it like that. Cause the paper like makes sure like it don't burn too fast or sideburn. Like it's cool. But my sister hates that shit. She used to be one of the full grabber. Like she do not like when I roll up.
That shit make my motherfucking chest hurt, man. Yeah, it's like, I mean, it make the blood burn better, but I don't know, man. It's sometimes, I guess when you put too much, the motherfucker put too much in it.
That shit tastes like a stale Marlboro or something, like, ugh.
Shit, my New York cousins, though, back in the day, we first started smoking, they used to buy the whole leaf, roll that shit straight in the
okay, fine. So, like, if you rolling it up in the leaf, I could do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it don't taste like a backwood. Backwood is nasty as fuck, too. And then how you smoke a backwood and still throw grab in this shit? That don't make no kind of sense, right?
I feel like niggas got titanium lungs, bro. Yeah, you smoking grab in a backwood? Like, oh my God. Hold on, you talking about roll the backwood and then put some funnel in there?
Yeah,
that's right. Oh my God.
Smoking a ciggy, boo.
Niggas might as well smoke it straight up backwood.
See, I got my rituals, right? I got my rituals, right? Usually, when I'm gonna roll, I light my cigarette first while I'm rolling, and then I'm gonna smoke my blunt. But I cannot smoke a cigarette after I smoke the blunt. They taste bad.
Hey, bro, them motherfucking J's rolled in that straight front toe leaf, boy, them motherfuckers hit hard as shit too. Like, I'm telling you, that shit
barely stand up and shit.
High as a motherfucker. Fonto, I ain't gonna lie, that's good ass. Yeah, that's good ass. Like Fonto, I ain't did this shit in years though. Only thing about it, like the way it come, you know what I'm saying? Like you gotta unravel the shit and all that. You gotta unball it.
And cut a little square out that shit.
Paper mache.
Yeah. Yeah, my folks had the spot that had the straight joints. Like that joint wasn't even all fucked up and crumpled like that. That motherfucker was pretty straight.
Yeah, but
just had
it had mean ass veins in that motherfucker. Oh, like vicious.
Yeah, but whose idea was it to take the leaf and dehydrate the shit and crumble it up and put it in your...
You put the lime in the coconut.
So, I don't know. That's a good question.
That's some East Coast shit.
That shit. Yeah, I think New York originated that shit.
That's why I got
New York is like Jamaican people and Caribbean people.
But okay, when I used to roll with the yardies back in the days and they pulled out the foxhole, that's all it was. It was a foxhole and mad weed, and then it was rolled into like a little baseball bat, what we called it. It wasn't no extra activity.
Hey, y'all still smoking? Y'all still fuck with them Capones up there in DC? My people
I ain't never fuck with them going, but yeah, people be smoking them going. Honestly, that shit like a little ass cigar, bro. I don't understand that.
I ain't gonna lie, they roll good with some weed. Like, I ain't gonna smoke one straight up like how they do, but nah, with some
you can re-roll a Capone?
Yeah, but they got leaf though. They got leaves too.
Oh, wow, I'm about to say, because if you re-roll a Capone, boy, that J skinny as a motherfucker.
I did that shit. I'm thinking I was doing right. I'm like, damn, so they just smoke these shit. They don't even roll these bitches.
If I was desperate, I could see like freaking it and massaging all the tobacco out with this stuff.
Yeah, you can stuff it. Yeah, if you stuff on that bitch be good. No lie.
Why is there hella centipedes in my, not in the house, but in the building?
Nah, y'all got them new joints that's like a half cricket, half spider, joints. You know what I'm saying?
What? No.
Oh, y'all ain't got no cricket spiders, and they got like little spots on them and shit. I swear, I see them joints as part of the alien invasion. Them motherfuckers came with
damn, I got seen shit like that before.
Ass blue baby. Yeah, them bitches, they jump. Like they crawl, but then them bitches that jump like a motherfucking cricket. And then the motherfuckers stick to the wall too, like a spider. So I don't know what's going on there. Cricket spider.
Oh, it's like a black thing, right?
Well, it could be dark, or it could be like grayish, brownish, and it be having spots and shit like that. Look up cricket spider.
Yeah, I know. I've seen those. They real trippy. They got like a frog.
Yeah, if I see one of those, I'm gonna freak out.
Okay, so I never looked them up. Yeah, I probably seen them for like maybe the past 5 years plus or some shit like that. They're called camel crickets.
I see that now. So yeah, when I used to do cable, I used to have to go up on them. Them usually be under people's houses and shit. Like you don't see nowhere outside, but they'll be underground down there. Yeah, that shit do look crazy, but they don't do nothing though. Like they ain't gonna do nothing but ride free. You don't want them on you though. That shit look.
You said it's called a cable cricket?
Camel.
Cricket spider.
Yeah, if you type in cricket spider, that motherfucker pop right up. They know what the fuck I was talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Because they got a humpback.
Oh my gosh. Nah, this is terrifying.
You ain't never seen one of them joints?
I'm in California. We don't have shit like that out here.
Man, when I used to do cable out here, like you might go into somebody's house, they might have 1,000 of them shits under there, but you won't see them nowhere outside though.
Oh.
Like they only go in like dark underground places.
Yeah, my kids were scared as shit first time they seen one of them motherfuckers.
I was scared as shit when I seen the potato bug for the first time.
Not a potato bug.
I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that joint fucked me up though, because I thought it was a spider first time I seen the joint, because it was crawling. Then I got close to the joint, tried to capture the joint like a Pokemon and release that joint outside. That motherfucker jumped on me. I was fuck. mother cricket too, goddamn it. What the fuck going on?
So they bite because spiders bite. So they be biting niggas.
Nah, they don't bite. Them joint don't do nothing. They do. Well, I ain't gonna say they don't bite. Shit, like they eat like fabric and shit. So like if you start seeing holes and shit at the bottom of your curtains and shit like that, you probably got some of them brain cut. You ain't noticed. They eat them shit. Cause them joints, they don't make no noise or shit like that. Like regular cricket. Rubbing their legs and no shit.
It's too much. That's going too far.
Man, Doc, you're supposed to like spiders, man. Aren't you onto that nature shit? That's supposed to be your best friend right there, spider.
I will set a spider on fire. No, that's bad love. What? Yeah, that's bad love. Alright, cool. I haven't done it in a long time, though.
I thought that was ladybugs. I thought that was ladybugs and crickets.
Let me tell you,
I always set some shit on fire. I ain't gonna hold you.
I used to be like that as a kid. Oh my God.
Me too. And as an adult, I got even more access. Like, come on, look at this fucking torch, dog. Like, come on.
Look, with me, with a magnifying glass and a window.
Yes, hell yeah. And I used to really set shit on fire. Like, I set the trash can on fire in middle school. Yeah, I used to really do shit.
Okay, let me tell you the story.
I'm great. I don't do things like that.
When I was younger, I was sitting in front of the building, the old building I lived at, and we was just chilling on the stoop, and then next thing you know, the beat came. So I popped it, but I didn't smash it to oblivion, right? I just popped it and shit. It was just laying there. Would y'all believe another fucking bee came, picked that bee up and flew off with it?
What?
Yo, I shit you fucking not.
Damn. Does that make you feel bad after? Like, damn.
Nah, like, so then, boom, years later, I was helping my sister-in-law, like, recycle the cans at the machines and shit. And it's usually, like, a lot of bees be in that spot. So I'm there, you know, I feel this burning sensation in my leg. I'm like, what the fuck is burning me? I looked out, it was a bee stinging my ass. But then after that incident happened, I guess we made amends because the bees started walking on me after that. Like, the minute I go outside, I shit you fucking not, the bees are gonna come out.
Man, you know, it's crazy. I used to hate bees as a kid, man. Like, I remember I was in school, like 5th grade, I'm in the hallway cracking jokes, laughing, bullshitting around and shit. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, a fucking bee flew in my shirt. When I tell you I went crazy in that motherfucker, then by the time I got done, like, shit, I done tore my whole shirt off. I'm a little skinny ass kid. I done tore my shirt off and shit. Ran down the hallway thinking the shit was stuck to my back. And shit. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. They down there had to get therapy for me after that shit.
Damn.
I ain't gonna lie, man. All them bugs singing, bro. I hate that shit. Yeah, I had a whole fucking panic attack in that motherfucker.
Once I started like my walk started getting, you know, different. I started changing my thoughts and, you know, really got into the healing game. I noticed that I started getting visited by all kind of insects, but most of them were bees, because, you know, honey heals a lot of things, right? So I had this wooden stick in my old window, and it was 2 bees, the carpenter bees, right? I learned a lot from watching bees too, because I'm weird like that. So I would sit in the window, just watch the one bee dig a hole in the wood stick. It turns out that's the female. The male carpenter bees, and pretty much most of the bees, the males don't attack. It be the females, because they just protective like that. But she dug that little hole in the wood to lay her little larvae and shit, and he would come, fly around, but I let them be. And it's funny, right? Pun intended. And there were times I would sit in the window, I'll be eating something, they would just come, land on my plate. I'd be like, look at this, you know, but I fuck with the bees heavy now. Like, I'm like, don't kill the bees. Like, I try to put stuff like flowers in certain places so they can still eat, you know. Because without them bees, it's over for us.
Exactly. Nowadays, like when I'm in the pool, I always see a bee in the pool, so I take it out the pool because it look like, you know, and they stop drowning. They be like moving their little feet. I'm like, I just saved a bee. Because they're in there drinking water, right? And then they get stuck or what?
I had
probably
the other day with a scarab beetle.
Say that again, Lynn?
A scarab beetle, like the little Egyptian beetles. I seen one the other morning, and it was in my dog's water bowl outside, and I was just like, wow, this beetle is so pretty. Like it was like emerald green and red, and usually I think they're like on the east, like in like over there in the Middle East, like Asia or whatever. But that was my first time ever seeing one, and I let it, you know, I dumped the water out or whatever, and it was just struggling to fly, but eventually it flew. I was like, oh, look at that. That is what it is.
Nature is a beautiful thing. I have over 50 plants in my house and on my balcony. Like, every time I get a new leaf, I literally like shed a tear because it's just so beautiful. My boyfriend be like, what's wrong? I'd be like, look, a new leaf.
I used to study the caterpillars, like I guess the butterfly effect. What is it called? It's just called something. Well, the life cycle of the butterfly.
Oh yes. I know we learned about it in like first or like kindergarten, but as an adult, that shit is hella dope. Like to like witness it. Like when I saw, what is it called, a cocoon? I was like, hey, you're morphing.
Yeah, like the little fluffy flowers that come out of it. It's like, wow.
Never again. You talk about butterflies?
Yeah.
Never again. That was probably
I'm scared of butterflies though. That's the problem. I love a little, but when a butterfly comes near me, I'm like,
listen. I love butterflies as a kid. I remember always collecting like butterflies, like if I found them dead outside and shit, and taking them. But here's the thing, why I did that inner child shit as an adult, right? My God. So I said, you know, let me entertain my inner child and go order me some caterpillars with the whole butterfly net thing and all that shit, right? And like I would tell you, like when I do things like that, I like to watch the observation, the process of everything, right? So I get the little caterpillars, I follow all the instructions. It was dope. Like I said at the beginning, I watched them, you know, spin themselves into the cocoon. Fire. But why? When they bust out that cocoon, oh my God, I was like, ooh, what the hell? It was just nasty. Like, ooh.
What is it, slimy or what?
It's blood everywhere.
Yeah.
Like,
What?
ooh. Yeah, I was like, oh, what the hell, right? Okay, so I got over that trauma, right? So it was a one little butterfly that where he had his thing. He had like a retarded wing and shit. It was just deformed and shit. I was like, damn, buddy, you not fly. I guess it's me, you, right? We in this, right? So I decided, let me let them out, right? I'm not gonna keep them captive. Let me let my butterflies free. It was a lot of them too. So my ass forgot that right underneath my old fire escape window, I also had like 4 sparrow nests because I used to feed the birds too. So they, you know, I gave them a home. I let them live on my windows. Why? Like 3 of them flew out like, hey, Mom, like like Charlotte's Web.
I actually love it.
Flying away and shit.
And be scared of.
Wait, but no soon as they hit the air, the fucking sparrows came out, chased them and ate them. I started crying.
Oh my God.
Damn.
I would have never planted another nothing ever.
You know, my big ass was in with a crying, so you know what? I'm gonna wait till nighttime when the sparrows are sleeping to let them sleep. I said never again. This was too much for me.
That's too much for your little heart back then. Cause what?
This was the other day during the pandemic.
Oh Lord. You saying when you was a child?
No, I was doing inner child healing work, right? You know, I was in that healing everything. I had to touch. I was just, you know what? Maybe growing some butterflies will help. You know, shit, never again.
Damn. Oh my God, that's messed up. Like,
that is dope though. Like, I low-key want to try it, but I'm afraid of them, so I don't know how it's gonna work out.
It was
but
alright.
Like, grow one or two won't hurt.
It was a good experience. At the end of the day, I'm telling you, when they hatch, I would stick my arm in there, let them pull on my arm and shit, you know, like build a relationship with them.
See, I love that, but dang, they just tried to.
I was yelling at the sparrows like, motherfuckers, I feed you. Why couldn't
insects are like a cross between plants and animals. So I would fuck with growing a caterpillar. Like, hey.
Well, I never viewed that like that, Kai.
That's interesting. I just seen one yesterday in my garage too.
I'm high.
No, but hear me, because, right, I've seen like, this leaf, it looked like a fucking leaf. And when I got closer, it was a whole insect. It looked like leaves on each side of it. I've seen the tree, little branch things with a leaf on the little head, look like an antenna. It looked like a whole twig. And it's an insect, so I feel that.
Oh man, the other day, y'all, I seen this huge moth. I'm talking massive, like the size of my hand. Like my hand ain't big, but like the moth was the size of my hand. Like it was big. And I've never seen like an extra large moth before. I thought it was hybrid. I looked it up, and apparently they're native to the eastern part of Oklahoma. But have y'all seen just like I'm talking bigger than monarch butterflies moths? Like these moths are huge. It was so beautiful too. I used to be scared of moths growing up, but now I just let.
PTR, this is me and some of my plants.
Okay, plant mama. Yeah.
I have a whole different setup now. I have to do a little update.
I love this. This whole aesthetic fire. They look like a snake back there.
There's a lady on Instagram that she raises moths, like the ones he was talking about.
Like hand-sized moths.
I'm gonna see if I find her.
I'm over here seasoning in the bathroom. Hold on.
Period. Okay, she's in my bathroom. Yeah, you remind me of her. She's a Virgo. She's very aesthetically pleasing.
It's that inner needing to be perfect.
So funny because it's like y'all just be in your own little bubble, your own little aesthetic bubble.
Hell yeah.
Just see me as Cancer, I be in my own little aesthetic bubble. Like I
literally love Cancers and Capricorn.
Yup, see? The vibes be vibing. Oh. I cannot believe my baby is 1 year old. Negro.
I found I'm gonna put the link in the
Wait, 1 year old today? Now she turned 1 last month, but I'm just still like mesmerized. Like,
Look at the link, yo.
I'm gonna check it out, darling. I'm looking at it right now. See, if I knew, like, people actually do that, I would have like took a picture of it. It was just chilling on my window. 'Cause it was like one day I just went outside to go check and put Emmy down for a nap, and it was just sitting on the window. Yes. Oh my gosh, they're so pretty.
Wow. Okay, so like I'm not that scared now. Okay, I just followed because I see art. Oh wow, the green. Oh my gosh, no, this is
Yeah, see, and it's like
amazing,
I
right?
just put my little finger out and like let it crawl on my finger. I don't know if it's
She said that her fascination started when one followed her. And so she rescued it, learned about it, and now she raises them all different kind.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love this one with the green moths all over her.
okay.
Like
So
green
I caught a
moths.
praying mantis, and I was gonna like raise it and take care of it, but I was terrified of it. I was hoping my boyfriend would help me raise it, but he wasn't in the mood, so I told him to let it go.
If it's a woman, kill that serial killer. Okay? Alright?
I was so scared of it, but it was like so cool because it's literally like a plant animal, and they could kill birds.
Yeah.
See,
After they finish mating, you know
Which ones y'all talking about?
praying, man. Hey, you know after they finish mating,
Yes, I have
the
some
woman.
Venus flytraps too.
Yeah, after they finish mating, the woman kill a man. It's terrible and despicable.
Yeah, that is terrible.
Don't most insects.
That'd be the vibe sometime.
Like female insects, don't they kill off their mate? Or that may be just spider.
I only thought that was praying mantises. I did that. Do bees have mates?
Okay, so it says sometimes spiders do bees. Oh, we were talking about bees earlier. Oh yeah, male honeybees die immediately shortly after mating due to violent mating process, which rips their abdomen open. Their endophallus is torn from their body during ejaculation, leaving part of themselves inside of the queen. Furthermore, workers may kill or evict surviving males before winter to save resources.
Big bossa.
Dang! Look, big buster.
They say also black widow spiders, jumping spiders, scorpions, and midges. I don't know what the fuck that is. MIDGES. Midges. Let me look that one up. What the fuck is that?
No, that's wild. But you know what? It does take a lot of energy out of the man to ejaculate, so I get it. They kind of die low key too.
Look at my PTR. I took a picture of this bug. This shit was following me, and I kept hearing that voice that said, "Look back, look back." I looked back. That shit was following me. And then it landed, and I took a picture.
Whoa, what is that?
That's a dope picture. That's a cicada?
A cicada.
Cicada.
Oh, they make noises?
What the fuck I was saying?
Don't people eat those?
Yeah, a cicada.
But look at that. It looks like it got a whole face like a king, right?
Terrifying.
Them joints be ugly as shit during they mating season, and they be everywhere. They be them joints be having them. I remember them motherfuckers come out mating. What is like every 17 years or some shit like that? That shit be crazy, Slim. They be every.
This pattern is fire though. I ain't even gonna cap. Like I don't know. That's what usually I look at when it comes to insects. Is that they
look at that angle. I think she had another angle that I caught.
I'm surprised they let you get that close.
That's because not for nothing, I know I be crashing out and talking shit on here, but in real life, like, like my vibe is the thing, like my frequency is dope for real. Like I'm not trying to toot my horn or nothing like that.
Nah, but toot it because you
the
should.
Birds, like I sit in the park and next thing you know I'll be like, all right, I want to see the Blue Jays, and next thing you know, the Blue Jays will show up. Then I'll be like, okay, where the Cardinals at? And then I'll start hearing this different chirping, and I'll be like, I know what that is. Like, now I guess it's the Capricorn in me, Earth, but now I fuck with all nature. Like, worms, like, all of that shit. I'm one of them girly girls, but I grew up with 7 brothers, so I think that's just me, like, but like my intentions is always pure. Like I don't really have wicked intentions. I mean, I don't wake up every day trying to do wicked shit. That's not me.
I was just about to say that your energy attracts your tribe, and that's like with anything in the world. So, when people say babies and animals are attracted to good spirited people, like people with good energy and stuff like that. I solely believe that with folks as well. Like they just know. Like when you were saying that you had a Queen Bee, and you said like the Queen Bees was following you around, or the bees was following you around. I've had that happen too, and I solely believe it's because you are of royalty. The Queen Bee ain't just gonna come by. She just being by you, like that's funny, no pun intended, being by you. But like you just like that Earth knows, like, and that's the beautiful thing is when you purely genuine and authentic, like Earth has no choice but to, I guess, mirror that back to you, whether it's through, like. Because on a random, like, I'll see, what you call them things? Hummingbirds. And I used to, like, look up the meaning and stuff. But it's like, we are the meaning in a way.
And peacocks are dangerous,
Really? Oh, my.
Girl, because I don't live too far from the zoo, right? And one day the peacock escaped. And why he was attacking people in the street?
I'm sorry, peacocks are funny.
I think I got a picture of it in the tree that when it landed in the garden too. I got a picture of it.
Peacocks remind me of Prince. Actually, this is my phone. They remind me of Prince. They just.
What, Purple Rain?
Chest out, bold. Yeah, chest out, bold. Don't talk to me unless I.
That's the dandy. You know about the dandies, right? And the race, the 9 archetypes.
Educate me.
Girl, in the book The Artist Seduction, it talks about these 9 different archetypes. I like to recommend, like, people read things like that because, like, see, I read shit like that and I sit and I listen to people talk in these rooms. I'll be like, yeah, that motherfucker right there. They give that. So that's why I pretty much read people by how they speak too or how they dress. Prince was a dandy. That means his style, his flamboyancy is what really attracted the people. Like, yeah, I should read it up because that way you know what type of people you're dealing with too.
See, I'm gonna check that book out. And I think The Art of War, that's the one I read, The Art of War. I need to read The Art of Seduction. But yeah, his point of buoyancy, like he didn't give off necessarily like, gay. Like he didn't give off the but he gave off like dominant in his own whimsical way.
Yeah, you got that feeling too.
But bold. Yeah. And the people I think are attracted to that because they see the light in which they, how can I put this? they see what Prince is doing, but it's something that they will probably never have the balls to do. Like exude that energy. Like, I mean, I guess dude was wearing 10-inch heels and, you know, doing X, Y, Z. Ain't no man just bold enough to do that back then. I mean, yeah, probably not even today, but he was. He did it, you know.
That's Prince.
He made doves cry, you know. But
is that what it's
look, it's just that energy, you know. Like Mike Jack had that energy where he turned to the left and had people passing out. Like that's crazy.
Those people died.
Oh, I didn't know they died.
They lost their life. He turned left, half the stadium fucking died. He turned right, half the stadium fucking died. Like a Thanos snap.
All in the end. But yeah, Dandy, I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, Dandy and rake. That book. Like the garden rake, R-A-K-E, rake. Yeah, look.
What is rake like?
And you have the coquette. The coquette. Let me get a link just so that you can get like a brief summary of like what the 9 archetypes are. You're gonna be like, oh shit, my Uncle Earl was like that. Like, I don't know who got an uncle named Earl, but yeah.
Everybody got an Earl.
Everybody got an Earl. He's built like the owl.
And I got an uncle named no goddamn Earl.
It's a spiritual joke I got, don't mind me.
Oh, but you know what? I did date a guy named Earl who he was low-key like my first boyfriend.
You know, when I say built like an owl, you know, they be having like the broader shoulders and skinnier bottom type of,
Yep, that was him. He had a little bird chest too. He was skinny and tall.
See?
So, yeah. You know, I've been thinking about him. Where Earl at? I'm just playing.
Earl gonna pop up on your algorithm now.
That would be crazy. I got him, yeah.
Okay, listen to this, y'all. The 9 archetypes. The siren, the rake, the ideal lover, the dandy, the natural, the coquette, the charmer, the charismatic, and the star.
Where can we take the test, Dolly?
Just Google up, you know, the 9 archetypes, look for those, and you find all type of literature and shit that will pretty much describe it, unless you just want to go get the whole Art of Seduction book, or should we recommend it for the book club or book, because that shit is also helps you. Like, if you're going to be doing business, you're going to want to read that book, because then that way you know, just by people's appearances, their body language, if you want to do business with them. Make sense? And you may be even enlightened to know that you, too, carry a lot of these archetypes as well. Enjoy.
I'm reading The Alchemist right now.
That book made me cry.
Which one? The Art of Seduction?
The Alchemist.
Oh, The Alchemist. Yeah, I'm still on chapter 2. It is. I'm taking my time with it. I feel like it'll be one of those books, so that'll you just come back to at the right, you know. But every chapter, I feel like has like relates to one's life in a way.
Goddess, you know what's a good book to read? The Kabbalion. I don't know if you ever read it.
Yeah, it teaches you like it teaches you the hermetic principles. Like it's a really good book.
I have a book on that, or a PDF on that.
Look, we can get book club back cracking. Okay. Nice. This is just me and Dorsey.
Yo, I may be late, but yo, quick question. Yo, that shooting that happened in DC, I think that shit was real.
They were talking about it last night.
I'm looking at the pictures. I'm like, yo, what kind of people must really think we're these people must really think we're dumb. Like these photo ops, the way they taking these pictures now, I'm like, yo, Trump must really think all of us is like retarded. Because just like his whole assassination attempt, when he took that photo of him with his hands up, I'm like, come on, my dude, really?
And then the alleged shooter is still living?
Yeah, that part I didn't really understand,
Yeah.
But they saying that it wasn't really an assassination attempt. That's why I got it.
But they got a picture of the dude in an old picture. Homie had an IDF shirt on. Talk about, you see, this is what I be saying, man. Yo, these people know what the fuck they doing.
The question is, what are they distracting us from?
And this is one of the reasons why I said I would not be surprised if something happens this year on the 4th of July. I would not be surprised. False flag attack. Yeah, man. That's why this year I'm staying in the crib for the 4th. Fuck that shit. is this quiet? That must have mean the Knicks must have lost last night.
Everybody just got busy at the same time.
And the room just getting quiet. Honestly, I think we done ran everybody away.
What happened with what I missed? Why everybody run away?
They said you wasn't sharing your drink, Cisco.
I'm at work. I don't be drinking. I'm working. So I pop in and pop out. It's been like this all morning though. I had a little conversation with no chaos. No chaos today. So you know what it is.
One of our favorite motor mouths gonna come in the room, like Lefty said, and that's when everybody will come in and want to talk and argue with that one person. If RJ come in the room right now and start talking, right, I put money, and everybody come in like, that nigga might have like 20 minutes. I mean, he might have 15, 20 minutes. Or somebody try to shut him down.
You basically say exactly what I'm saying. One drop. See.
Is RJ the Gematria guy?
Oh yeah. My whole point is when certain people start talking, come in the room, they attract the rest of the people. Then they want to talk. But when the people leave the room gets silent. So if RJ come in and start talking, or Dane, who else? I be peeping the cycles like damn. It's like other people algorithm attached to them because they wouldn't even be in the room. It's like some spiritual shit. I be like, damn, that shit crazy as fuck.
The number, do you just break down the RJ number and see what happens if you break it down in Gematria? They say chaos and talking, right?
Unfortunately, I be wanting to hear about the shit. I always got Gematria questions.
I be on that Gematria now, man. You see, that's what I'm saying. That's influence, because I be sitting there. I studied a guy who shot at the president yesterday to see if I could see any connections. I couldn't find nothing, so now I gotta do a deeper dive. I think I saw something that connected to the Golden Gate Bridge. I know you had me hear that. Actually, most of the time I see Golden Gate Bridge now to struck.
Okay, look, what if it's not the Golden Gate Bridge? What if it's the Vincent St. Thomas Bridge? Another bridge in California.
It could be any.
I think it could be all the bridges at the end of the day because at the end of the day, they want us all outside anyway. They want us in the metaverse. Even though they say they're shutting down the metaverse, it's still there. So I'm like, oh, this is like one of those empty buildings. They made that shit, waste of money to when we have to use it. So if they knock all the bridges down, close the airports, what we're gonna do? We have to go to the metaverse, you know. But I heard that Facebook gives people the metaverse goggles. So yeah, that shit. They're gonna put us in the fucking metaverse at any means necessary. I want to get a sports but you gotta remember that movie came out 10 years ago or so. I don't know if y'all saw it. Ready Player One. And let's put that movie out for
Oh yeah, I've seen that movie before.
everybody saying that shooting yesterday was what they call stage. That shit was everything that got shown on stage. So what if they come out and actually say that shit was staged in the first place? I think that would fuck up our whole reality. It's like, oh shit, so what's real now?
Even folks over in Asia, they said that shit was staged. I died that. Somebody asked me, some people asked me, they were like, it was like, you see that Trump thing? I was like, yeah. It was like, I know what you think. They was like, staged. I was like, damn. You know it's bad when you can't fool the people outside your country.
So the fact that this is like what this is the past 2 years, before we usually never seen nobody get assassinated like this. So Charlie Kirk got assassinated, so-called for real. We got Trump, 2 assassinations. This is the past 2 years. Trump forged this assassination attempts. We got people really dying though in Iran, so-called. We don't even know if that's real, but we gotta go by what the media's telling us. Because even with that, think of it. He said the son's in charge now, or the grandson. So if that's a redeem change, why would they put the grandson in charge and be okay with it? You know, that sounds very iffy because no one picked that up. Like, oh well, that don't make no sense. I mean, you killed my father, and I mean, it's like I don't want to negotiate with you, and maybe they do, but J.D. Vance went over there 3 times now. But Trump don't want to go over there. So that means Trump say, if I go over there, they're going to kill my ass because I killed, so I'm going to send Vance. If he gets killed, so what? I don't care. Krishna get killed. I'm tired of him anyway because he's telling me to go to war, and then we in this fucking mess now. So any of those 2 cats get killed. I don't care. But I'm not going. Until Trump say he go over there, I don't know they really try to negotiate. They're not trying to do nothing with those people, man.
I see the Cuba, they said Cuba damn near about to collapse, that they had no power, don't have no fuel anymore. I was like, damn. Like Cuba fucked up. And all these videos of Cuba with no power and nothing.
It said that should been going on since they did the Maduro thing, because apparently they had the guards protecting him, and when they stormed through, it wasn't their military, because they were on like Christmas break or whatever was going on. I think it was around Christmas time or one of those fucking holidays. I don't know, New Year's, something, but nobody was there, so they had the Cuban guards protecting him. So they was pissed with Cuba since then, but they've been pissed at Cuba. So I won't be shocked. I mean, but it's been like 2 months now. There's people still out there living in there. I mean, if they're not, I think they would have fell already. But, you know, it's that coincidence. Going to conspiracy theories, the only 2 banks that, well, actually 3, Cuba, North Korea, and who's the other one? Iran. It is true. They're the only ones that Central Bank don't have no connection to. So they do this whole so-called blockchain Bitcoin thing. They get rid of the system because nobody want to run around cash. But the funny thing is, they say that.
What the fuck is you talking? What did you talking about, Cisco? I'm gonna pull a you on you, nigga. What are you talking about?
Go ahead, you got it though, man. See, I was just talking to keep your women not quiet. You got it, man. I'm not worried. I'm not gonna argue right now. I'm trying to get you loose. Don't worry, I get off at 4. I'll be ready for the smoke.
They said the banks, U.S. banks, bought back $33 billion of their own shares recently. Oh, goddamn, $33 billion.
Man, they got that plus more money right now, man. That's Rothschild banks. The Rothschild banks, remember the 6 Rothschild banks that control the U.S. I think it's Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Capital.
Back their own shares, though. You think about that part.
Yeah, because they want to be part of the Bitcoin shit, because that's $1 trillion industry. You see, I don't think most people realize why they want to go Bitcoin. It's because everybody got a phone now, and they want to connect everybody either through Cash App or Chime, fucking your bank, whatever, and they got all your shit, and it's across the whole world, so they don't have to do anything else no more. It's like the banks. Y'all really think banks will be around the next 10 years? Come on, let's be honest.
Yes, they will.
But doing what? They ain't gonna be working with us.
Same thing they're doing now.
Men slave owners like they always been.
I can see credit unions doing away, but not big banks. So why would credit unions go away? Smaller customer bases, not enough money coming in to cover like taxes or whatever the case may be. I'm still trying to figure out why would banks go away and credit unions. That means we're just gonna have one single corporate organization that is utilizing this stuff. That literally means no banks. That means the whole system is over. We would have a brand new spanking system. So Cisco, let us know what the system is that we'll be using.
You already know it, man. You use this shit every fucking day. When you ask me a question, you already know the fucking answer. Aren't you on your cell phone right now? Wait. You on the cell phone, you cashing your money, your check comes to the phone, man. That's how the shit working now, man. You see how it was calling me? See the guy? I told you they want fucking God. They want fucking people.
That's not how banking works, bro. They're gonna get rid of all physical bank. They're gonna get rid of
before when I want to get my check. I used to have to go to the physical bank before to get my check. I don't have to do that shit no more, nigga. Come
people.
Let me ask y'all a question though. Banks only cover you up to like $250,000 or something like that. Most people got that in their house, bro. You really need to have a bank.
To be honest, you should be appreciated if it's 250. It was only 100,000, and then they did an emergency increase, and then they never released the emergency increase, so it stayed at 250,000. So, to be honest, if you're going into a digital time, then all of your money needs to be covered.
I hear what you're saying. I think most people's assets though aren't in cash. I think New York is actually about to pass a bill or just passed a bill to where like they're about to start fining or taxing the rich for having condos and shit in New York, and they don't even live there. So I don't think it. I think it can be digital, but most people are worried about cash, and most times they probably just keep it in their house.
Banking doesn't only completely consist of cash. You got securities. You got everybody just thinks about like the saving aspects. That's where you get your loans, your commercial loans.
Banking issue was dead back in 2008, and now they actually implemented the fucking Bitcoin shit that's ready to start. Which as soon as we get this new Fed chairman there, he gonna start the deregulation and all of y'all know what's coming. Come on, y'all they show it in the movies. Y'all didn't watch any time. I won't get no spoilers. They're showing they're gonna fucking have us working like slaves. Come on.
And also, O'Dane, like once you get to like a certain financial, like once you get rich enough, bro, you become the bank. You know what I mean? You start, leveraging your money, your shit to other people. Like you don't rely on the bank as much. You rely on the people that pay you. But I don't know, man. I don't think they'll go away completely, bro. But I think the small credit unions, like in your city, like those may go away, but not no big banks. Like the Chases, the Huntington banks, like they won't go anywhere.
So they're gonna have one big old, like fucking like, I'm gonna say big ass building where all the banks be in, but your fucking shit gonna be on your computer and your phone. You ain't gonna go no physical place no more. Y'all know that. Come on, they keep showing you this. And y'all really gonna think they're gonna have, everybody gonna have a bank shit? They're gonna have ATMs, probably for people that still use cash, that 1%.
Bro, everybody uses the bank digitally. Like most people with money, like Rick Ross showed a video the other day. He had literally a safe full of millions of dollars in cash. Like most people keeping this shit at their crib where they got a bunker or something, some crazy safe in a wall. Like, cash is kept on hand, but the other stuff we use the bank for is all digital.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, it's like I'm gonna just slow it down to everybody now, since y'all probably think.
I'm on your side.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I don't know why O'Dane is trying to keep his job. Shit, man, you better start working for the government. Cash, you sit there in a fucking 1910, you might as well have fucking a little match and some wood and fucking still cook your shit that way too. Fuck, I still use cash. You probably got a fucking credit card.
Yeah, I have credit cards, but I use cash, nigga. As you should too. But you don't care about privacy.
And you out there sitting there still trying to use that shit, I can't. What you doing during the pandemic when they fucking went, like all the stores wasn't taking no cash? What you were doing? You had to get one of those fucking prepaid cards and shit? Come on, man. And there's a lot of places in New York not using cash no more. I don't even live there. Y'all in a fucking city. Y'all don't care.
God damn it, they love it. They didn't have to fucking write it on. Or report it, I should say. So there.
some stadiums in New York City. I think all stadiums in New York City. They're gonna sell cash. So why are they saying?
Vaccine, so that's why you get started.
So what? You need to fucking take the vaccine so you can be part of the system.
That means you fall in line. That means you fall in line, so I'm not surprised that you don't use cash.
Oh man, make it more easier, man. I don't fucking come on, G.
Easier, it's not that much fucking easy.
Man, even my barber takes cash out. You gonna sit there and still say you gotta fucking to use? Y'all joking with me right now. I think y'all just want gaslight me to get me upset.
So
nobody in this room is over 60 years old. Now, I'm the oldest nigga here, and I'm using fucking digital fucking money. You up there talking like you still use cash. Come on. I understand that you was my mom or something. I can see that shit, but you fucking too young. You're fucking too young to be using fucking cash, nigga.
I'm 78 years old.
Nobody believes that.
Yeah, we already don't use checks no more. Nobody belongs to the checkbook, so that's out the window.
I be mad at Walmart because they don't take Apple Pay. Y'all in the same world that I'm in? For real?
I mean, everybody doesn't accept American Express. What are you talking about? Or
Yeah. I don't want. Everybody should accept Apple Pay by now. Everybody. It should be. It should be. I want the new commissioner to come in to say everybody uses Apple Pay to make my life fucking easier. Because I don't like going to my fucking wallet and taking out my shit. Because who knows they be trying to steal your shit. So if I can use that shit, it's protected through my phone.
If y'all be surprised on how many people suffer from getting their information taken and their bank and all these information swiped out, and y'all want to go to a straight digital age. I'm trying to tell y'all, people are not ready for that shit. Being in the financial industry, no, they're not ready for it. They're not ready for an all digital society. We're not. We are not ready for an all digital society. Stop trying to lie to yourselves, and you're not prepared for an all digital society.
Would you say that they are gearing people up to?
That's all you can do is gear you up, but you're still not ready for an all digital society.
Because I mean, honestly, when they introduce like the visas and the MasterCards, I'm like, well, shit, niggas then already low key halfway there, to be honest. I mean, even giving up your cash to put in a bank, I'm like, you giving up your cash to put in a bank for a card that supposed to.
But that shit started with that shit started with people putting in the bank and then turning around and putting it into their bank their beds at home after the Great Depression. In the Great Depression, it was one group of people that benefited the most from the Great Depression. Then eventually they seen that group of people started to flourish. And then the next thing they decided to do was what? Incorporate those people into the part of society that they did not accept them into. Y'all know we know who we talking about. Black people. Mm-hmm. So once they incorporated that, I mean, then our whole society, the economy changed once certain people that weren't accepted into certain parts of the society did. And even then, banks weren't still allowed. The banks, the total elimination of the bank, because that's why I asked Cisco, you feel that same way? Who would be securing your digital assets? Because y'all don't understand.
This is what we got to think about.
You don't understand how rampant fraud has been hitting this nation. Especially in the digital way. Nigga, I could call you and be like, hey, Nabisco, I'm going to let you know that you won a $5 million lottery ticket here in Canada. And all I need you to do is send me your account number and routing number so we can route the funds to you. You know how often that shit happens?
Yeah, but you gotta be a stupid motherfucker.
Oh my God, Lynn, you'd be surprised. Oh my God.
Yeah, you got desperate people out here in the world.
It works. I'm talking about niggas that's in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. They all fall for these digital asset tricks. That's why people tell you don't click on things in your email address that you don't know about. Digital, like to me, I feel like I'd rather somebody take all the money that I have in my wallet than somebody take all the money that I have in my account. And y'all don't really carry cash in y'all wallet.
Man, you can't get your cash back, bro. You can get your digital
That's the
back.
no. Oh. Hey, B-Mac, if you authorized something and you said it was fraud, nigga, you still gave the authorization of someone frauding you. Yeah, like,
I'm just saying, you got protections when it comes to the digital.
When you start to authorize
things, if you don't
bro,
protect the cash on hand immediately, right in the air, you're never seeing that cash again, bro.
But that's why I made that statement. Digital assets.
I think you're right. You can actually protect the fucking shit that comes out of your account from authorized. Your bank usually actually, now you can't do that shit, but most of the time, I got a lot of refunds from shit that I was like, okay, and the bank said, nah, don't worry about it, like overseas shit. I'm like, I didn't make that purchase. They said, yeah, that's true. Oh, we're gonna give you the money back. Don't worry about it. Just turn off the overseas part of your account. I was like, okay. See, they already know people scamming. Yeah, the banks protect us. But that's what I'm trying to say. At every person got one Bitcoin. You got one Bitcoin.
I'm gonna let you think what you want. I'm gonna let you think what you want to think, and then there wouldn't be no fraud departments if this shit was that simple. It's not that simple. We're making digital assets more simplistic than y'all think. It's not. It's not as simple. If digital assets were that simple, we would have been all using and completely have digital assets. It's not. It's not safe.
But then you even think it's something that we can stop. I think it's something that's always been in the plans. Once the internet came out,
bro, from 2020, y'all said that the banks were gonna be taken over, and I told y'all it wasn't.
Insure money that you don't.
Say that again, Kaz.
How do you insure money that you don't want to report?
Oh, you talking about people that haven't actually...
It would be illegal. Of course, I'd never do it. I'm just saying.
Talking about having money that you never report? I mean, of course there's people that...
How do you insure it? Like, how do you...
Oh, you can't? You the insurance. You better figure out how to insure that shit yourself.
Y'all confusing me. Did you just say how do you insure cash?
He's being facetious.
Insure cash that you don't want to report.
What do you mean that you don't want to report?
Bro, he's talking about hiding money.
He's talking about hiding money, like under your bed or one of those places.
Why does that money have to be reported?
So it can be.
So you can insure without reporting it?
Insured. That's what he's saying.
No, I said the digital currency is the only currency that'll be insured. I didn't say cash will be insured. You have to insure that shit. Or somebody rob your bitch ass and they take your cash. You never gonna see that cash again.
Nah, you can go fine.
So how much do you think that? Because listen, if they didn't change the 100,000 to 250,000 all the way until like 2011, and then because of the emergency extension, they just decided to keep it at 250. They're going to digital assets. How much money you think they're going to cover in the aspect of digital assets?
I don't know, bro.
I'm just asking. I wasn't trying to quiz you, but I'm just saying, like, how much?
No, hopefully there's some type of cap on it. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, if it's 250 right now, yeah, why would you keep $1 million in your account if they're only going to...
Because the average bank don't even got that much money in it at one time.
Well, per person, so if you and your wife, for an example, B-Mac, the guy share an account at one institution, that gives you 500,000, or if you got like a child or of age or something, that makes it another 200. Most banks can, or this is why some people they'll use a trust, and then you will be like a trustee. That can get you like, if it's just a trustee and 2 joints, that'd be 750,000. That'd be 750,000. But you can have you and 4 other people at the max at most institutions. They get you 1.25 million, and that's why a lot of people kind of disperse their funds. To be honest, it's like you see why the rich people are fucking shiesty. It's because it's like you're penalized for having too much money.
And that's the other thing, though, Dan. You're giving them the cash as to be digital safe hold, but then they turn around and use it like to make interest off of it.
Exactly. You're right, because like for an example, the $100,000 customer interest comes from the $1,000 customer.
Like technically, that's not. I wouldn't consider that like bad business, shady business. It's like you got to make some type of profit some way. I ain't just doing this out of kindness of my heart, opening up a bank and shit. It's like we want to keep this shit running as efficient as we need it to. We still got to keep it safe. Now that shit, safety deposit boxes upgraded, and all that stuff. We got the state of the art. Whatever plan you sign up for, it's like, yeah, that money got to come from somewhere, bro. It ain't like they ripping you off. It's like, yeah, they might use some of this bread to pay Peter and Paul and all them, but as long as they paying you back, it's like, yeah, I ain't expect you to go about it that way, but at the same time, it's like, no harm, no foul. For real.
And that's the same thing we doing, bro. Taking out debt for credit. That's why the national debt is so crazy, because they taking our money, going into debt. It's just a cycle.
Yeah, that's if they go into debt. Like, I don't think the average bank is debt.
Well, a lot of them, because you start to see them do mergers and banks go in debt from bank for. Listen, man.
Yeah, Capital One just bought out Discover, bro. Capital One bought out Discover.
The reason why Capital One bought Discover because they wanted their what is the name? I gotta say it properly. It's the system that allows transactions to go through.
Like the church.
What's that shit?
It's the
Swift.
No, Swift is it's not Swift. It's basically their processing service. Because MasterCard, like Visa, MasterCard, and Discover, those are processing.
Merchant services.
Thank you, I Walk East. Yeah, so Discover, because a lot of places don't really take it Discover as much. So Capital One took Discover so they can incorporate themselves. Even though Capital One's regular debit cards or MasterCard, but once Capital One goes further within the next 5 to 10 years, they will get rid of MasterCard the same way they got rid of Visa and utilize their own system, which is Discover's system. So that's the reason why Capital One bought Discover, because they want to use their merchant system. Because MasterCard and Visa, they're the ones that are the most dominant, especially Visa. So most of your debit cards, outside of you having a Capital One, if you have Capital One, I believe your new debit card should say Discover. But all your older institutions, your other institutions, you either have a MasterCard or a Visa.
Yeah, majority, not all mine, they have Visa.
Yeah, because that's where they get the concept that Visa is accepted everywhere, because Visa is their merchant servicing kind of is more acceptable more in more places. Kind of the where people, you might find something that you like, but the place that you go to